Hey guys, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Today we are about to watch the closing arguments in the Shot 5 Times assault trial. Hey Carla, hey Terry, hey Judy. The production team welcomes chatters, lurkers, and replay crew. I think they need a cookie/treat. They're in bed. I was woken up in the middle of the night by Belle laying on my pillow next to me. She never does that. Somebody yesterday asked me, I think it was Jill, asked me how she was doing. And I said, I don't know. Because she's doing things that, hey, Carla, I don't know. Like yesterday morning, she didn't eat all of her breakfast. And I don't know if she just got full or if it's because she's sick. You know, like, I almost wish I didn't know that she had that mass, because now I know there's something wrong, right? So, is it just that she got full? Yeah, like she ate all her breakfast this morning, but I also gave her a little less too because she didn't eat all her breakfast yesterday morning. So, and then there was something else that she did. Oh, yesterday morning, when I got up yesterday, she was asleep in her bed, and I was up moving around getting dressed, and she did not even move a muscle. And usually when I get up, she gets up. Um so I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's cuz she's sick or if it's just nothing. Just cuz she's getting older or whatever. So um but this morning, I don't know what time she got in the bed with me, but usually if she gets in the bed, she sleeps on the other side of Travis, not next to me. But she was on my pillow right next to me. And usually the only time she does that is when it's storming, and it didn't storm last night. So I have no idea what her deal was. But and instead of out here bugging me, she's in the bed again now. So I don't know. I just hope she's okay. I mean, she's not acting like she's in pain or sick or anything like that. But I don't know. I'm just worried about her. So, anyway, um so someone in the comments on the video for this trial um said that, there's more to the story, which is true. I think she was abusive. I think he was abusive. I think this was a very toxic relationship. But I also don't think that anything gives him the right to just gun her down, right? Um, which is a great segue into, oh, I forgot his name. Aaron. Judy, what's his name? The case we're going to do in September. Aaron. His first name's Aaron. Um, anyway, this happened in Arkansas. His 14-year-old daughter was being stalked by a 67-year-old man. They met online, I think. Now, I just heard about this case for the first time yesterday, so I could get some of the details wrong. His last name's Folsey. I don't remember his first name. 67-year-old met, I think, Aaron Spencer. Okay. I think they met online, and he started stalking her. He has charges for SA against this 14-year-old girl. they had a restraining order against this man. So they'd had previous problems with this man and this 67-year-old man and this 14-year-old girl. And the judge let this man out on bond. And one night, the parents heard the dog bark, went in her bedroom to check on her. She was not there. So, the dad, Aaron Spencer, got his gun and ran downstairs, saw the car. I don't know if he saw them driving away or just went out hunting for the guy, because he knew that that's had to be what was going on, that the guy got his daughter. And he went out and he found them, and she was with this 67-year-old man, and he shot him. And now he is on trial for murder, for shooting this 67-year-old man that kidnapped his 14-year-old daughter, the man that had a restraining order out against him, so because of things he'd previously done to this 14-year-old girl. And now he's facing murder charges. And the judge that let the man out on bond is the same judge as presiding over his murder trial. So, if that is live streamed, we are doing that trial. Because, and Peter Tragos, lawyer, did a video about it yesterday. And he thinks, well, I shouldn't speak for Peter, but watch the video. He's talking about jury nullification, where the jury just doesn't go by the law at all. And a jury doesn't have to be, they don't have to tell anybody why they voted the way they did. But a lawyer can't ask for jury nullification because that's not legal. You can't ask a jury to just disregard the law. When they come in for jury selection, when you do voir dire, you have to say, can you follow the law no matter what? That's the question that the attorneys have to ask them. An attorney can't say jury nullification. And if you remember during the Brooks trial, if you watch the Brooks trial, he tried to tell the jury to do jury nullification, and he got yelled at for that because he kept saying, jury, you know what you can do? Do you know what you can do? And then they shut him down. He was going to say, you don't have to find me guilty. And that's a no-no. You cannot tell the jury that you don't have to find me guilty, because you have to tell the jury, when you pick a jury, you have to say, can you follow the law no matter what? And then if they say no, if I was in that situation, I'd do the same thing. No, I wouldn't follow the law in that case. Then they strike you and you don't get to sit on the jury. So Peter said the way it would happen would be that they would go back to the jury room and they would all be like, there's no way I'd do the same thing if I was in that position. There's no way I would want to find this man guilty. So it's like, it would be like a secret thing in the jury room that they would all decide together that they're not going to follow the law. And he thinks this case might be that kind of a case. I don't know, Carla. I don't think so. I don't think so. The lawyer that was interviewed that was on Peter's channel yesterday, the clip that he showed on the channel, the prosecutor was not saying much, but Peter said that's normal, that they can't say any more than a certain amount. But I don't think there was a gag order, because both of the attorneys were talking in interviews on the clips that Peter showed. So I don't think there's a gag order, but I don't know for sure. But also, some of the clips that Peter showed were from before his arrest. And there's even a clip from the police department saying We only investigate the crimes. We don't decide who gets arrested for them. Because I guess the police department is getting a lot of complaints and stuff like, why was he arrested for this crime? Because, it's not really a crime the way I mean, I don't think it's a crime either. If someone kidnapped my kid, oh, yeah, I know Melanie Little is covering this case too. So, I don't know because I haven't watched. The only thing I know about this case is what I saw on Peter's channel yesterday. It's the only thing I know. So, I don't know. Maybe there is. I have no idea. All I know, but the lawyers were talking to the press in the clips on Peter's channel. So, that's why I said I don't think so. Because usually if there's a gag order, the lawyers don't talk to anybody. Remember like in Karen Reed's case, there was a gag order and she was allowed to talk, but the lawyers weren't. So the lawyers never talked to the press after, in the second trial. The first trial, they talked a lot off the courthouse steps. But the second trial, there was a gag order and the lawyers weren't allowed to talk, but Karen could talk. So that's why I just assumed there wasn't a gag order. But maybe the gag order came later though, because things have changed like since the beginning of the case started. Things have changed a lot. Because at first, he wasn't even arrested at first. At first, they thought they were just going to, it was going to be like defense of another type of a thing, and he wasn't going to be charged. I don't think he should have been charged. I mean, someone kidnaps your 14-year-old kid, and he's already done stuff to this kid, and you have a restraining order out on him. He's not going to stop. Yeah. Do something to make him stop. I'm sorry, but I don't see where that's a crime. But whatever. I mean, to me, Peter was like, I'm not for vigilante justice. But in this case, I don't think that's vigilante justice because they'd gone through all the appropriate channels first. And he was trying to keep the guy from doing whatever he was fixing to do. And what if he was trying to get rid of her? I mean, literally, because, get rid of the witness that could testify against him for whatever he had done to her, He didn't know. He didn't know what he was going to do to his daughter this time. Okay, turn the sound on. I just thought that was a good segue from the discussion of, yes, this was a toxic relationship and they were both horrible to each other. But he should not have shot her, regardless of how horrible the relationship was. They should have just divorced and had custody arrangements set up and done whatever adults need to do when they have a child together and they don't get along. He should not have shot her. Versus a justified shooting. What I feel like is a justified shooting. So I just thought it was a good discussion. You guys may not think that the 14-year-old was justified. I happen to think it was. Because I know if that had happened to my 14-year-old stepdaughter, somebody would have paid. I would have been so mad. There is no way. Well, I thought they were ready to go. Guess not. They psyched me. They said, psych, we're not ready. Okay, we're caught up with the live now, and they're still not ready. Jury returning at 10 a.m. They're not going to show the charging conference? Well, that's okay. Charging conferences are boring anyway. Oh, there's no more coffee. Hi. What's up? You want a treat? Hang on, hang on, hang on. You need to turn around. Turn around. You need to turn around. You need to turn around. Over here. Over here. Shadow. Over here so they can see your pretty face. Aw, there you go. What is the problem? Oh, here. Oh, you're supposed to catch it. You're not supposed to let it rip on the desk. Temptations creamy puree. Lick off the mess you made on the desk. Seriously? This is a cat? Should we spy? Can you finish licking the mess you made on the desk? Can you please? Can you please, ma'am? Can you please? Get it all. Ooh, damn it. Yuck. I hate salmon. Temptations. Creamy puree. And this is. That's why you couldn't hear me. I had the microphone turned to her. It's got 8 salmon flavored and 8 chicken flavor. I get it from Walmart, but I was ordering it from Amazon because Walmart didn't have the big boxes of it. And the boxes I was getting from Walmart had like 4 sticks in it. I was like, that's gone in like a week, not even a week, because I don't give them to her every day. But it ran, and then when I had 2 cats, when I had the outside cat too, it was like 2 days and it was gone because. So I was ordering these from Amazon, and then Walmart started getting the big boxes. So there's 16 pouches in here. Now there's another brand, Churi, something like that. Those are expensive. And I think that was the original brand like this. There's no room in my drawer for these. I also don't want my drawer to smell like salmon. I guess I will not be lazy and I will just keep them over there and walk. I got them because once upon a time, Shadow didn't like me. When she when she was a kitten, she loved me. Crawled all over me, played all over me. Everywhere I went, she followed me. Then she became a teenager and I didn't exist anymore. She loved Travis. I was a nobody. So I saw these things on the commercial, and the cat was like sitting on her lap, had its paws wrapped around her arm as she held the little treat. And I was like, that's it. I need to get those. And then she'll like me again. You see how close she gets to me when I feed them to her. Shadow, you're supposed to hold my arm. You're supposed to wrap your paws around my arm while I feed you. Every time I tell her that, Travis just laughs at me. But she likes me better now. She's never going to be the lap cat that I like, but I like lap cats. I also got her one time accidentally. I got her. I thought I was getting her that kind, but I got her some kind of lickable. It said lickable, but it was a stew. And you're supposed to put it over their food, but we free feed her, so that kind of doesn't work. But I just open it up and put it in a paper plate. But she never. I think she's finished it one time. It's like too much for her at one sitting. Like, don't growl at her. She didn't do anything. Spike doesn't like the cat. What is taking so long? Oh, the jury's not supposed to be there till 10. Why won't they let us listen to the charging conference? This could be the longest 4 minutes. I bought a whole bunch of. Y'all, I know everybody makes jokes about Timu, and before Timu, it was Wish. Now, granted, Wish is much worse than Timu. Wish is hit or miss. Like, you really don't ever know with Wish what you're getting. Very few Timu products have I had a bad luck with. I would say maybe 10%. Versus Wish, it's 50-50. It's hit or miss. But I get most of my diamond paintings from Timu. But as Carla pointed out, where'd it go? This, this, no politics, but yes, this is affecting us. Um, so if you do order from Timu, because it is an Asian company, it's gonna, the prices are higher. And Amazon is canceling orders and it's taking longer to get stuff. Um, so far, I've not had any problems with Timu other than just the prices being a little higher. But their prices were so low before that they're comparable with Amazon now. So, but I'm working on Jasmine right now. I've got Maleficent. It's Maleficent behind Aurora as she's going to touch the spinning wheel. And I've got an Alice in Wonderland one with her and Cheshire Cat. A villains one that I found. Let me go get the villains one. Can you see it? Oh. So I have to get a big frame for this. It came with a wrinkle through the middle, which I'm hoping isn't going to show up bad when it's framed and everything. So that's what I've been doing. I've been diamond painting. I was going to do my studio in Harry Potter, but I think I'm going to do it gonna put my diamond paintings in here. And I'm gonna do my bathroom in Harry Potter. And then just make like my studio just like all the different things that I like. Hi, baby. Did you have a nice nap? You want to come here and say hi? No? All right. All right. You don't want me to hold you? You don't want to sit in my lap? Come here, baby. But everybody wants to see your pretty face. You don't want everybody to see your pretty face just for a minute? No? What? Come here. Come here. She's like, nope, you're going to pick me up. Everybody wants to know how you're doing. Don't you want to show everybody how pretty you are? No? You don't want to show everybody how pretty you are? No? Okay. I'm just talking to Belle. Yeah, I'm just talking to Belle. Way up in there. Come here. Not you. I was talking to Belle. You've already had your spotlight. Belle's turn. Did you have a nice nap? Did you have a nice nap? What? What? What are you doing that for? What? What are you doing that for? Huh? Okay, it's after 10. What? Come here. Nothing is going on in here. Absolutely nothing. We are waiting for closing arguments to start. It was supposed to start 5 minutes ago. I don't have any stories today. I can't think of anything. Belle, what? Come here. I can't go lay down with you. I'll hold you if you come here. Is your name Belle? Your name is not Belle. Oh, your name is not Belle. I haven't seen Kim today. Your name isn't Belle. No, you can't get on the desk. You've been on the desk already. No. Stop. Well, then don't come when I don't call you. Rat. Hey! You want to fight? You want to fight? Ow! We're kickboxing right now. Quitter! She forfeited. I won. What, Belle? Come here. Ah! I'm sorry, guys. I don't have any stories today. And this is supposed to start at 10. And it's 10:09. And I don't have any stories. What, Belle? What? Actually, this kind of worries me. No, Carla. Thank goodness. Because of all the crafts and stuff I do. Are you sure? That all you have is fibromyalgia? There is a really good book. And of course, now they start. When I have to talk about, there's a really good book about fibromyalgia. I just can't find
All right to the jury. Okay, members of the jury, we have the completed charge of the court. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to read that to you at the conclusion of my reading. You don't need to memorize anything. It'll be back there for you to refer to, but after I'm done, the state and the defense both have an opportunity to argue the case, and then we will ask you to deliberate. This is number 2 with the offense of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, a felony of the first degree alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to these charges. Assault is defined recklessly causes bodily injury to another. Assault, a person commits the offense of aggravated assault. Assault, as here before defined, serious bodily injury to the injured. Bodily injury defined as physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition, a substantial risk of death, or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly weapon means firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. By community is defined under sections 573.022 and 573.024 of the Government Code. Individuals who are the former spouses of each other, individuals who are biological parents of the same child without regard to marriage, and a foster child and foster parent without regard to whether those individuals reside together. Dating violence means an act by a member of the family or household against another member of the family or household that is intended to result in physical harm or injury. Assault or sexual assault, or that is if that reasons the member in fear of it, but does not include defensive measures to protect oneself. Act means bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Conduct means an act and its accompanying mental state. Individual means a human being who is alive, including an unborn child at every stage of gestation, from fertilization until birth. Intentionally, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious or to engage in conduct or cause the result. Only a person knowledge to the nature of his conduct, nature of his conduct, or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly, a person acts recklessly. A person recklessly causes bodily injury to another if the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the person's action will cause bodily injury to another. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Count 1, application, aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of June 2024 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Billy Delgado, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly with a deadly weapon to a member of his family. Torres here installed the complaint by shooting at her person, and the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, during the commission of the assault, and the complainant was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship as described by section 71.003 or 71.005 or 71.0021B of the Texas Family Code. Then you will find the defendant guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Justification, defense of a third person. A person is justified in using force against another to protect a third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and number two, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. A person is justified in using deadly force against another to protect the third person if, number one, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor would be justified in using deadly force to protect himself against the unlawful deadly force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Number two, the actor reasonably believes his intervention is immediately necessary to protect the third person. Reasonable belief means a belief that an ordinary and prudent person would have held in the same circumstances as the defendant. The use of force or deadly force to protect the third person is not justified, number one, if it is in response to verbal provocation alone, or number two, the actor provoked the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force, unless the actor abandons the encounter or clearly communicates his intent to do so, and the other nevertheless continues or attempts to use unlawful force against the actor or third person, or number three, if the actor sought an explanation from or discussion with the other person concerning the actor's differences with the other person while the actor was unlawfully carrying a weapon. A person who has a right to be present at the location where the force or deadly force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the force or deadly force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the force or deadly force is used, is not required to retreat before using force or deadly force to protect a third person. In determining whether the actor reasonably believed that the use of force or deadly force was necessary, you may not consider whether the actor failed to retreat. On the issue, when the issue of the application of defense of a third person is raised, The burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty. Application of the law to the facts in that regard, you must determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Webb County, Texas, on or about the first day of June 2024, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to Erica Edith Torres by shooting at her person, and that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, and or during the commission of the offense, and that Erica Edith Torres was a person with whom the defendant has or has had a dating relationship. You must agree on all of these elements, but if you do not have to agree which culpable mental state, that is intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, the state proved. If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of aggravated assault, as stated above, you must next consider whether his conduct was justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado. If you all agree the state has failed to prove, say by your verdict guilty. If you agree the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements listed above, must has proven that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado to the following three elements. The elements are that, number one, the defendant did not reasonably believe his conduct was immediately necessary to protect Esmeralda Delgado against Erica Edith Torres' use or attempted use of unlawful force or unlawful deadly force. Or number two, the defendant did not reasonably believe that Erica Edith Torres was using or attempting to use unlawful force or unlawful deadly force against Esmeralda Delgado. Or number three, under the circumstances as the defendant reasonably believed them to be, the third person would not have been justified in using force or deadly force to protect himself or herself against the unlawful force or unlawful deadly force of Erica Edith Torres. You must all agree the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt at least one of the three elements listed above. You need not agree on which prove at least one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Then the state has failed to prove that the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant not guilty. If the state has proven at least one of the elements listed above beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant has proven the defendant's conduct was not justified by the defense of Esmeralda Delgado, and you must find the defendant guilty. A grand jury indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that he has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all of the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, and if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required, however, that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all of the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict not guilty. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given their testimony. But the law of the case you shall receive in these written instructions and be governed thereby. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your foreman or putting juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto. In this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. No person has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the officer. Any communication relative to the case must be written, prepared, and signed by the foreman and shall be submitted to the court through the officer. Do not attempt to talk to the officer who has you in charge, or the attorneys, or the court, or anyone else concerning any questions you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Following the arguments of counsel, you will retire to the jury room to consider your verdict, and we will await your unanimous verdict. You have one verdict form attached, ladies and gentlemen, where you find the defendant either guilty or not guilty. Please make sure that the presiding juror signs the correct line indicating your unanimous verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, not in the charge, but I just want to tell you orally, every court treats notes differently. I encourage note-taking because if it assists you in concentrating on the evidence, I want you to do it. But it is important you understand that although you were permitted to take notes during the testimony, in the case, in the event you did take notes, you may rely on your notes during your deliberations. However, you may not share your notes with the other jurors, and you should not permit the other jurors to share their notes with you. You may, however, discuss the contents of your notes with the other jurors. You shall not use your notes as authority to persuade your fellow jurors in the deliberations. In your deliberations, give no more and no less weight to the views of a fellow juror just because the juror did or did not take notes. Your notes are not official transcripts. They are personal memory aids, just like the notes of the judge and counsel. Notes are valuable as a stimulant to your memory. On the other hand, you might have made an error in observing or might have made a mistake in transcribing what you heard. Therefore, you are not to use your notes as authority to persuade fellow jurors of the evidence during the trial. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute occurs as to testimony that was presented. In that case, you shall inform the court and request the court read that portion of from the official transcript. You will not rely on your notes to resolve a dispute.
Okay, so in Washington,
If you do
they
have a
can.
dispute, specify what it is in writing, and that portion and only that portion will be read back from the official transcript. With that,
Okay, weren't we talking about that the other day? About transcripts being read back and not being allowed to be read back? Weren't we having this discussion, or did I imagine that? Weren't we talking about that in the Ali trial? How every time a jury has ever asked for a transcript to be read back, they've always said no, we can't do that. But in Washington, I guess they can, apparently. Huh, that's interesting. I wish these rules would just be uniform across all the states because it gets so confusing trying to remembering what state you can do this or that in. It's so hard to keep it straight. Of course, they don't care because they remember what they remember for those states, and they don't care that we're watching all these trials from all these different states. But it gets so confusing because we can't keep it straight.
they elect to use it, the state does have the burden of proof, so they have the right to open and close the arguments. I'll ask them to address you at this time.
Thank you, Judge. May I please the court? Counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You're free to choose, but you're not free to from the consequences of your choices. What did Mr. Soto say in opening statements? This was a case about choices and consequences. And how on June 1st of 2024, that man right there made a fateful choice. Now, what choice did he make? He chose to commit the offense of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon which resulted in serious bodily injury. Let's go over those elements. You heard testimony when it comes to on or about June 1st, 2024, from the investigators that responded to the case, from Investigator Lopez to Amasquita, Mark Vela, Florencio Barrera, how they got a call and they were dispatched to 2420 North Smith Avenue for a shooting call. You heard the victim, Erica. She took the stand and she told you, she testified that she went to Billy Delgado's residence because he called her over because of some issue with her daughter. Let's move on to the second element. In Webb County, Texas. It happened on 2420 North Smith Avenue. I asked Officer Amasquita, and even Erica testified, that residence is located in Laredo, Texas, which is in Webb County. Let's move on to the next element. The defendant, Billy Delgado. What evidence do we have? Well, we saw Officer Amasquita testify. We saw his body cam. You'll be able to take that with you in the back. He confessed. Yeah, I shot her mom. Who's her? Emmy, his daughter, who happens to be Erica's daughter as well. We see Juan Angel Pina surveillance footage, and we see it point blank. Look, it's right there, point blank, aiming a gun right at Erica through the passenger side window. Erica IDs. I heard 3 shots through my windshield, and as I drive by, I see Billy shooting, pointing a gun at me. And let's not forget the forensic scientists that came over and confirmed that there was gunshot residue on Billy Delgado after Mark Vela got samples from his hands and sent it out for testing. But ladies and gentlemen, the most important one, he confessed on June 1st, 2024. He confessed back then, and he took the stand, and he confessed on the stand as well. Check, check, check. All right, let's talk about the next element. Intentionally, knowingly, and or recklessly. Well, it started May 19th, prior to June 1st. Erica and Kayla took the stand, and what did they say? Erica said on May 19th, almost 2 weeks prior to the date in question, Billy told her, enjoy your birthday, because this will be her last one. Kayla overheard that same conversation and could confirm that's what Billy said. So he had a plan already. He had a plan that he wanted to execute. And execute he did. There he is. Look at State's Exhibit 4. He's laying in wait. Erica's up there. You see her coming in a green Kia Soul. He's laying in wait, waiting to ambush her to execute that plan. And execute he did. What did Florencio Barrera say? In my experience, he was about 5 feet away from her. He didn't fire one shot to eliminate a threat like he's going to later claim. He fired 10 rounds. He had a purpose. Walking with a purpose. State's Exhibit 5 will show the other angle of Pina's home surveillance footage. And what is he doing? She pulls over in distraught. He's walking with a purpose, fidgeting with his pockets. Go, look at it. He's fidgeting with his pockets, touching his gun. He goes back to his apartment and he puts his gun. Oh, and what else did he put up there? 2 loaded magazines. He didn't get to finish the purpose he set out for. He gets arrested once Amasquita gets there, and what does he say? I emptied a whole clip in her mother. Again, who's her? Emmy. Mother being Erica. He was in handcuffs in the patrol unit, talking to a neighbor. You can see it on Amasquita's body cam. And what does he tell this neighbor? What am I supposed to do? I'll just deal with the consequences. He took the witness stand as well, and he admitted, yesterday, he took the witness stand and he admitted to shooting her intentionally. Now let me talk about serious bodily injury. Now, you're going to get the law from the court, which you already did. It's right here. The definition of serious bodily injury is here. Let me discuss it quick. Serious bodily injury is bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. What did Dr. Mederos come? He came here on his busy schedule and he took the stand. And what did he say? He said that if I did not intervene and do the medical treatment and surgery on Erica, she would have 100% had a chance of dying. That at any time that he was doing his surgeries, his laparotomies, as he called it, which he did twice, by the way, to save her, that at any moment she could have died. I asked him on page 17 of the medical records, and you'll have him in evidence, what does hemorrhagic shock mean? He defined it for us. And I asked him, if that were to be left untreated, what could it result in? He said death. That her pH levels are below a certain level, to the point that if somebody has them and if they're not treated, they die. That's what she had. pH levels below the level he described to where she could have died. Ladies and gentlemen, bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, check. I think we got that. We've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. But let's continue. He also talked about how, and that's page 17, ladies and gentlemen, on the medical records, they're in evidence, how she lost 4 liters of blood. And I asked him, had they not been replenished, what could have happened, Dr. Mederos? She would have died. And he goes into discussion about, he discusses in detail how much blood she had to be replenished. And it's in the records. He also testified that she's going to suffer from short gut syndrome, meaning a large part of her intestines were cut out and she doesn't have them. It's going to affect her ability to get nutrients, to live a long, healthy life, be able to do certain activities that you and I take for granted. She spent 363 days in the hospital. That's close to a year. Losing a large part of your intestine? Let's go back. Protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Check. This is how that man left her. This is the picture on the right. That's 4 days prior to today. 4 days. And look how we left her. I believe she even testified that she still had a staple. And you can see it right there. Oh, but yes. She did come in walking normally and looked fine. Okay, yes. Serious permanent disfigurement. Check.
She has to wear a girdle to keep her.
I asked Dr. Mederos, are you familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury? And he said yes. I asked him, as to all 3 possible definitions, do the injuries that Erica sustained at the hands of Billy Delgado, would you, in your medical opinion, classify them as serious bodily injury? And he said yes to all 3. As a matter of fact, he took the stand up here and he even said, yes, I caused serious bodily injury to Erica Torres. That's another element that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Now who? Who is our victim? You heard it from the horse's mouth. She came up here, she testified as to what she experienced, what she went through, what she remembers, what she didn't remember, not because she was trying not to remember anything, because she literally couldn't remember because of what he did to her. We saw Pina's home surveillance footage where she's driving her green Kia Soul. And how do we know she was driving the green Kia Soul? Because Kayla testified that she drives the green Kia Soul. Kayla also testified that she was on the phone as Billy was raining bullets at Erica. And again, he confessed back then on June 1st, 2024 to Officer Mesquita, and he confessed again when he took the stand yesterday. Another element met beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about the deadly weapon element now. Deadly weapon. So again, you're given the law by the court, by that man right there, the judge. He gave you the law. It's in here. A deadly weapon, we know automatically, we call it per se in our legal terms, but it's automatically considered a deadly weapon, a firearm. We know State's Exhibit 6 right here. Y'all can check it out. Y'all can take it back and look at it. Investigator Juan Lopez sees a black Torres G3C pistol. I asked Lopez and I asked Mesquita, Officer Mesquita, is a Torres G3C pistol considered a firearm? Yes, it is a firearm. It's meant to kill. We look at Pina's home surveillance footage, and actually I can go back. You can see the firearm he used right there on his hand. Erica described it. And he admits to it too. You can see it on Officer Mesquita's body cam. Where did you put the gun? Oh, and I believe, quote for quote, oh, it's on the chair right there on the black chair. Sure enough, that's where it is, with 2 loaded magazines. And then again, he took the stand yesterday and he testified that he did use a deadly weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, there's another element meant beyond reasonable doubt. Let's go to the final element. So again, the court has provided you the law. Here's the law. This, it's going to be right here with you. You take it there and you go read it and you look into it. You base the evidence and see if it matches, if it qualifies. 71.003, family includes individuals who are former spouses of each other or individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Section 71.0021B talks about dating violence. So in this case, it's committed against the victim, Erica Torres, with whom the actor, that man right there, Billy Delgado, has or has had a dating relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from Erica. They dated since 2018. They got married on March 21st of 2021. They divorced 2025. In between June 1st, 2024 is when the actions that Billy Delgado took, that shooting, happened in between. They were married when he committed that crime. Married. So, satisfied. Oh, they both testified. Erica took the stand. Billy took the stand. Yes, we share a daughter, Emmy. Individuals who are parents of the same child without regard to marriage. Satisfied as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the evidence presented, the state of Texas has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that each element of the offense alleged against Billy Delgado has been satisfied. On top of the mountain of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, he confessed back then. He confessed on the stand yesterday. you should find him guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of aggravated assault of a family member with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury. Now, I anticipate defense is going to come up, and I anticipate that they're going to deflect from the situation at hand. And that's that, not focus on the choice that man made and the consequences that he should be accountable for, but focus on the victim and how she's a bad mother and how she looks fine and how she's a bad person, airing out all her dirty laundry. Ladies and gentlemen, she took the stand herself. She aired her dirty laundry for you. She didn't need them to do it. She went up there and she told her faults. She admitted to them. I also anticipate that they will probably argue that, well, Billy did what he did because he had to defend. In this case, he had to defend. And you're going to go back there and there's going to be a defense of third person. And defense of third person, and again, you have this, it's being to you by the court. It says, under the circumstances as the actor reasonably believes them to be, the actor will be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. And important, the actor reasonably believes that his intervention is immediately, another important word, immediately necessary to protect the third person. Okay, so he's trying to protect Amy from who? This Uncle Louis, who never made an appearance in this case other than just him saying it. As a matter of fact, we brought you Investigator Vaquera. They looked into it, the multidisciplinary team. There was no merit in that allegation. There was nothing there. So why pursue when there's nothing there? They did their job, they investigated it. Protected from him? From Louis? Protect from what? From Erica? Because he was going to take Emmy back to Louis. Well, if I recall from the testimony, Billy was supposed to have Emmy until Sunday. Erica was supposed to pick up Emmy on Sunday. No, he calls her a day before. Hey, I'm having issues with her daughter. Come get her. So a day before Erica's supposed to have Emmy, he calls her over. So he calls Erica, who may be a danger to Emmy, over on his day where he's supposed to have his daughter. Remember, Emmy was in his apartment eating pancakes that he happily was making for her, playing with toys that he gave her, according to his roommate's testimony. What danger was she in? There was no danger. There was no immediate danger. There was no danger at all. He called her over to execute his plan so that he can ambush her and kill her. And he executed that plan, but he failed. And luckily he failed because she was able to come up here and testify for you and tell her what she went through, tell you all what she went through, instead of being 6 feet deep. And go ahead and give the rest of my time to Mr. Sullivan.
All right. Thank you. That was 18 minutes. Defense.
May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let me address you. I'm not going to be yelling at you. I'm not going to be showing you gross pictures to try to deflect you from the issues at hand, okay? So what are the issues at hand? The state seems to believe that it's just an aggravated assault with serious bodily injury. As you see in your jury instructions, you're going to see that it says, when the issue of the application of defense to a third person is raised, which it has in this case, the burden of persuasion is on the prosecution to disprove the justification beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified by the defense of a third person, you must find the defendant not guilty, okay? So they're going to try to disprove defense of a third person by argument, okay? Argument. They didn't put up any evidence up there to say that there was not a defense of a third person. They failed. So it's just
No,
not,
they didn't.
not those things that he showed you up there, check, check, check. He forgot to check this one. Do it. They could have called
There's no
Uncle
imminent
Louis,
threat.
come up here. No, disproved, okay, of our immediate. It had to be an immediate threat. That's why he didn't wait till Sunday. He wanted to take care of it now, okay? If it wasn't immediate, he would wait till Sunday. If he wanted to ambush her and kill her, Sunday she would come over, okay? It didn't flow that way. It doesn't flow right,
What?
right? And he's,
That doesn't make any
Because-
sense.
first of all, if he was abused all these years, would we be here? Probably not, okay? So
We're not.
remember how he's been shaped over these years. He threw a weight at him. They hit him several times. She told you she's been arrested for beating up her own brother. And her words are laying hands on somebody. Okay, she got arrested. Okay, Billy says that she's got friends in high places. Nothing happened to her. You know, we talked about second chances. How many chances does she have? Her brother, Billy, several times. She admitted to drinking with her kids in the back seat. One of her kids. That's a felony offense here in Texas. Anything happen? Okay, keeps going over and over in his mind. That's what he's thinking, okay? And it's in the instructions what a reasonable person is, okay? It tells you at that moment what he's thinking. And
Quit saying
it's just
okay.
not that moment. It's everything that pushed you to that moment, okay? The abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, the physical abuse, it shaped him, okay? I can't get any help, okay? Because of her friends. Nothing's going to happen. He's had enough. Now something's happened to his daughter, so he's got to act. And he acted. That's what it was. Now, there is a jury instruction for that. The state can't disprove it that he did it to defend his daughter, okay? She's being abused. They even told you during voir dire, I believe. They said, we have a single witness rule. All we need is one witness. The state always does that. Well, in this case, we have one witness of the abuse, and guess what? It doesn't matter. Doesn't apply. It doesn't apply now. He heard it. Did you go talk to the guy that did it? He just got out of prison. If I was a cop, that's what I would do. The guy got out of prison. Let me go see what he wants to tell me. Okay, maybe he'll confess. I don't know. I called him. I couldn't find him. It's good enough for me. She didn't say anything. Her mom just got shot. Dad's in jail. The kid clams up. And the end of the case. That's the end of the case. Okay? The kid goes back to the same situation, the same family where the abuses occurred to Mr. Delgado and to her. That's the end of that case right there. And who knows what that child's going to be a product of in the future because of all the abuse that's going on. It's, we weren't disputing any, we saw the video, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't need to bring an expert to say there was gun residue, okay? Nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing the shooting. We're disputing why it was shot. Why did he shoot? Okay, that's the whole issue. Do you need to take a look at the at this? We have instruction. The judge thought that it weren't merit for you to take a look at. Okay, that's why it's on here. There's evidence to back it up. If there was no evidence, we wouldn't get this instruction. So we have evidence. Take a look at it. The state has to disprove it before you get to a guilty verdict. Okay. They didn't put on any evidence to disprove it. They're going to try to argue it. What the lawyers say is not evidence. Okay? What lawyers say up here is not evidence. It's what comes out of that witness chair. Whoever's up there. All right? You heard Erica Sizer say she had it on speakerphone, and I could hear Billy was calling. Billy was calling where it said, it's going to be your last birthday. When Erica testifies, what does she say? Go drop off the kid. He straps her in, comes over to my car, and says, it's going to be your last birthday. So they didn't get the story straight, all right? Because there's two different versions, all right? So it's different. And why would he say that? Why would if he wants to kill her? I mean, just do it.
Both
Could have done it right there
versions
when
had
dropped
him saying
off the kid. Why didn't he do it? Because it's not true, all right? He had plenty of opportunities, plenty of abusive situations when he got dropped off in the middle of the night. Hey, leave the house. I don't care. They're stuck in traffic. They're trying to exit so they can drop her off going to San Antonio. What does she do? Gets her kids and starts walking down the freeway. I mean, what kind of mother does that? Okay? Wait till you drop me off so my kids are safe. It's not about your kids being safe, okay? It's about her. All right? It's unfortunate that she got shot. It's horrible. Billy told you. I regret it.
Unfortunate.
You know, I didn't want to shoot her, but he had to do it to protect his daughter. Right? In his mind, it was just that moment. And I told you during voir dire, I said, if I could judge you
It's
for your
unfortunate.
worst 5 minutes of your life, you know, what would be my verdict on you? All right? And that's what you're going to be doing to Billy. 5 minutes when you should be considering the 4 years that we're together. All right? Take a look at the entire picture. Don't focus in on what they're trying to show you. They're going to show you gross things and bad things, and they say all these things.
So it was okay to shoot
Do you
her.
really need to get those issues proved? I mean, really, it was a shooting. She's injured. She was the wife. They've already done that. Get to the good stuff, okay? Show me how you disproved that the little kid was not abused, that he was trying to protect her. Show me that. They're going to have words. They're not going to have evidence, okay? No evidence. So they can't disprove that.
There was no imminent
And
danger.
because of all that, you have to find him not guilty because they can't disprove it. It's their burden, not mine. I raised the issue. They needed to put up evidence. They didn't do it. So it's a verdict of not guilty. That's the reason you get to not guilty. Not because there was no weapon, not because they weren't dating, not because of the other issues. It's because of that. Okay? And all of this was focused toward a prosecution, and it's more vindictive. It's more of anything. I mean, who would take pictures of your daughter to go show your granddaughter or to have her later so she can examine it? I mean, nobody does that. Those are horrible pictures.
Nobody?
To be able to show, to come back, look
What?
what your dad did. Okay? God is just absolutely incredible. All right? And, you know, they were praying because she made it. But prayer is, forgive for my sins. It's me, right?
Oh, no.
So
Oh,
in this
no,
case, that
he
doesn't
didn't.
apply. It's all vindictive,
No,
okay?
he didn't. What the?
Mr. Delgado's already been punished for a lot, all right?
No,
A
the
lot of
Bible
abuse,
says?
a lot of,
Do you know what else? Do you know what
torment that
else
he's
the
been-
Bible says? The Bible says an eye for an eye, too. You cannot just take one thing out of context and say the Bible says. Sir, where did you go to Sunday school? What the fudge?
through, and was his expression when he couldn't do anything to protect himself. He had to protect his daughter, and he acted. Okay? Make the state prove all the elements of the offense, which includes now the justification. Can they disprove it? Did they put up any evidence? They didn't put any evidence. Okay? That's tough stuff, but remember what lawyers say is not evidence. It's not. So in your back of your mind, when he's talking about there's no justification, make him go back and say, that was my evidence. So you can analyze that. Check with your notes, okay? And as for the Delgado family sitting over here, and Mr. Delgado, we thank you for listening to our case, okay?
I just thought you were being sarcastic. StreamYard. My chat likes me this way. Do not mute me.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Defense just came up here and told you he's not going to show you any gross pictures. He's not going to do any of that stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, these pictures.
All right, StreamYard. You're getting on my last nerve, StreamYard. Knock it off. Prince Ali, fabulous he, Alia Babwa. Genuflect, show some respect. Handsome is he, I think.
What his client did that day. These are the results of what Billy Delgado did to Erica Torres. As she drove up, innocently unsuspecting of the assault that she was about to suffer. I'm sorry that he thinks this is gross, but this is Erica's life now because of what the defendant did. Now, he said his client's been through torment, that he's been through a lot. What has Erica been through? Billy Delgado's a healthy young man. He can walk, he can talk, he can jump, he can run. Erica fought for her life. She has bullet holes to remember every single shot she received from him. And then he told you they brought words. That the state only brought words, that we didn't bring evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we brought a mountain of evidence. We brought a confession. He even told you on the stand, I did it. He confessed to every single element of the offense. And I want to grab your jury charge, please, and let's page 5. If you look at that top line, it says, under the justification, because this is what they're arguing. He's saying that they have a justification. If you look at that top line, under the circumstances, as the actor reasonably believes them to be, and pay attention to that word, reasonably believes. The actor would be justified in using force to protect himself against the unlawful force he reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect. Now, reasonably believes. To reasonably believe, you must be able to use what? Reason. You must be able to reason with what you're doing. Yet, when he took the stand and asked him, shooting Erica, I blacked out. When I asked him about shooting her multiple times, do you remember? I don't remember. I can't remember. He conveniently blacked out. He conveniently doesn't remember. He remembers being in the apartment, and he remembers the cop showing up. Where was he able to formulate his reason when he's conveniently blacking out throughout this entire process that he can't recall? Ladies and gentlemen, it's an excuse. This is a lie. Another lie by the defendant. Just another excuse to justify his actions of what he did to Erica that day. It's the same way he made up the lie about this supposed assault against his daughter. Defendant. He's the only person Because Emmy's never told anybody else. She's never told anybody else about it. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you see believes, you need to prove and. Because that's the next word. The next word means that reasonably believes to be threatening the third person he seeks to protect, and. So you need to do both. You need both for the justification of defense of third person. So, and the actor reasonably believes, so again, he's got to use reason, but apparently he was blacked out through this entire process. Blacked out because he couldn't recall what he did. He couldn't remember thinking about what to do or how he did it because he was blacked out. The actor reasonably believes that his intention is immediately at that point to protect the third person. The third person, Emmy, who's in the apartment upstairs, that he left.
Like, right now, we're missing Ozzy's funeral procession. Why is there court today? It's Ozzy's funeral. Why is there court? I don't care if it's happening across the ocean. There shouldn't be court today. The recovered memory. Was that the satanic panic thing with the... Oh, no, that was the... Yeah, I remember that. That was where therapists were hypnotizing kids and they were having false memories that they'd been abused and stuff. But they really weren't. And it was causing havoc in families and stuff.
She said Billy dropped off some toys and he told Emmy to play and for me to watch her, that he was going to go talk to Erica. There's no immediacy. The immediate danger. There's no Uncle Louie, the supposed cry wolf that at outside. I'm here, Billy. I'm here. He called Erica over to the house. He told her, get here now. Come pick up Emmy. I can't do this no more. Why lure her there? If you're going to do the right thing, LLPD. Do what a normal person would do. Call the police or say, hey, Erica, look, I'm not going to give Emmy back. We need to figure out what to do about this. Okay? I'm going to keep her. I'm going to keep her with me. I'll give her back to you after we talk to the police. There was no immediacy, ladies and gentlemen. There was no immediacy. So this doesn't apply. When the issue of the application of prosecution to disprove, but I told you we can't disprove that. That we can't disprove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's like I told you in Vordaer. This is common sense. We use common sense every day. Every day. You heard the defendant. I blacked out. I blacked out. I blacked out. There's no evidence for his reasonableness. There's no immediate. Again, just another excuse. So let's talk about what this case is really about. Like I said, defense would
Some days StreamYard wants to work, and other days StreamYard does not.
Well, then why Erica? Why shoot Erica? She didn't do this. If you were triggered by this, she's not the one who. I mean, if this is supposed incident that happened pushed you over the limit, she's the wrong person. Why not take the proper measures like I just told you? Call the police. He bragged about his family being in law enforcement, how his grandmother was the captain of police. If that's the case, then you know police will do a good call and take the proper measures like a normal person. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't get to take justice and be the judge in this case. What he did is not justified by any circumstance. What he did to the mother of his child. And that case was closed. There was no evidence. There was no outcry. The child was interviewed by a trained professional in a controlled environment, in a comfortable situation where there was no time limit. And Investigator Vaquera told you, the child never outcried to any abuse. They gave her a doll to even say, you know, where has anyone ever touched you in any of these places? She never outcried. They gave her anatomical drawing, she outlined a human body, and they asked, do you know your private parts? You know, are these areas that no one's supposed to touch you, right? And has anyone ever touched you here? She never outcried after all the opportunities that she had. So of course the case was closed, because that was just an excuse, a lie that the defendant made up to shoot and to try to kill Erica Torres that day. Defense would have you believe that Billy is a victim of violence. He's a victim of violence. Based off a 2-minute and 30-second video. A self-serving video. I know all the buttons to press. I know what to do to upset her. And if at that point in time, after I've riled her up, and I say, oh, leave me alone, hold on. Let me put it in selfie mode real quick. Okay. Stop! Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, come on. That was a self-serving video. We didn't see the circumstances leading up to that. Erica told you herself. She took ownership. She said, I needed to get to San Antonio. Well, why didn't you get off? He was driving on the highway. I couldn't get off. Well, why didn't you try exiting the vehicle? It was moving. My kids were in the back. And why were you so concerned? Because if I missed court, I would get arrested. And I would stay in custody until I had court. And I didn't want a warrant out for my arrest. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, she was upset. She was upset because she was being held against her will, when the defendant had told her that he would take her to court in San Antonio. But in the video you hear her say, we were late. We weren't making it.
Better late than never.
After getting 2 trailers and walked to the truck stop, waiting for her mom to pick her up. And you saw in the video the defense like, no, please, yeah, I'm tired of this. And what does he do? He looks down to make sure that he's showing his face. Y'all saw him, he looked down. And then, oh, we're gonna crash. What does he do? Afterwards, he pulls up the phone, he's like, all right, let me take it off selfie mode, let me close it. Yes, he was very concerned about crashing while trying to record a video after he had after he was starting a fight, after he was fighting with Ms. Torres, and she was upset because she didn't want to get arrested. I don't blame him. I don't blame him for not wanting to get arrested. Nobody wants to get arrested. And meanwhile, being right, because she couldn't get out of the movie. Defense would have his daughter. There was no threat. Emmy was upstairs, locked, or not locked, but in a room with the door closed. I'll have you, Erica Estrada, she said on the stand that the door was closed while she was in the room with Emmy. The front door to the apartment was closed, and Billy Delgado walked
Why, StreamYard? Why you want to do me this way?
outside, apparently conveniently to his benefit. He was blacked out, but he told you, I always carry my gun. I always have my gun. It's small enough for me to carry it. I'm not a convicted felon. I can carry a gun. Ladies and gentlemen, where's Erica? Erica didn't her engine and pull up. No, she's just pulling up nice. Pick up Emmy. And what does she hear? Bang, 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 bang. Yes, Mr. Delgado felt threatened. Ladies and gentlemen, common sense. And most importantly, he called Erica to come over. That's what you need to go back to every single time. He called her there. It wasn't her day. It wasn't her time to pick up Emmy. Emmy was supposed to get picked up on Sunday. It was his visitation. But the defendant lured her there. Why? Because he wanted to ambush her. He wanted to attack her and knew that she wouldn't stand a chance, that she wouldn't suspect it. He wanted to kill her. Like I told you, this case is about choices and consequences. We all have free will to make choices. You heard Sharon Estrada. Billy was making pancakes that morning. He looked at peace. He looked at peace. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're upset and if Emmy told him this the night before, why not call PD that night? Why not call Erica that night? The moment you just got told that when he claims that his daughter, she jumped in my arms and she was crying. Get the phone. It's not like LPD only works 8 to 5. Call her mother. Let her know. Call the police. I just got told this. No, ladies and gentlemen, because that didn't happen. Erica testified. Billy called her to come over to his apartment to immediately pick up their daughter. He told her, get here now. She told you she was at a friend's house. She dropped what she was doing because she said, Billy told her, get here now. Come pick up Emmy. There was no immediacy. Billy created the situation. He created the situation he wanted. He made a plan to execute Erica Torres. What did Dr. Medeiros tell you? When we asked him about serious bodily injury, all the different definitions, he said, she did everything but die. So we met serious bodily injury. She lost her blood volume. She will have difficulties for the rest of her life, and she will need to be monitored because she will never have a normal life ever again. But at least she can walk normally, or look like she walks normally. Use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. We brought you the pieces of the puzzle. Remember? I said we were going to bring you the pieces of the puzzle, and it may not be a complete puzzle out. We brought you the video. We brought you the interview. He looked like nothing. You know, instead of saying, how's Erica? Is Erica okay? Is Erica okay? Instead, he's like, look at my rap sheet. Look at her rap sheet. I don't got nothing. She's been arrested. In his eyes, he thinks of her as less than dirt. Look at the way he treated her that day, the mother of his child, and ambushed her that day. So we've brought you the videos, we've brought you the opportunity that he had, we've shown it to you. The weapon and the casings, all 10 casings. We didn't just bring you the casings, we brought you all of them. All 10 opportunities he had to kill her. The confession. He told you he did it. He told you here to your face that he did it. Not only did you see that, he said, I did it. I shot the mother of my child. I'll have consequences. Here, in court, on the stand, you saw her serious bodily injury with Dr. Medeiros. And they were still married the date of the assault and share a child. So we've proven our case. We've proven that on or about June 1st, 2024, in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Billy Delgado, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury. Remember, I told you in voir dire, intentionally, someone directly point a gun at right in front of them, boom. That's intentionally. Knowingly, you see a group of people together, you shoot, you know you're going to hit them if you're aiming at the crowd and they're all jam-packed together. And I said recklessly. When I explained recklessly was that you can appreciate the standard, but you do a gross deviation from it, regardless of the outcome of your actions. Right? Even if you, Delgado says, well, I was just shooting at the car, I wasn't shooting at her. You shoot at a car with somebody in it, you're disregarding the fact that they could get hit. You're disregarding the fact that they could die. You're disregarding the fact that they could get seriously injured. And he did all of those. He intentionally shot at the car. He knew she was going to get shot. And he disregarded that fact when he recklessly shot at her in the car. So all of those three intentional elements are met. And used or exhibited a deadly weapon. A firearm, automatically a deadly weapon. And he also admitted to you, yes, I used a deadly weapon on the stand. During the commission of the assault, namely a firearm and or a G3C 9mm Torres. This is what he used that day, ladies and gentlemen. Not only what he used in the firearm that he was carrying, this is the one that he likes to carry, right? Has he told you that he always carries a gun? But he was also accompanied by its two buddies, 2 loaded magazines. Ladies and gentlemen, he had one intent that day. It wasn't to talk to Erica. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to hurt her. He wanted to remove Erica from Emmy's life for his own personal, selfish motives. And like I said, we've satisfied the family dating relationship. You heard about it. Entire relationship, right? You know the truth. Remember in voir dire, I told you, can we know exactly 100% exactly what happened that day? No, right? I told you. Because the only way to know is if you're there, if you saw it. Can we show you? You saw it with your own eyes. You all saw the actions, the lack of remorse. At no point was there any hesitation. And you'll see the video, play it as many times as you want. She pulls up, and without hesitation, after the other. He's not moving. And I know that there was some argument by defense, well, if he wanted to kill her, he could have killed her. Ladies and gentlemen.
He tried.
If this is the car, he was right there in front of it. He was trying his best to aim. He had a mission that day. But what do we have? We have Billy Delgado, still hiding behind excuses. I blacked out, or I did it for my daughter. Which one is it? You can't have both. You can't have both, ladies and gentlemen. I did it for my daughter to protect her. Okay, well, then you did it? Well, no, I blacked out. Those are completely contradicting statements. That doesn't make sense at all. You did it because you wanted to protect your daughter, but you don't remember doing it because you blacked out? You know why that doesn't make sense? Because it's a lie. It's an excuse for his actions. His own mom told LPD. She testified. She didn't believe Billy. She doubted him. She told LPD, there's no way. She told you on the stand. Yes, I said there's no way this could happen to Emily. She would have told me. Emily.
StreamYard, stop. You're aggravating me.
Your own mom doesn't even believe you. And she tried to stop him. You heard her. That she was talking to him right before he did it. Was he blacked out? Or was he using me to talk to him? Because he told her, watch this, and then he put his phone in his pocket and boom, 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 boom. But he was blacked out, like he told me, right? He was blacked out. No, ladies and gentlemen. He was trying to execute his own motives. He had an agenda. He had a plan to lure Erica there and execute her. Sharon Estrada, she talked about the box of toys. But I want to talk to you about how, did you hear how she said it? She said it on her own. He looked calm. He looked at peace that morning. If he was so triggered, if he was so bothered by what he heard the night before, how are you getting in the morning looking calm at peace? I would be ringing the phones. I'd be ringing the bell. I'd be at LPD banging on the door saying, open up, we're going to talk about this. And I'd be there with my daughter saying something.
I thought that was weird that she
Remember
was
Fort Dyer
afraid.
when we discussed unhealthy relationships? I asked you, I talked to you all about unhealthy relationships, and we discussed how, yes, maybe we or people we know are involved in unhealthy or toxic relationships. And I asked you all, I said, if someone chose to stay, or if they were part of an unhealthy relationship, and is that abuse justified? And you all took a note and you all said, no. Just because somebody is part of an abusive relationship, or they were part of an abusive relationship, that doesn't mean that their abuse should go unpunished, that it should be allowed. You all said that and you all agreed. And that's why we're here, to hold Billy Delgado to his actions. It is time for him to face his consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, Erica Torres, she fought for her life. She fought for her life to be here to tell you her story. All 363 days, she fought for her life so that she could have her day in court. And she could come and she could take this stand and tell you about the pain, the suffering, and the actions that Mr. Delgado caused to her. Multiple individuals testified. They said that they believed she was going to die. Officer Luis Castillo, off duty, told you, I was pretty sure she was going to die in front of me. Dr. Madero said, she did not receive medical review. I was trying to get to the hospital. I didn't want to die. Kayla told you, Kayla de la Cruz, she told you she needed to get to the hospital. She was going to die. And let me remind you about something. Erica Torres is not on trial. This is called the state of Texas. The victim is not on trial here. She is not on trial. Why? Because she is the victim. Billy Delgado made his choices, and now it's time for him to face the consequences. So, when I'm done here, you'll go to the back. You're going to turn to the verdict, and it says, "We, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault, causes serious injury with a deadly weapon to a family member of the first degree." Under guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you with the exception of Pedroza and Mr. Nunez, if you would stay with us momentarily. I need to talk to you all outside the presence of the other folks, because they may have some stuff in the jury room. I'm going to let them come in there and get whatever they left, and then as alternates, they're going to be excused. So once they leave, you begin your deliberations and only discuss the case when all 12 of you are in the room. If somebody goes to the restroom, stop the deliberations and wait till they return. So we will await your unanimous verdict. If those two jurors would stay with us momentarily, would everyone rise as the jury goes to the jury room?
All right.
You were the alternates on the case. I appreciate your service. Do you have anything in the jury room? Okay. Go ahead and get that, and then you're free to go with our thing. There's a new law that says what I'm supposed to do is put you in a closet and keep you here. But that is need you. So thank you for being here. Wasted. Everything I told you about is now lifted. Sometimes the lawyer talk to you, or you're welcome.
During deliberation.
All right, we're in
You
recess.
did it
so you can
wrong,
see
Judge.
everyone.
Not how that works. They do things weird in Washington. Well, what are we gonna do now, y'all? Now we got two juries out deliberating. This is a first. I gotta figure out what to watch. Y'all don't want to sit here and watch me diamond paint.
Carla. Well, there's a trial in Jacksonville, but it's on. But that would be a hard catch up. It would be. It would be done probably before we could get caught up. Okay, this is about the Brian Walsh case.
We want to turn now to Massachusetts for the dismembered, murdered wife case of Brian Walsh. Now, he was back in court this week for a pretrial hearing. Now, Walsh is accused of killing his wife, Anna, on January 1st of 2023. Her body has never been found. Now, prosecutors allege that he killed her after finding out that she was having an affair. Now, during the hearing this week, the defense argued to have the first-degree murder charge against Walsh dismissed, claiming there is no evidence of premeditation to support the prosecutor's claims. Now, we're bringing you that hearing now. We begin with the defense attorney, Larry Tipton.
I know the government wants, and they've said it to the public, but they're just wrong. Mr. Walsh did not know about an affair, period. What AK, and I'll just use the initials that I did in the memo, what AK told the grand jury was that Anna Walsh had talked about telling Mr. Walsh she had a crush on someone. There was no testimony by AK that Anna Walsh discussed with her.
Does that attorney have bottoms on with that blazer? Why is she showing so much leg in court? Like, seriously. Does she just have a blazer on and then nothing underneath? What is up with that? Dress for court, people. You're an officer of the court. What are you doing?
That Mr. Walsh knew about the affair. It was ongoing.
I don't think that's correct, counsel.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
You're fine. I'm thankful for you finding what you find because I have a horrible time finding cases. So you're fine. I'm just thankful you have found the ones you found for me.
What I have in mind from reading. I just need to find the right piece of paper. But I will. AK testified that.
Hold up. How do they know she was dismembered if they have not found her body? Did they find dismembering tools with her blood on it? Like, I don't know much about this case. I want to do the trial, but I don't know much about the case. And they haven't found a body, but she was dismembered. Okay.
The defendant told Anna that his mother
I
had told
said,
him that Anna was going to leave him for a guy.
I said, I don't understand why. It's got to be StreamYard because I don't ever touch anything on the mic. I said, I don't understand how they know she was dismembered if they haven't found her body. Unless they found tools with her blood and or tissue on it. Because how else do they know if they haven't found her body yet?
DC and take the kids, and that he believed that. That was her testimony.
I'm trying to think of that specific, I recall that specific testimony, but I don't think, I thought it said that, well,
59 to 60 of the transcript.
all right. Can you pull that up?
Your Honor, do you have a date from that grand jury?
March 8th, 2023.
Thank you.
The defendant told the police in his January 4th interview that he had access to Anna's iMessenger on his phone and some access to her Instagram. Those are the two ways that Anna communicated with WF per his testimony. Also before the grand jury was that he, the defendant, searched WF's name 6 times on December 25th, 2022. That there were 20-something, 21, 25 searches between the 26th and January 1st on his Instagram account. They don't know where they are too. Also before them were the messages between WF and Anna, which leave little doubt that there was an affair going on.
If I may inquire.
I've got to assess the evidence that was before the grand jury.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I get that she's dead. I can buy that. But how do they know she was dismembered if they haven't found the body? I get that there's, sure, evidence that she's no longer alive. But how do they know she was dismembered? Unless they found tools that have her blood and her tissue on it. So I guess that's going to come down to I won't know what evidence they have until I watch the trial. Yeah, and that is why I want to watch this. Because I want to see if Proctor and Lally was stupid on this case too. Because, like, the Karen Reed case, that felt more purposeful. Like, with the Karen Reed, it felt like they were using her as a scapegoat. That was purposefully, like, it felt like she was framed. Like, that was purpose. That wasn't just, we're stupid and we didn't do things correctly. I mean, it was some of that, but more so, yeah, it's another Massachusetts one. And this one, though, he is guilty, or at least from what I've heard, he seems to be guilty. And it's going to be sad if he gets off because of Proctor and Lally being being Proctor and Lally.
Evidence that was before them with regard to whether there was an affair going on and whether he knew about it, right?
Well, that's not the entirety. I'm sorry, Judge. I don't.
Well, that's some of it.
That's some of it. It's not the entirety, though, because the entirety also includes the testimony of the other testimony of AK and the other testimony of WF. And that testimony from WF was specific that him and WF and Anna were talking about their affair and that she wanted to tell Mr. Walsh about it, that she would, quote, be devastated if he learned about it. And then there's this conversation about his mother hiring the psychic and that's where that came from. Hiring a psychic that told her, the mother, that Anna Walsh may leave the defendant for someone in D.C. And then WF specifically about Mr. Walsh knowing, I'm going to paraphrase, knowing about the affair? No. Was there any conversation about whether she had told him about the affair? She wanted to tell him about the affair at some point.
Doesn't that evidence go to the issue of whether or not Anna knew that Brian knew about the affair, not whether Brian knew about the affair?
Well, when the court recites the fact that if we assume for purposes of this motion that Mr. Walsh is the one that reached out and tried to search for WF, how does that show, how does that demonstrate reasonable and trustworthy and reliable facts, articulable facts, that he knew about, quote, an affair, as opposed to the simple truth that was presented to the grand jury that she had a crush on?
Well, let's put aside the searches on the searches on the December 25th. Put aside the 21 other searches between those dates. And just focus on his admission to the police on the 4th, of his access to her Instagram and to her iMessenger, and WF's exhibits of the messages between Anna and himself. As I said, there's little doubt, based on what's in there, you know what's in there, that there was an affair going on, right?
And you're referencing the messaging between Anna and WF.
Correct, which the defendant told the police 4th of January access to that during his interview.
He may
That was
have,
before the grand jury too.
he may have told, he in fact told the police that, yes, he had access to it. He never told the police that he read those text messages. He saw those text messages.
Isn't that a reasonable inference?
Why would it be? Why would it be able to access messaging, but there's no, that he has access to it, but then in fact he did? Why is that?
I don't think that was his, I don't think that's his language on 1-4, but that he had access to it. It sounded, I'll go back and listen to it again, but my memory of it was that they were coming up on his phone.
Okay.
But I'll go back and refresh that. But what did you want to, so this idea, this notion that that there's no evidence supporting the fact that he knew of the affair just doesn't seem to me to be a fair assessment of the evidence that was before the grand jury.
Is this the case that Lolly testified in the other day? No, I didn't watch it. I watched Peter's video about it. Peter did a video and I got interrupted and didn't get to finish it. But Peter did a video on Lally's testimony and how disturbing it was to him as a lawyer that Lally just didn't care. Like he was just didn't give a crap that all this had happened, that he didn't have the search warrants that he needed, and that he wasn't bugging the crap out of Proctor to give him the affidavits that he needed to get the search warrants or whatever. I don't know how that works, but you know what I mean. And Peter was just like, there's no way a prosecutor should behave this way. Yeah, Proctor no-showed because he was on vacation. But he shouldn't have no-showed. He should have at least said, look, I had this vacation planned ahead of time. I can't be there. But no, he no-showed, and he knows better. And he thinks he's going to get his job back? Not doing crap like that. Come on, computer. What are you doing now?
Let's bring back in our guest still with us to discuss criminal defense attorney.
No, can we not have a guest?
And former assistant prosecutor Franz Borghardt. All right, Franz, here's where we are. The defense is essentially arguing that this first-degree murder charge shouldn't go forward. Of course, that requires some sort of premeditation. The way they're getting there is they're saying that he
consistently, throughout his interviews, as I know them with the police, averred that he wasn't having an affair, and he didn't believe she was either.
So turning back to that now, Judge, line 11 at page 60. Anna can believe what she wants to believe. There is no factual basis presented to the grand jury that Brian Walsh did, in fact, believe that. In fact, the evidence presented
Believe what?
that she was having an affair. In fact, there's testimony at the grand jury that this psychic investigation was revealed by Brian to Anna Walsh. So how is it then that when people are sharing information and nothing happens at that time, nothing untoward at all happens at that time, that the government can then move on and pile another inference on top of that inference and say, therefore, Brian Walsh believed there was an affair, and therefore Brian Walsh acted on that belief, and therefore there's evidence of premeditation as opposed to motive or whatever. But how can a grand jury be permitted to pile inference on inference when that's what the government is at, if in fact that's what the government intends? That's what occurred. There is no trustworthy, reliable information that Brian Walsh believed or knew about an affair. And when you consider the testimony of WF at the grand jury, and the testimony in conjunction with AK, did she ever say he was jealous?
Counsel, let's circle back to those December 25th, 2022, the 6 searches with regard to William Fasto on that day. So there are 6 searches that are done on a device that's attributed to Mr. Walsh for Mr. Fasto's name on December 25th.
Yes.
I think it's just randomly searching the guy's name on December 25th, the day that his wife is supposed to be coming home and missed her flight.
Well, he's trying to find out where she is, but late, and she ultimately on the 25th, and she misses the flight, and she has to drive up.
And she thinks of William Fasto, or he thinks of William Fasto.
Well, he's also reaching out to others, I believe.
He didn't, as far as I know, the only information before the court from the materials that were in the grand jury is he searches William Fasto's name 6 times that day.
Okay, but William, she's already, if you believe what was presented to the grand jury, and that's the constraint we're under right now.
Sure.
She, according to AK, she told Mr. Walsh she had a crush on WF. So why wouldn't he, if your spouse says, I have a crush on this person, the other spouse is not allowed to say what that other person is.
When does, and this is out for grabs for either side, I have a question with regard to the evidence for the grand jury.
Why would you tell your
Step aside here, but before we take a break, I do need to update Court TV is tracking in Washington State. Closing argument are scheduled for Monday in the high school last October. The jury will weigh charges of second-degree attempted murder and first-degree and second-degree assault. In Florida, jury deliberations are currently underway in the penalty phase of the in-law massacre case against Shelby Neely. Now, they've been deliberating for just under an hour. Now, this is a life or death decision. The jury must decide if he should get life or the death penalty for killing his wife's parents and her brother back in 2018. Now, he admitted to killing them after they became suspicious of what happened to their daughter, Jamie, who was killed months earlier. Also in Florida, the woman who was convicted in the tortured son murder trial wants a new trial. Shanda Vander Ark is serving a life sentence without parole for the death of her son, Timothy Ferguson. Vander Ark claims that she had ineffective assistance of counsel and was mentally incompetent to continue her trial. Now, during a hearing today, both sides argued their cases before the judge.
Giving her first day of testimony, she had a medical issue. She was in some sort of distress. Coming back the next day, it seemed pretty.
I want to get you back now to that pretrial hearing in the dismembered wife murder case in Massachusetts. Now, the attorney for defendant Brian Walsh is fighting to get that first-degree murder charge against him dismissed ahead of his October trial date. Let's listen in to more of the arguments.
It's clear that there was sufficient evidence before the grand jury that this marriage was in distress over the issues relating to his then pending federal sentence and the implications of that on their life and where the children lived. It was clear that AK was seeing something different than she had ever seen before in her friend, in her demeanor. She mentions that in her, which a reasonable inference could be based on the context of that, which was she was talking about her marriage and the failings of her marriage, that their marriage was under stress. So while I credit you that this notion that he planned this by ordering or by inviting Jem over, there doesn't seem to be any evidence before the grand jury that I can see. They'll argue otherwise, perhaps.
And let me respond to some of that, though, Judge, some of the themes of what you just said. Once again, I'm going to very quickly refer to AK's testimony. Yes, friends with Anna Walsh, recited conversations with Anna Walsh, was asked specifically, did she ever talk about divorce? No. No. What did she talk about? She talked about the frustration of not having the 3 kids in D.C. and the time it was. Who was Anna Walsh angry with? She was upset with Brian, but she was angry at his lawyer because she thought the lawyer was the one setting up this idea that the kids had to, the 3 children had to stay in Cohasset. That wasn't Brian's doing. The government tries to argue that, but that's not what the grand jury heard. Also, AK testified initially.
But what the jury heard is she was angry with him because she had learned that it was not the FBI, but rather Brian himself that was delaying the sentence. Delaying the trial or the resolution of that case.
And she goes on to Walsh then was talking about Mr. Walsh, Brian, had to take responsibility and that they needed to work through this.
Right.
And that's exactly what they were doing. To suggest that stressors, serious stressors that have been going on for some time, somehow transform into motive to kill, malice, or premeditation is once again an inference that is not supported. It is, somebody can dream up the inference like the government is doing here, but it doesn't rest on the facts, and it doesn't rest on the entirety of the testimony of of AK. The same thing with the WF testimony. You know, if what the grand jury heard was, yes, there was conversations, but there was never the only conversation that he recalled where divorce was mentioned was in terms of, quote, protecting assets. Protecting assets. And I will just, that's it. That's all he recalled. And when the assets may have been the life insurance. It might have been the value of the condominium, $1.3 million. It might have been the other properties they owned. They were renting the Cohasset property, but maybe the other properties. But here is WF being asked a myriad of questions about, well, didn't she talk about this? Didn't she talk about that? No. She always, quote, I'm not quoting, paraphrasing. WF said that what Anna Walsh described Brian was basically this wonderful man. That doesn't sound like, and it can't be used to now construct some argument that whatever stressors were going on in the family then can be used to establish premeditation or malice in the forms. It is, as we say, it is piling inference on inference. And doing so is violation of due process in Article 12 because the grand jury wasn't presented that type of evidence. It is the inferences that are being constructed by the Commonwealth that aren't grounded in articulable facts, plain and simple. The other thing is about the money. They'd already started paying the money back. This idea constructed out of whole cloth that somehow one of his motives was to murder his wife so he gets access to monies so he can pay $450,000 that they'd already started paying for, and they had all these properties, just defies logic.
Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Franz Borghardt. And Franz, you know, this defense attorney, he's doing, you know.
Okay, I'm confused. What money did they have to pay back? And why was she in DC and couldn't see her children? I'm confused. There's more to this case than just he killed her because he was jealous. I don't know what's going on. So, if you know, Judy, can you put it in the chat? Because I'm confused. I only wanted to do this trial because of Proctor and Molly's and whoever else's involvement. But there's more to this than I knew about, and so now I'm confused.
A yeoman's job. I think he's doing a great job making the arguments, but he's got a tough road to hoe here because at the end of the day, there are a limit of evidence to argue X, Y, or Z, but at the end of the
of his arguments, she's saying, well, how do you address this or how do you address that? And that is a good thing. And the good thing for both sides is by her doing that.
The attempted murder of her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. Instead,
Lori, right in prison.
The Commonwealth counters that there's ample evidence showing that Walsh was aware
of payment in that docket, because if there was evidence of payment in the docket, then it would be fair to say that they had evidence before them. Often, in my experience, when restitution is paid, it may not have happened here because the sentence doesn't happen until 2024. But that would have been certainly something that would have been noted. And they did get darn close, it looks like, from my recollection of my review of that docket to a sentencing. But then I don't know what happened, but they retreated.
So if the grand jury
So they do have evidence in his statements that some restitution was
Yes.
paid.
And they did not hear any evidence that there was some conflict about, or some argument about the amount to be paid back. There's nothing like that presented to the grand jury. There was the stresses revolved around primarily the three children in the DC. And once again, AK testified about the plans that both Brian and Anna Walsh were trying to make to move the three kids up to DC. So what you have is testimony of stresses in a family grounded in what we'd all believe would be true. Three young children living in one place, mother living in another, and they're trying to work this out, and it's taking longer than expected. How does that become a reasonable, articulable, and trustworthy fact to build a premise that that's stretched to premeditated murder or malice in any of its forms? It's pure conjecture, it's speculation, and it can't be the basis for this indictment. I don't want to keep going on here. I would like just to make clear something here before I sit down. And you can shut me down, Judge. I know you will if you want to, but it is this Riley thing. And let me just say briefly, I would be happy.
I won't shut you down because I'm not sure, I'm still not convinced that it's relevant to the decision I need to make on this motion, but
Okay.
it's certainly going to be relevant later, so that the earlier I get educated, the better.
So let me try to make the argument that it is relevant.
Okay.
Because we do argue it. What we're saying basically is that the grand jury has to hear the elements of the offenses that are encapsulated in 265.1 statutory language. It's not, there's two separate bodies of law. 265.1, that covers all the theories, but that is a procedural issue. It's a little substantive, but it's checked, and I believe, the way I interpret Riley, to say this: you have to present the elements. And for some reason, the way the justice wrote that opinion in Riley was, we want to clarify what we left open in DePace. He doesn't talk about Moran or anything. And what I think he's clarifying is, let's just be clear. In DePace, we talked about 265.1 because the challenge was on the face of the indictment. In Riley, we're talking about something else. We're talking about what the grand jury heard. And so under Moran, if the grand jury does not hear sufficient evidence of the elements of a particular theory of murder,
Then
the indictment, as we're asking, that so much of the indictment that can be read to include, in this case, extreme atrocity, and they didn't argue felony murder, so I'm not going to waste the court's time on that, but extreme atrocity, you can't try him on extreme atrocity because the indictment doesn't include it.
See, we're ending at the same place. To me, you're seeking to limit the Commonwealth with regard to the theories that may pursue at trial based on a failing in your perceived failing of proof in the grand jury. It seems to me that's not a dismissal of the indictment for first-degree murder. It's a motion in limine to say that the Commonwealth can't have that evidence at trial. Even if I credited your world view with regard to that case law, that alone wouldn't result in the dismissal of the indictment because of the evidence, if I credited it, of premeditation, right? That's why I see this slightly differently than you do.
Well, and I would agree with you, Judge. If you found sufficient evidence to the grand jury of premeditation and the type of malice that only applies to premeditated murder, if you find that, I agree they can. So much of the indictment that charges first-degree premeditated murder stands. But it's due process that requires this, 265.1, encompasses extreme atrocity and cruelty, and for that matter, felony murder. And why? Because we have to be able to prepare our defense, and we have to know what the Commonwealth is going to charge, because that's the other part of this due process argument. We have to be prepared to challenge the extreme proof of extreme atrocity and cruelty, and they can't present it because the grand jury didn't hear it.
If my ruling, it ends up that the murder charge isn't dismissed, you have plenty of time. You don't have to wait on your motions in limine. You will have plenty of time to brief and address that issue between now and October. I mean, it's plain to anybody in this courtroom that knows the evidence in this case that whatever the Commonwealth's evidence is with regard to cruel and atrocious behavior, certainly isn't their lead argument. It's not great.
Well,
I mean,
and
it'll be strict. Even if I allowed it, frankly, this is where I go off script, and it's never good. Even if I allowed your motion, or I denied your motion, and said, oh no, they can go forward on both theories. As a strategic matter, they got to start thinking, are we shooting ourselves in the foot by doing so? Because from what I've seen, it's pretty thin.
I appreciate that comment, Judge. I understand you're not making a ruling, but I appreciate the comment. But I'm not going to.
But I get it. You have to get ready for trial in both theories.
And I'm going to infuriate Assistant District Attorney Cusick when I say this. I'm going to stop beating this dead horse. You and I, and Attorney Porges on behalf of Walsh, I don't think I'm making myself clear about the differences between what you're suggesting, a motion in limine to kick out a theory of first-degree murder, and what we're asking for the court to do.
You're asking me, I know what you're saying, you're asking me to dismiss it in so much as it charges cruel and atrocious.
Yeah, yes.
I understand what you're asking for. I'm not even sure, well, I'll look at your cases. I'm not even sure I've seen that ever done. It's an interesting concept. And I'll give some more thought to that if I get there. Maybe the Commonwealth will make our job easier.
It looks like they've made our job easier for felony murder. They didn't even brief it.
Right, well, we gotta start, I mean, October, TikTok, it's coming. So figure out what your theories are gonna be, and let's argue about the things that really matter, right?
Well, these really matter to us.
I
understand.
And I don't take any of this lightly. And when I say, let's talk about the things that matter, if it is the case that the Commonwealth's not going to really pursue cruel and injustice, then we're just wasting our time, right?
May I have a brief moment to ask a question?
Certainly.
All right, so it's not all bad for the defense. A bit of a mixed bag there. The judge seems to agree on some.
Flash, this is the Brian Walsh case. This is the dude that killed his wife in Massachusetts, the case that Proctor was on. I'm so confused because I don't know enough about this case, so what are they talking about? Theories, defense theories? I don't know what's going on.
Points, not so much on the others. Not sure who's going to get it dismissed, though, but we'll have more of that pretrial hearing in the dismembered wife murder case against Brian Walsh straight ahead. Plus, we're also going to take you to Florida for a look at some of the closing arguments in the penalty phase for quadruple murderer Shelby Neely. So keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on closing arguments, Shonda Vander Ark coming back to court asking for a.
Where is this hearing?
That was.
Certainly, Your Honor, we will. You saw us. Did it look like we argued?
Get to argue right then and there some of the issues that the judge may have.
I think the judge is being very fair about it. And
Dismissed. Let's listen in.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth disagrees with Mr. Tipton's interpretation of the Riley case. Obviously, the court has it and will interpret it as the court deems appropriate. But I would suggest here that the court should not eliminate any theory of first-degree murder, because here grand jury have probable cause to find that the defendant committed a premeditated murder with the intent to kill. A few housekeeping matters. The Commonwealth agreed. We're not saying that we thought Mr. Walsh, or there was evidence before the grand jury that Mr. Walsh invited the New Year's Eve guest. That was Anna who invited him. The Commonwealth's argument is, with the guest being there, Mr. Walsh used the guest's presence to create a facade of a jovial, happy couple having a New Year's Eve celebration. And I suggest that that is also borne out by the fact that when Mr. Walsh eventually got in touch with the New Year's Eve guest, I think it was on January 4th, he was asked by the New Year's Eve guest, GM, well, did you argue? And Mr. Walsh's response was, you saw us. Did it look like we argued? So I would suggest that that certainly supports that that dinner was used as a charade. Your Honor, the defendant in December of 2022, there was ample evidence that he was aware of Anna Walsh's relationship with a man in D.C. He's certainly doing those searches on Christmas Day. That's the day Anna had said she had to work. Mr. Walsh said that in one of the interviews with the police that she wasn't home on Christmas Eve because she had to work. And there was certainly she did show up late. The flight had been canceled. She did drive up, and that's the night he begins searching WF's name online. Then later on December 27th, he's doing a search about divorce and states to get divorced in, and the results of that search shows that Massachusetts is not a favorable state for divorce. And then the mother hires the private investigator in D.C. that he told not to do it, but I would suggest here he gives her the name of a private investigator. She hires the private investigator to investigate whether Anna is engaged in activities that are not appropriate for a married woman. And I certainly understand the court's question about the timing of those voicemails. I don't know off the top of my head the voicemails from the mother to the investigator firm, but we will look into that and see if there is anything in it.
The one that I'm most interested in is, well, I'm interested in whether there's a timestamp on any of them, but the one that I'm most interested in is file 046. And in that message, she indicates, my son says, could you please check WF? Because during that period, he was in Idaho, and he just wants to see how often they saw each other. That's the one that I want to know, that whether the evidence was before the grand jury as to what the time frame of that was.
Certainly, Your Honor. We will re-examine the exhibits, and we'll let the court know, and we'll let counsel know, obviously, what we decipher, whether the timestamp is indeed in front of them or whether it was not. Your Honor, here, the grand jury also had information from the testimony of AK about her conversation with Anna on December 29th, I believe. They went out to dinner, and she describes Anna as just being beside herself. Anna described a huge fight with the defendant over Christmas, made him about the children coming to D.C. to live with her. She had found out that the defendant, and she does mention the lawyer also, but essentially that the defendant had engineered the children remaining in Cohasset with him because it was perceived that that would help him avoid an incarcerated sentence on his federal case. Certainly there's discussion of that during the interview with the one where the lawyer was present at, and he makes a remark about which one could infer means essentially, well, if Anna's not around, that's off the table of me going to jail. But certainly recent news to the defendant and to Anna as related through various conversations that suddenly the topic of him going to jail had arisen, and that according to AK, Anna had said he should just do whatever is necessary to resolve this, even if it involves an incarcerated sentence. So I suggest that is another, we could characterize it as a stressor, but it's also another reason why if Anna's not around, if Anna is deceased or disappeared, the defendant would suddenly be a single parent, would have the children's sole caretaking for these 3 small children. He would potentially avoid that committed sentence, which he was very motivated, one could infer from the materials before the grand jury in avoiding. He would inherit millions of dollars in life insurance proceeds from Anna. Again, those searches also include some searches for luxury items. One could infer that he's planning to, how he might spend those proceeds. And he would also...
But those searches, I don't think that rings true, because those searches with regard to in terms of premeditation anyway, the searches with regard to the watch or later.
I agree with that, Your Honor. I just suggest that...
So how does that relate to premeditation?
Your Honor, I suggest it relates to the concept of having money, which was certainly a stressor, that the defendant needed money to pay that restitution. I know at some point, I believe it was in the interview with the lawyer, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I think it was he owed $450,000 in federal restitution. And I suggest here, the fact that he is looking at luxury goods suggests that this is, again, expecting to inherit money. Some of the searches are for cleaning up crime scenes. Specifically, I suggest that shows that the defendant's awareness that this was indeed a crime and not some sort of accidental person dying in a home.
Okay, well, I guess that's all of that. No, we're not watching Peter. I said no. I love you, Peter, but I don't want you to get mad at me for playing your video. So no. Ugh. Yeah. Bev did used to be on that case. None anymore. Okay, let's see. $7 and 19 minutes, and they're showing highlights from the Delgado case. And the Delgado case does not have a clock up. Ooh, I know what we can watch. You guys want to watch Ozzy's funeral? Where'd it go? Well, shoot. We can watch the closing arguments in the Orlando Magic player murder trial.
I don't really care about. Where did Ozzy go? What in the heck? Okay, this is gonna aggravate me. Oh. Hmm. Um. There was a ghost hunter named Dan Rivera, I think was his name. He was touring with the original Annabelle doll, not the Annabelle from the movies, but the real Annabelle doll, the Raggedy Ann doll. Um, and he died. And he died of natural causes. I think he had a heart attack or something. And everybody's saying, oh, it's because he was touring with the Annabelle doll. Yeah, right. Okay. So now the Annabelle doll is missing. And so everybody's making a big deal about the Annabelle doll's missing now. It killed Dan Rivera and now it's missing. I bet you money. I would bet, if I was a betting person, I would bet you money that Zach Bagans has hidden this doll somewhere. If you don't know who Zach Bagans is, he didn't create Ghost Adventures. He's the co-creator of Ghost Adventures, who makes crap up and has sabotaged as many ghost hunter shows as he can on the Travel Channel so that his show would be the only show on the Travel Channel. Woman fights with judge. Long crime trials.
That Ms. Michaels is present in custody. Ms. Patrick is here on her behalf. Mr. Giovanni and Ms. Griffith are here on behalf of the state. This is the date time set for sentencing. Are both parties prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor, it's Your Honor.
All right, state this is a stipulated sentence. Anything you want to add?
I do just a couple of things, Judge. First, we have 3 victim speakers. I ask that they permitted me speak. speak last.
Okay.
We obviously went to a settlement conference, we stipulated this sentence. I think that the life tale reflects the gravity and the haunting nature of the facts. As you know, the defendant not only murdered her ex, but then desecrated his body by decapitating him and putting chemicals on his body, causing it to burn. The defendant admitted to the fatal blow. She never admitted to the decapitation portion, but the evidence was overwhelming that it was obviously her who did it. Another haunting fact, and something that should be concerning, which supports the life tale, is that the defendant had a corollary child abuse case that pre-existed this. We reviewed, Ms. Griffith and I reviewed the minutes in that case, and it appears that 2 days after she murdered and decapitated her ex, she appeared in court in front of another judge in this courthouse and made representations that she was staying out of trouble, and obviously had that on her conscience at the time, walked right back out of the courthouse, and then ultimately was developed as our suspect and arrested. We take this case very seriously. Obviously, the family does as well. We believe the sentence reflects the gravity of the crime, so we will submit it. We do have some updates on CTS, which was wrong in the PSI.
Correct. I calculated the credit at 455 days as of today.
Okay, that sounds correct.
Because I calculated it in regards to she was on probation when this offense occurred. She then got that sentence imposed. She was released on that sentence, so she started accumulating the credit on that day, and I have it at 455 days as of today.
Yes, and we also have restitution requests. We've now received documentation.
Actually, I did not receive documentation.
Right, we just received it this morning. We showed it to Mr. Patrick. It's supposed to be $5,000 to VOC.
I have that.
$1,923 to James Willett.
Hold on just one second. $1,923?
Yes.
To whom?
James Willett.
Okay.
And $2,500 to Yoko Willett.
How do you spell the first name?
Y-O-K-O.
Okay. Mr. Patrick, have you seen this?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, what's your position in regards to the restitution?
They had the documentation, we're okay with it.
Okay, State, I'm gonna need you to file that documentation. Because pursuant to the new case law, I can't order restitution without documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? Ms. Michaels, what, if anything, would you like to say before I pronounce sentence against you?
Jonathan was very special, very unique, and I know no matter what I say at this moment, I know right now no one in the family is going to believe me. I know right now no one in the family feels that I am innocent at any point, and I understand that, but I can actually prove my innocence. I actually can, and I'm not going to stop fighting to prove my innocence. I have more than enough, and Jonathan deserves to have the actual person who's guilty behind bars. I was helping Jonathan. I can show that I was trying to help him, and this I know is hurting the family, and I can see it in your faces, and I know your hearts are angry, and they should be, and I'm angry for you. And this is not fair to you. This has been dragging out for almost 2 years. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to his children, and it's not right. It really isn't. It's not. I've seen so much that it's just terrible. The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it. And that the things are altered and
You pled guilty, ma'am.
Ms. Michaels, you are not to address the state. You are to address me. You are. You're addressing Mr. Giordano. You are going to address me. What do you want me to say? What do you want to say to me?
My apologies. I wasn't trying to address the state directly. It's just, I was told. I was just told one thing after another, and I truly believed that we were going to do the right thing, and it just didn't happen. I am so sorry for all of this, but I'm so sorry. But I didn't do this, and I didn't know this would end up like this. I really didn't. And I will forever apologize to the family. But I don't know how to fix any of this anymore. I don't. I keep listening to what everyone tells me is the best thing to do. Just do this and it'll work out this way, and follow this advice and we'll do this. And I keep listening to the people because they keep saying this is the best advice. It doesn't turn out the way they tell me. And I don't know what to do anymore.
Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let her out of her plea if the court is inclined.
I don't know how to fix this.
All right. It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
All right. Ms. Michael Judge, Mr. Giordani says that he's willing to try this case. And you understand that he's willing to try this case on an open hand? Or do you want to talk to Mr. Patrick about it?
Well, I don't want to talk to Mr. Patrick. He didn't listen to anything I said.
Miss Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question. Yes. Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right. This plea is going to be withdrawn. Ms. Patrick, I need you to have some discussions with your client about...
Your Honor, I've moved to withdraw at this time. This case needs to go back to the appointed counsel.
Ms. Michaels, hold on just 1 second. Ms. Michaels, you need to conduct yourself like this is a courtroom. If you cannot do that, then they're going to remove you because I still have business to conduct.
Yes.
Do you understand? Mr. Patrick?
Judge, respectfully, I move to withdraw and have this case sent back to Office of Appointed Counsel. I am not in a position to accept to go to trial at this time.
All right. All right, I'm going to have to reach out to the Office of Appointed Counsel and get her a lawyer that's going to be appointed with the understanding this case is 2 years old. This case is not going to sit stagnant and wait and wait and wait around for a trial. So I'm going to reach out to Ms. Bush myself and have a discussion with her in regards to the appointment of counsel, because this is not going to be, this case has been delayed extensively, and this case is not going to be delayed so that there is no justice for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
And, Your Honor, if I may, that's one of the other reasons, because of Barry Edwards, it would be late next year before I would even consider putting this on as a trial.
Well, I'll reach out to Ms. Bush.
Understood.
July 31st, 9 a.m.
And, yeah, you very much for the trial.
Yes, I'm going to grant your plan.
Thank you.
July 31st at 9 a.m. That's tomorrow. What was her name?
That Ms. Michaels is present in custody. Ms. Patrick is here on her behalf. Mr. Giordani and Ms. Griffith are here on behalf of the state. This is the date time set for sentencing. Are both parties prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state This is a stipulated sentence. Anything you want to add?
I do just a couple of things, Judge. First, we have 3 victim speakers. I asked that they permitted to speak last.
Okay.
We obviously went to a settlement conference. We stipulated this sentence. I think that the life tale reflects the gravity and the haunting nature of the facts. As you know, the defendant not only murdered her ex, but then desecrated his body by decapitating him and putting chemicals on his body, causing it to burn. The defendant admitted to the fatal blow. She never admitted to the decapitation portion, but the evidence was overwhelming that it was obviously her who did it. Another haunting fact, and something that should be concerning that supports the life tale, is that the defendant had a corollary child abuse case that pre-existed this. We reviewed, Ms. Griffith and I reviewed the minutes in that case, and it appears that 2 days after she murdered and decapitated her ex, she appeared in court in front of another judge in this courthouse.
Wow. Whoo, she done messed up. She done messed up. Whoa. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Yeah. It's in Nevada. Cool. Well, it might be on our Nevada judges then. Okay, so Tiara Jones is a judge. Cool. So that hearing will be tomorrow at 9 if they stream it. Oh. I probably cannot play this one because it's law and crime sidebar. But this says Vegas mom decapitated boyfriend and tossed his head in the trash. It says 9 months ago. It's law and crime sidebar with Jesse Weber, so I can't play it because I'll get dinged. But I think it's her. Yep. Yeah, it is her. Devin Michaels, 46, was convicted of killing her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Jonathan Willett, in Las Vegas. His mother found his headless body in his bedroom more than a week after he was last seen. Thanks to a plea deal, Michaels may not serve as much time in prison as the victim's family had hoped. Law and Crime's Jesse Weber discusses the bizarre case with retired Judge Matthew Scarino. Well, I'm just reading what it says.
Convicted killer Taylor Shabazz.
I want to listen to Taylor Shabazz' phone call too. But that's another law and crime network thing. Why do they have to be so mean? Court TV's not mean. Court TV lets me show whatever I want. Oh, there's a Courtney Clenny documentary on the CW network. It's 34 minutes long. No, CW is still a thing. I'm trying to find us something to watch, guys.
On December 6th.
Can I get my jacket at least, please?
Just leave it there. Just step out.
Oh my God, I didn't do anything
Step
wrong.
out over there by him. I'm gonna shut your car off. I'm not searching your car. Here, can I do? Find out.
Say you found something. You're sorry. You said that he found out. This is my mom's car. There's nothing in this car. There's nothing. This is illegal. There's nothing in my car. I can tell you right now. There's nothing in the car. There's wheels in the car. It's my mother's car. There's diabetic wheels in the car. I'm diabetic. It's the only thing in the car. And there's others because there's a bottle of pills in my car. There's my pills and my prescription pills. There's a bottle of needles in my car. That's it. Right here. That's mine. This is my car because this is my car. You guys are. This is it.
So it's your car or it's your mom's car?
This is my mother's car. And
Okay.
there's needles in the car. You can put needles in the car. That's not right. It's not diabetic needles.
Hey, what the hell are you doing to your pants?
Why are you hurting?
It's right in the back.
It's a needle!
Stop.
It's a needle! Why are you?
Stop.
You stop or you're going to get
on the ground.
You're going to get a resistance charge. Now stop. Up against the car. Because you f***ing hand out of control.
Hurt me, though!
Stop.
Give me your hand.
Stop.
Give me your hand.
I need a female officer.
Stop.
I don't
Stop
want you to hurt me is all. I don't want you to hurt my needle. See my needle. I don't want you to see my needle. The diabetic needle is all. I don't want you to see my diabetic needle is all.
Bullshit.
You thought I wanted to jump for my diabetic needle. I don't want you to see my diabetic needle is all. I'm telling you about it.
There's nothing wrong with being diabetic. It's against the law. No one's going to know this. Stop. Stop.
Don't say it's a guy. Don't say it's a guy. Don't say it's a needle for something else.
You want me to start ignoring you?
No, but don't say it's a drug needle. You'll say it's a drug needle.
Do you always keep your...
I had it in my pocket. No, I had it in my pocket.
Well, yeah, I saw something in her pocket. As she's talking to me, she's trying to shove it in her ass.
It was a needle. It's what it was. It was a needle.
Fine.
You'll say
Be
it's
quiet.
a drug needle.
You have the right to remain silent. Quiet. Trying to help you out. Just be quiet.
Let me tell you, you know why I was a nurse? I was a nurse 18 years. I'm on a 5-year sentence. And I have till October. I have till August 25th to go back and get my license. I have 3 years in. I have 3 years to go back. Yes, sir. And if I lose it, if I go to jail, I won't go back and I won't get my license in August.
Stop.
Of next year.
I'll tell you right now, your eyes are pinned and you're talking 1,000 miles an hour. Bullshit. When I'm scared, I don't that. That's how you're talking.
She has the right to remain silent again. That shut her up for a second.
Stop.
Anyway.
You're lucky we didn't put you on the ground because that's where you were going. I saved you from going to the ground.
Sorry, I'm just so scared of
You don't have to resist us and pull away and try to get away from us. You should go to jail from that.
I'm scared. That is what I'm scared of.
Stop.
Stop.
Can I show it to you so I can?
No, just relax.
Why can't I show it to you?
Because just stop. You're detained. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used in the court of law.
Can I put my
You have a
jacket
right
on?
to
It's cold.
attorney, right down to
Can I put my jacket on?
No. You understand each of these rights I've just explained to you.
Why can't you call my mom? Why can't you call my mom?
How old are you?
I'm 48.
Okay. I'm not calling you.
My mom thinks I'm going to get my car. Why can't she be called?
She's 48. She's 48. She needs to call her mommy. She's 48 and she needs to call her mommy.
Quiet.
Why can't you?
Stop.
I want to get that needle out of my out of there. Pull it out. It hurt. It's stabbing me, sir. Can I get at least pull
I
it?
have a female officer coming. I'm not going to
It's
reach.
stabbing me, so I want to pull it out.
Stop.
And it's stabbing me.
Stop.
Ow.
No.
Why can I pull it? It's stabbing me.
Stop.
Why are you hurting me like this?
I'm not trying to hurt you.
That sounds like a you problem. no, what
Hampton
happened?
Inn. I'm trying to get my junk out there. See? I just got there all
Can you roll
right.
down the other window?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
So she's freaking because I'm trying to get my car back.
4, an officer in Florida on routine patrol caught a Toyota Camry speeding straight through an intersection, blowing right through a red light. The officer immediately followed the vehicle and pulled over the female driver to
Okay, I don't know what happened, but I think we missed part of the beginning, so I'm starting it over.
conduct a traffic stop. Here's what the officer did next.
Excuse me? Yeah, you went through a red light and you're speeding.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm trying to get my cousin left my car and could be. I'm trying to get over to my friend's house in front because this is her car. I'm trying to get out there. I just went and got trying to get my tools to go out to Cocoa Beach to jump her car, and she's freaking because she wants her car back. I'm trying to get to Cocoa Beach up there, Hampton Inn to get my car jumped. So I'm trying to get that car jumped back out there. See? I just got there all
Can you roll
right.
down the other window?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So she's freaking because I'm trying to get my car back. This is her car.
Okay.
So it's cold. Just texting Sam, texting my phone about dead batteries off. I'm sorry. I didn't even know that was you behind me till just then.
Okay.
So I'm trying to pull over to let you go behind me. I didn't know that was a cop behind me. I didn't even know that. I was probably somebody on my ass. So I'm sorry.
All right. Do you have your license registration?
I don't even know where her registration is. Sorry.
Let's start with your driver's license.
Yes, sir. That is right here.
That is not the thing you want to say to a cop. I don't know where my driver's license and registration is.
My insurance card is. That's in my car. That's in my car.
All right. Do you have any weapons in the vehicle?
No.
Any drugs in the vehicle? Anything like that? No? Okay.
My insurance card is in my car, I believe.
Okay. You mind if I search?
No, I don't have anything hard. Like I said, I'm trying to go out to my.
Okay.
This is my
No
mom's
worries.
car.
Well, I'll just have you shut off the vehicle and step out for me.
No. Hey, can I put it on the back, please, sir?
Just set it off to the side.
Okay. Damn. What was I doing wrong, officer?
You were speeding and you went through a red light. Now put the stuff to the side. Jack Oates and Barton.
What light?
Jack Oates and Barton, or Morel and Barton.
Hey, give me a second. Man.
Your stuff's fine. Just step out.
I don't have to step out of the car.
Because I'm telling you to.
Get in the car and step out.
I didn't do anything wrong. Can I get my jacket at least, please?
Just leave it there. Just step out.
Oh my God. I didn't do anything
Step
wrong.
out over there by him. I'm going to shut your car off. I'm not searching your car. Here, can I do? Find out.
This is my mom's car. There's nothing in this car.
Newsflash, insulin does not make you talk
There's nothing. This
about
is illegal. There's nothing in my car. I can tell you right now. There's nothing in the car except there's needles in the car. It's my mother's car. There's diabetic needles in the car. I'm diabetic. It's the only different car. And there's others because there's a bottle of pills in my car. There's my pills and my prescription pills. There's a bottle of needles in my car. That's it. Right here. That's right. This is my car because this is my car. You guys are. This is it.
So it's your car or it's your mom's car?
This is my mother's car. And
Okay.
there's needles in the car. You think it's needles in the car? And that's not right. It's not diabetic needles.
Stop!
There's nothing right here.
Hey, what the hell are you doing to your pants?
Why are you hurting?
It's right in the back.
It's a needle!
Stop.
It's a needle! Why are you cutting?
Stop.
You stop or you're gonna
Get on the ground.
You're gonna get a resistance charge. Now stop. Up against the car. Because you're f***ing getting out of control.
Cut.
Stop. Give me your hand.
Stop.
Give me your hand.
I need a female officer.
Stop.
I don't
Stop
want you to hurt me is all. I don't want you to hurt my needle. See my needle. I don't want you to see my needle. The diabetic needle is all. I don't want you to see my diabetic needle is all.
Bullshit.
You doesn't want to get your diabetic needle. I don't want you to see my diabetic needle is all. I'm telling you about.
There's nothing wrong with being diabetic against the law. No one says. Stop. Stop. You want me to start ignoring you?
No, but they'll say it's a drug needle. You'll say it's a drug needle.
Do you always keep your
I had it in my pocket. No, I had it in my pocket.
Well, yeah, I saw something in her pocket. As she's talking to me, she's trying to shove it in her ass.
It was a needle. That's what it was. It was a needle.
Fine.
You'll say
Be
it's
quiet.
a drug needle.
You have the right to remain silent. Quiet. Trying to help you out. Just be quiet.
Let me tell you why. You know why I was a nurse? I was a nurse 18 years on my 5-year sentence, and then I have till October. I have till August 25th to go back and get my license. I have 3 years in. I have 3 years to go back. Yes, sir.
Right here.
And if I lose it, if I go to jail, I won't go back, and I won't get my license in August of next year.
I can tell you right now, your eyes are pinpoint, 1,000 miles. Bullshit. I'm scared. I don't. That's how you're talking. Stop.
She hid it in her pants, and it stuck her. Why did she have the cap off of the needle?
Stop.
I'm telling you, sir. That's what I'm scared of.
Stop. You're lucky we didn't put you on the ground because that's where you were going. I saved you from going to the ground.
Sorry, this is what I'm scared of.
You don't have to resist us and pull away and try to get away from us. You should go to jail from that.
I'm scared. That is what I'm scared of.
Stop. Stop.
Can I show it to you so I can?
No, just relax.
Why can't I show it to you?
Stop. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used in court of law. You have a right to attorney, right down to
At least put my jacket on.
No. You understand each of these rights I've just explained to you.
You should call my mom. You call my mom.
How old are you?
I'm 48.
Okay, I'm not calling your mom.
My mom thinks I'm going to get my car. Why can't she get called to get the
Quiet.
Why can't she?
Stop.
I want to get that needle out of my out of there. Pull it out. It hurt. It's stabbing me, sir. Can I get these pull?
I have a female officer coming. I'm not going to reach.
It's stabbing me, so I want to pull it out.
Stop.
And it's stabbing me.
Stop.
Ow.
No.
Why can I pull it? It's stabbing me.
Stop.
Why are you hurting me like this?
I'm not trying to hurt you.
Squirm it all around. Cut the shit.
It's poking me.
And she talking to me. She put it in the back of her pants. Okay. Now she's saying.
There is a needle poking me right there. Can you get it?
Okay, I can get it. Just relax. Where's that? It's back. Okay, so here's what I need you to do. Listen, what I need you to do. Not move. Understand? I understand, but don't move. Hold. Not move.
I don't want you off again.
Move your hands. Do not move.
Please.
Hold. Listen, I'm going to tell you this one more time. Stop moving. Hold that on.
Hurry, them on my underwear.
Okay, hold very still.
Okay.
Hold on. I need a bag.
Okay.
Keep holding. Don't move, okay?
Yeah.
Now, stand still.
Thank you.
You have bags, Moorhead?
I can get one.
Livingston.
How was it
Yeah,
sticking her? It has a cap on it.
It's not. Blood's not off of it. It's bloody. It's got blood on it. You got anything else on you?
No, I'm just trying to tell them about that needle.
I don't know what she has on her
All right,
side.
I'm going to search you, but do you have anything else that's going to poke me?
No, I thought I had maybe one more needle, but I think this is in my butt. That was it.
Where do you think you might have one in this pocket?
No,
In your
I
butt?
don't mind. Yeah, I think in my butt.
Okay,
or my
hold
knee,
still.
Pocket. That was it.
All right, Tabo, can you lift this arm again? She says she might have another one down
In
there.
my butt.
Okay, keep your hands out of it. I'll look.
I think it's in my pocket or my butt.
I don't see it.
Okay, it's my butt.
Okay.
This pocket right here, baby.
In the pocket?
Yeah.
All right, hold still.
It's not. It was in the car. It was a tire thing. It might be in the car then. That's my diet. That's my pill. That's
all
my
right, just
vitamin
hold
for
still.
taking my vitamin. And that's it. Then it's in the car if it's not in there.
Okay, give me just a second. I still got to finish searching everything, okay?
Okay.
She needs to go to jail for resisting.
Hold
I
still.
didn't mean to resist, sir. Those are my vitamins. I
That's
swear to
all right,
God.
you're fine. I just dropped it. Just
Those
give
are
me a
my
second.
pills. Those are my vitamins.
Just hang for me. I got to put all your property in a bag, okay?
Okay, those are vitamins. Those are
Can
vitamins.
you stop for me, please? And I also need you, I know you'll search it, but her right.
There's something in her pants, so I need you to hold it.
She was really trying to get something dropped.
Oh, those are my medication. Those are my pills. Those are my vitamin packs. Those are my vitamins.
Her eyes are super constricted.
Those are my vitamin packs, ma'am. Those are vitamins. That's nothing in it. That's all my vitamin stuff. All my medications in those packs. It's all it is. Nothing. Those are just all my vitamin packs. I promise you.
You're fine. I just have to do my search, right?
Yeah, I was just worried about those needles. That's what I was worried about.
Okay. All right.
Those are my green, and those packs are my green and white vitamin packs that I squeeze into my mouth. They're so I take for my what do you call that? What do you call that? Lymphedema. And I squeeze those in I squeeze the pills into those packs and I squeeze them into my mouth.
Okay.
And I carry it in those things with that pack and I squeeze them into my mouth.
Okay.
For my
The
lymphedema.
pants are good. That's all good.
Well, that's my mom.
Take your shoes off.
Shoes off.
That's me. You have my vitamins back?
Well, that'll have to be put into evidence that you can't take any of that stuff with you.
Can I have my vitamins?
No.
We can't give you anything like that.
I have to squeeze it into my mouth and stuff.
When you get to
I squeeze those back into my mouth and squeeze it in my mouth.
When you get to the jail, you'll tell them listen, if it's a medication you
Please
can
don't
have,
take
they'll
me
give
to
it to
jail,
you.
Sir.
Put your shoes on. Put your shoes on.
I promise you. Please, you told me you wouldn't take me to jail.
Why you got gloves up? Can you look it up? Yeah.
Please don't take me to jail, sir. I won't get my nursing license if you arrest me.
The one on the hood. We haven't even got that far.
Please don't take me to jail. I can get 3 years if you arrest me. I won't get my nursing license.
What's your name?
Oh, honey, you're not getting your nursing.
What's your last name?
I won't get my nursing license back, sir. I've been good for 3 years. If you arrest me, I won't get my nursing license back next year. I've been a nurse for 20-something years.
Then why are you acting the way you
Supposed to
are?
be clonazepam,
You don't have to be
Klonopin.
nervous.
I won't get my
Half a
nursing
milligram
license
of
back. I've been on a
Klonopin.
3-year bin, sir. Please,
Just
please
I don't know.
Please
There's a
don't,
picture
please
in
don't
here.
arrest me.
See if you can figure out what these are. Bro. There's nothing in the purse other than this pill, unless there's something like, there's no pockets on the outside.
Okay.
And I don't see any holes in the lining. There's nothing, I mean, letters and pens and shit.
Okay.
But there's nothing there.
Can you break off a small little piece of that?
Yeah. Does she f***ing pay for this shit? The price tag on it. Bigger piece than I intended, but it is what it is. There you go. I'm just gonna make sure she's not storing anything in the headphones case. I want to find out what's in that tube. But
Where's the tube at?
metal tube with a green lid. It's got something inside of it, but I can't. Every time I try to get it out. You know what? She's got tweezers right here. There's something inside of there, but I can't get it out. See what I mean?
Oh, little baggies.
There might still be residue. There's residue of something. Oh, something's inside of that. Some residue.
Okay.
This is probably whatever she's shooting up, because that needle had blood in it.
Yeah.
There's more little tubies in there. That's probably why, because she was saying this was pills, but I'm like, why did you stick it in your pants then to hide it?
That's it.
There you go.
All right.
Looks like fentanyl.
This is something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hiding her hands.
Yeah.
Was it orange heroin? Nope, fentanyl. It's fentanyl, just not super strong. And there wasn't very much on there. There was only a little bit of residue on that. It's fentanyl.
Can you please give me a chance, officer, please?
You were read your rights, correct?
Yes, please.
All right. You said you understood that.
Please be nice to me.
All right. What's in the tube?
Those are like vitamin packs. I know you don't think so, but they are. They're like vitamin things. You crush them and then you squeeze and you crush them down and then you put them in your mouth. They're for lymphedema. They're like I can't explain it, but they're like
Why would you hide them?
they're not hiding. They're like you get them you got to order them online.
And you put them in little.
You dissolve them in like water and you crush them down and then they're supposed to take. They're like herbal things. They're like they're like rotor-rooters. They draw out like the. Like you things that you put on your feet, they draw out what's the things that you put on your feet? The waste in your body. They draw like waste in your body. But they use crush.
She is so full of crap. Nurses that have problems with substances, there is a nurse assistance program. You get help. They have an internal service that helps you get over your problem, and they will help you, and you keep your license. And I don't know if you're caught by the police what happens, but if you're caught in your facility, somehow you get help. I don't know because it never happened to me. But I worked with a nurse that it happened to, and if she needed to give a narcotic she couldn't have keys to the narcotics. So if she needed to give a narcotic to anybody, I had to do it. So when I worked with her, she didn't have keys to the narcotics. I did. So any of her patients needed a pain pill or a sleeping pill or anything that was controlled substance, I had to do that for her because she was on this assistance program for people that had substance issues and could not have any access to narcotics. And I had to give her patients their narcotics. So I don't know about this. You know, I have 2 more years and I get my nursing license back. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't think that is part of the thing, unless maybe they have a thing where, like, if you get caught by the police and then you're on probation or something and you finish it, you get your license back. I don't know if that's a thing. Maybe it is, like, if you get caught by the police, there's some kind of a thing where they help you get your license back. But, I don't think she's getting her license back anytime soon. Because she's in, I don't know if it's denial or just excuses, but that stuff is definitely not vitamins for lymphedema. Number 1, you don't take vitamins for lymphedema. And number 2, if you did take vitamins, they would not look like that. She is just full of it.
Them down. What's the things you put on your feet?
Tab.
Yeah, they draw out waste in your body. Like toxins in your
See if you can figure out where that other needle is at.
Yeah, it's great.
What's that?
Fentanyl. It was, hey, remember that tube that I pulled out and I couldn't get the papers out? It was in the bottom of that.
Oh, and that needle was an insulin needle because insulin needles have orange caps. And that one had an orange cap on it. But there should never be blood on an insulin needle because you pinch up the skin. You do it in like flabby areas. It's called a sub-Q injection. So you use like the flabby parts of your skin and you pinch it up so you're not going into like blood vessels and stuff. You're going into like the or your like stomach flab or your thigh flab. You're not going to hit blood vessels and stuff. So there should be no blood on an insulin needle. And you should not be reusing them either. You should be throwing them away after you use them.
Waste in your body. You know the things that you put on your feet? What are the things that put on your feet that you know you wear at night when you go to bed? It's the same on
Socks?
No.
I have no idea.
You know, the thing you never put things on your feet that
No.
You get them through the herbal stores that you put on your feet. You never done that?
No.
I'm trying to think of the name of it. Hold on a second. I wear them on my feet at night, and I got them.
I know what she's talking
I order them
about,
online.
but
You put them on your feet. Hold on, I'm gonna think of the name.
It's not fentanyl.
No, fentanyl.
Go to the car over there.
There's no fentanyl.
Walk with us.
It's not I don't have fentanyl, sir. I promise you.
Hop in the car.
I don't have fentanyl. I did not have fentanyl.
In the car, Colleen.
That's bullshit. I don't have fentanyl, sir. I promise you.
The car, look, see the floor? Floor is clean, there's nothing in the car.
Officer.
So shit pops out
I
as soon as it is.
promise you I can have fentanyl.
Quiet.
The suspect was charged with resisting an officer without violence, possession of fentanyl, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to stop for a red light, and speeding. The suspect was issued a $3,000 bond, which she later posted. In court, the suspect's citations for failure to stop for a red light and speeding were dismissed. She initially pleaded not guilty to the remaining charges, but later took a plea deal and amended her plea to no contest. She was found guilty and sentenced to 9 months in jail with 70 days suspended. The court also ordered a 6-month suspension of her Florida driver's license and to pay $1,072.30 in fines and court costs. On May 2nd, 2025, officers in Ohio received a call from staff at a local Days Inn hotel about an intoxicated woman causing a disturbance in the lobby. When officers arrived at the scene, they immediately went to speak with hotel employees to get the full story of what had happened. Here's what the officers did next.
They take something and they said, the sex hits me and I give me the freedom. I said, don't talk to me like this.
Oh, she said that to you?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
And he's taking something. Julie.
Yeah.
Can you explain him what's he
Yeah, ever since this morning, she came down to get coffee. She's spilling coffee everywhere. She's getting in the cabinets. Told her not to get in the cabinets.
This is her?
Yes.
Okay.
And then this is, anytime you try to explain something, this is what she wanted eggs, that we could cook eggs. We have to do eggs.
Yeah.
So we just kind of kept I think we keep asking her to check out, and she keeps saying, give her a minute, it's at this, at that, and then she just
How long
came
she been
down,
here?
you know, just since last night.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. All right.
And he told her today just to check out. He didn't want her to be here no more, and he won't check out.
Okay.
But he doesn't want to take her week.
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
But then you
just
be nice saying that you have no week. I got you. You got your ID on your bed.
I should know.
Okay. What's your social? Hon?
Associates.
What's your first name, babe?
Chelsea.
She sees me making coffee. Mm-hmm.
I said, y'all don't have no regular, I turned around and my cup of coffee spilled.
Okay.
So y'all want to kick me out for that? And I paid?
I got you.
They can kick you out. It's part of business.
What's your last name, Kelsey?
Is she drunk?
Susan.
Okay. What's your birthday? Perfect. Give me just a second. All right.
Yeah,
She good. If you want her trespass stuff, we'll need you to say the spiel for the trespass so we can document it. And then
she paid until today they have a checkout.
yeah, hey, you want her out. She's been here one day, so that's totally
A lot of
fine.
customers.
Gotcha. They want you out. Okay, so they want you officially trespassed. So do you is that all your stuff?
and I cleaned their room.
Huh?
And I cleaned their room.
Okay. Do you have all your stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They want you gone, okay?
Can y'all give me a ride somewhere?
Where do you need?
Can I get my ID from Avondale?
Well, yeah, we can't do that. No way, ma'am. We're not a taxi service. We'll take you somewhere close. I mean, there's multiple hotels right up the road that we can take you.
I don't have my ID on me. Is this all your stuff, or do you have more? It's all my stuff. That's all of it? Well, my friend has stuff upstairs. It's mine, but... Alright, well, either you can walk somewhere, or we can give you a ride somewhere, but it has to be close. We can't go to Avondale.
Who's your friend? And where are they at? Why are they just leaving you down here?
I came down here.
Okay. All right. All right. So what do you want to do? Where do you want to go?
Let me think. Can I talk to my friend first?
No, we're not going to run around the hotel, especially if you've got all your stuff.
What's in this bottle? Because I can smell it. It's alcohol. Yeah.
Oh, dear God. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're not going to,
We're done with that.
no.
We're done with that. Just one more drink.
No, because you're already trashed. We're not doing that.
I'm not trash.
All right, let's get your stuff. We'll talk out here, okay?
Prescribed.
Okay, honey. Well, yeah. What? That's alcohol. I'm sure that's not great with your. Okay.
Here's the advisor. Wait, hold on.
No, just get yourself. Let's go.
Okay, please give me a second.
Okay. Well, you got to realize that this is a business. You're sitting in the lobby. You're drunk. Or whatever is going on. We're trying to help you out, but we're not going to sit here all day. Okay. We're not on your time. We're trying to be cordial with you, but it's time we get going.
You know what? You can't take me to Avenue.
No.
It's too far.
You got a phone? You can get it. You can get an Uber. But get up. We ain't lounging back. Let's go.
You can get your Uber?
No, I said you can.
I don't have my credit card on me.
Okay, honey. Well, I don't know what you want me to. You can or a Metro bus. The Metro will take you straight. Girl, well, guess what? You're sitting in a hotel room with no shirt on, lounging back like this is your own house. We're not doing this, okay? Okay, come on, let's go.
I'm sorry, come on.
Grab your stuff, let's go.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't get up and walk, you're going to end up going to jail. I don't think you want that.
Yeah.
I was listening.
Okay, get up.
I need a charger.
It's in your pocket. Let's go.
No, I need a charger for this phone. I mean a box.
We don't have that. I'm sorry.
But you're.
Do not yell. Do not yell. Do not yell, or you're gonna get arrested. Do you understand me? Get up and walk out the door. I'm done. Let's go.
His employee.
I've heard enough. Let's go. We'll talk out here. We're not gonna disturb their business anymore. Okay? Would you like another bag? I can maybe get you another bag if you'd like. So, okay, I can do that.
Beef jerky, my iron is low.
I can't do that. I don't have my wallet on me, and they're not gonna give it to me for free. Okay?
I have money.
All right. Give me a few dollars on my camera. I'll go buy you some beef jerky. Give me that $5, and I'll give you your change. Okay? It's on here. I ain't taking your damn money. I don't need you. There it is. All right. Get your stuff back. Can I have a trash bag for her stuff? And then she was also hoping for some beef jerky. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then can I also have a trash bag, please?
I gave her a couple.
Yeah, it's starting to rip a little bit.
Oh, is it? Yeah, they are thin.
Yeah,
So,
I appreciate it.
no, that's okay.
I got your beef jerky.
Would you like to go to the hospital? Hell no. Okay. There you go. Thank you. Go have a seat down there somewhere. Have a seat down here. Do you have someone that can come get you? Yeah, but my phone is dead. Okay. I have a phone. I can call someone for you. I don't know his number.
How long you been drinking for? Did you start this morning?
I started. What time is it?
2?
Oh yeah. It's mine.
Thank you.
Oh, that's mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold
gonna
on.
put it in,
Yeah.
in the back.
So since I'm putting this back in there, don't reach for this stuff. Or if you need something out of here, just ask us. Deal? Can you do that for me?
You got another one? I don't need another.
All right.
Would you like some? No, thank you, but I appreciate you. All right, how can we solve this problem? Because they don't want you here anymore, so we need to find somewhere for you to go. We don't want to just leave you somewhere, all right? We can give you a ride somewhere that's relatively close, but we cannot take you all the way to Avondale, especially, you just told me you don't want to go back to him, so why do you want us to go back?
So, where's extended stay? Over here, but the issue is you're gonna need your ID for that.
I have a picture of it.
Super 8 might let her get a room if we vouch. Yeah, but that's my issue. But, so, here's something too I gotta talk to you about. You can't say you'll pull it out for a room. You can't say that, okay?
Pull it out.
You can't for a room, okay?
I told him that his coworker told me that.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. But
I paid $40 for today.
Alright.
It's $60-something a day.
I gotcha. So you came here, yesterday was your first day?
Huh?
Yesterday was your first day here? Okay. Alright.
Do you want to go try a different hotel? Here's the thing, you gotta stop. You gotta not act a fool over there if we take you over there. Because you're intoxicated.
This is the issue, though, is they don't want you back, okay? And if you step foot on this property,
It's my first time here.
I gotcha. But they just, yeah, they just don't want you back. I get it. But they've got to be pretty picky because some shitheads come around here. I'm not saying you are or anything. It's just some people do, so they've ruined it for everybody. You know what I mean? It's all of them. All of it. So that's the issue. Gotcha. But that's what we're saying is there's a fine line, so you can't come back at all, okay? You can't even step foot on this property. If you need to come back for something crazy, call us and we can escort you, but that's the only way you're allowed back here, okay? You're not even allowed back here in a car, okay? Yeah. You cannot come back at all. You're going to be a criminal's pass, okay? Obviously, that's something stupid. You don't have, like, shit on your record. So, at least from what I can see. Yeah. From what I can see. Or you might in a different county, but...
Oh, I have something on my record.
Oh, fair enough. Pop off then.
A felony.
So what'd you do?
You know you want to tell us. What'd you do? It was just possession.
Oh, okay. Are you clean right now? We don't give a shit about that. We're just asking for, like, your well-being. Are you clean right now?
Besides alcohol.
Okay, well, that's good.
And you don't want women helping women. You don't want them. Okay. Look me in my eyes. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else we can do to help you? Give me more money for the other guys in the room. We don't have money, but we can take you over to Super 8 and see if they'll give you a room. How much money do you have? Like $60. All right.
I think you might be able to get a room. But the only issue is if we go back over there, because we're here all day, if we go back over there for you, you're getting arrested. So, like, you'll need to go in there and pass the and go to bed. And just hang out. And just stay, lay low. Okay?
I'm going to sleep.
All right.
All right. Do you want us to take you over there? All right. No, because you got a cop. Well, you can't walk over there. Where is it? Across the street. So we gotta take you there.
That's a busy ass intersection though, so we don't want you to.
You gotta get in our car. We'll just take you over there real quick.
What are you looking for? Don't go reaching in there. That knife's in there. Remember? What do you need me to grab?
The knife is in here. I'm in the other bag.
Huh, I put it all in there, silly.
There's 3 bags.
Well, there's your pack, but I don't know if you got any in there. These stripes are right there.
Here we go.
Oh, they're the Marlboros. Yeah. Girl, if you're clean, get that plunger and choy boy out of there. Okay?
That's not mine.
Girl, we ain't charging you with that shit. I'm just saying.
No. There is a pipe. 2 pipes. And short boy in there.
So you're openly admitting to me that there's 2 pipes in there.
Because they're theirs.
Who's theirs? Your friends?
The dumb bitches that thought they could come in my room and rob me.
Oh. Well, can I get the pipes out and throw them away?
Oh, there's only 1 pipe.
Well, can I can get it out and throw it away?
Don't be reaching in there.
Yeah, let me grab it.
No, I want to grab it for you because I want to throw it away.
I'm telling you.
There's a knife in there. That's why we're trying to be careful, okay?
You got it, Ben? There. You got that?
When's the last time you used that? This? Yeah. I don't use this. Okay. Alright. You gonna throw it away? Let's go. No, not on the ground. Go put it in the trash can. Alright. Go get your bag. We're gonna give you a ride. Okay. You throwing that chore boy away too? Yep. I need to scrub my dishes. No. I'm so serious. We're trying to be cool with you. If you're gonna lie to us, then we're gonna. I'm not lying. You ain't scrubbing no dishes.
Girl, it's all ripped apart. How dumb do you think we are? Let's grab your shit. Let's go. Do you have anything on you? Because we got to patch you down before you get in the car, okay? This is just your phone, babe.
Yeah. Is that all of it? There's nothing else?
What is this squishy thing? Can I reach in and grab it? Are you okay with that?
Can I reach in and grab it?
No, ma'am. I said no. Don't do that, okay?
I want to see what it is. What is it? What's
Do you
squishy thing?
There's a squishy. Do you mind if I grab it out of your pocket? So I can make sure it's not anything crazy. No drugs, nothing like that. You okay?
No,
with
I
that?
don't want. No, I don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I mean, yes, I do mind.
Oh, Lord. All right.
What was it? You're good. It was nothing?
Yeah, you're good.
Good. What is it?
Just like a little rubber thing.
Oh, for my pain.
Yeah.
Damn. Yes, we did.
2-7. You can't do that in the car. Hold on to that before we. Hold on. What did I just say? You're going to have to throw that away. Don't waste it.
I know.
Because we're getting in the car.
What?
Just.
Get to the car, please, ma'am.
You. Okay, no, we're being nice enough to take her to not to a hospital, to another hotel. She's lucky she's not getting arrested right now, okay? All right, let's go. I'm over this. I mean, clearly if you're a friend, she's down here in the lobby.
She could be
Oh, absolute mess. She's lucky she's not getting hooked up, okay? So that's where I'm going to leave it at. Here's your vape. Give me your lighter. I will give it right back to you when we get to, not right now. We're going. You're not on our time.
Give me the water.
I'm asking, can I smoke this?
When you get there. No.
Kelsey, when you get there, baby, you're gonna smoke. Please fucking stop for you go.
I'm holding this.
I'm begging
you. You can have this. Let's get your shit and let's go.
I'm with us. All right, come here.
About 300 yards towards him on the street.
Get in the car. Jesus Christ. We have to make sure you get over there safely. Do you understand?
Can I have anyone meet me?
Listen, we've been real cool with you. You could be going to jail. Instead, you're going to a different hotel. But like she said, if you cause trouble over there, you're going to jail. Do you understand that? Okay.
I got a headache.
You good, Kelsey? Choking on your jerky? What are you doing back there?
You good? Okay. All right, you.
Help me.
Girl, come on. I got your lighter. Come on.
You can smoke now.
But you can't smoke in the lobby, though. Girl, if you fall, we're calling the squad, and you're going to go to the hospital because you're acting a fool.
Help me up.
No, ma'am. Lean it up.
Judy, which trial? Delgado? Why don't I have these pulled up? I haven't pulled them on my laptop. I haven't pulled them up on the computer. Come on. Oh, we got a verdict.
That verdict. If you do, say yes. If you don't for any reason, please say no. Nieta?
Yes.
The jury find the defendant Billy Jury has a verdict, so we're going to bring him in.
Oh, wait a minute. I got a message, Wiggles. And we have a question and Ollie. We'll do that after we get the verdict for this one.
All right, for the jury.
Please be seated in the courtroom. Okay, members of the jury, we received notice you have a verdict. Is that correct? Could I have the presiding juror stand momentarily? Is that verdict unanimous, sir? You hand it back for me and you can be seated. Could I have defendant and counsel rise? State of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We, the jury, find the defendant, Billy Delgado, guilty of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon to a family member, felony of the first degree, signed by the presiding juror. Do you wish to have poll?
Yes, Your
Do they know numbers or no? Do they know? Okay, can I have the list, jury list? Thank you. Okay, when I call your last name, ladies and gentlemen, the question is whether that is your verdict and you join in that verdict. If you do, say yes. If you don't for any reason, please say no. Nieta?
Yes.
Yep, I agree.
Received your verdict. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, as we discussed in voir dire, it is a two-phase process. The defendant having been found guilty, it is the jury's responsibility to assess the appropriate punishment. Both sides have an opportunity to produce further evidence if they wish to do so. So I'll ask the state to proceed at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first I want to thank you. Thank you for executing your civic duty, and thank you on behalf of the District Attorney's Office and on behalf of Mr. Alanis. Now, the law is going to ask you to take the next step. The next step is to determine what the punishment should be. Now, this crime was not a crime of carelessness. It was a choice. You're going to hear evidence that is going to help you make that choice. You will hear from a nurse practitioner that spent days with Erica. He was there trying to help her to recover. He was there when she was trying to get back on her feet. And he's going to explain to you the pain and all the suffering she went through. You're also going to hear from a cracker. She's going to tell you not only how Billy affected the community directly, but indirectly. And lastly, you're going to hear from the victim herself again. She's going to tell you all the suffering you can consider all of the evidence, all of the aggravating evidence also from the guilt and innocence part of the trial. So all of this new evidence from guilt and innocence phase of the trial, you can consider.
StreamYard, stop. Knock it off. Thank you.
Question. It's going to help you answer what sentence will protect the victim, will protect the community, and will reflect the seriousness of this crime. When we conclude, the state is going to impose a sentence that will show the gravity of the harm, the lasting trauma, and the danger posed if this violence caused by the defendant is not met with a firm and just punishment.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be able to talk to you one more time. Let me say what we are attempting to do. You didn't see the way you saw the case, but you present some witnesses, some character witnesses, clearly we'll be able to talk a little bit more freely now. We're not restrained by some of the rules, so we'll know all the truth about Erica and her family. And Mr. Delgado will also be able to testify if he wishes. But the family's going to come up and tell you all these situations that they have with Erica and all the problems they have with her. They'll tell you all about the good times that they had with Billy, what type of person Billy is. So you can use all that information you receive for the trial and this new information to try to determine the proper sentence. Okay, remember, you qualify for probation and it's all related to the maximum amount of punishment. So you folks have a wide range to deal with. All right? Thank you.
Statement, declare first witness.
Yeah,
Okay.
StreamYard, quit being stupid. Now I can't see the chat anymore. StreamYard. no. Okay. Yeah, my head is gonna explode. Judy predicted it. This is all your fault, Judy. Okay, where is it? It stops, but they're not doing anything. They're showing clips of. No, they're not showing clips. They're showing the the sentencing phase from the Delgado trial. No, the clock just stopped, but they're not showing anything from that trial. They just want to confuse me. They just want to send me in a panic and make my head explode. That's what they want to do to me. Along with StreamYard. The conspiracy between Court TV and StreamYard. They want my head to explode.
The state calls Silvia Navarro to the stand. She needs to be sworn in. Oh. Yes. Will. Yeah. Let the court hear that we're gonna need an interpreter.
And Your Honor, at this time, we'll be requesting that the exhibits from the guilt and innocence be moved to the punishment phase, and if we could have those exhibits, I don't think they're out here with the court.
Okay, they'll be reoffered along with all of the evidence that was admitted at the first phase of the trial and admitted for purposes of punishment. Could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence and testimony you're giving this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
The whole truth.
Thank you. Have a seat over here.
Your Honor, these are not the complete list of.
Can you see if there's anything else in the jury room as far as exhibits?
Just the photos.
Is there a particular one that you're looking for?
Yes, Your Honor. I was looking for the photos of the crash. But these are injuries and of the scene of the crime.
What was count 3?
Permission to go off record, Your Honor?
Yes.
So many counts in that case, I can't.
We don't have the
remember.
full list of exhibits here.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, anybody got carrying any exhibits on them that were back in the jury room? One more look in the jury room for us.
There's pictures here.
You want copies?
All right, perfect. We got them.
False imprisonment? Was that one of the counts?
Please state your name for the record.
Por favor, diga su nombre para que quede constado en actas.
Okay. Mi nombre es Silvia Navarro. Me dedico a trabajar y al hogar. Soy madre de un niño.
My name is Silvia Navarro, and I work at home, and I have one child.
And where do you reside?
¿Dónde está usted viviendo?
Vivo en Zapata.
I live in
Texas.
Zapata, Texas.
Thank you for coming down.
Gracias por venir.
Do you recall the date of June 1st, 2024?
¿Usted recuerda la fecha del día 1 de junio de 2024?
Claro que sí, cómo olvidar ese día tan triste.
Of course, how could I forget that day that was so sad?
I didn't know that there was a Zapato, Texas, and Zapato means shoe in Spanish. And I thought she said, I live in a shoe.
What happened that day?
¿Qué sucedió ese día?
Ese día estábamos en la línea para dar vuelta para agarrar otra calle.
That day we were on the road to turn to another street.
Y de repente pues se vino un carro encima del carro de nosotros, ¿verdad? O sea, de una troca mía.
Then all of a sudden there was a car that came on top of us, one of our cars, our truck.
How did you feel at that moment?
¿Cómo se sintió usted en ese momento?
Pues desesperada, no sabía qué estaba pasando, fue algo muy rápido, algo que no me esperaba.
I felt desperate. I did not know what was happening. It all happened very soon. I was not expecting it.
And what did you do after you were struck by the vehicle?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de que el vehículo le golpeó?
Pues yo reboté en el vidrio de enfrente y me dolía toda la cabeza, todo el cuerpo.
I bounced off the windshield. I had body aches. My head hurt.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
¿Usted tuvo que irse al hospital?
Sí, me desmayé después.
Yes, I fainted later on.
Me llevó la ambulancia.
And I was taken by ambulance.
And how long were you in the hospital?
¿Cuánto tiempo estuvo usted en el hospital?
Pues estuve como medio día.
I was like half a day.
And did you have to go back? Did you have to do any therapy?
¿Usted tuvo que regresar? ¿Tuvo usted que tener alguna terapia?
Tuve que regresar.
I did have to go back about the third day because the pain was very strong.
And today, do you still have pain?
¿Hoy todavía sufre de dolor?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have the means to take care of that pain?
¿Usted tiene con qué cuidarse ese dolor?
Pues hace una semana tuve que buscar un doctor para que me diera algo para el dolor.
A week ago, I had to look for a doctor so that I could get something for the pain.
Okay, let's go back. What happened to your car?
Vamos a regresarnos. ¿Qué sucedió con su automóvil?
Pues mi carro quedó completamente destrozado. La aseguranza me pagó $2,000.
StreamYard happened. And I thought it was going to crash again, but it didn't.
And the medical expenses.
¿Cómo le ha hecho usted para pagar todos sus costos de su automóvil y sus costos médicos?
Pues con mi trabajo ahorita estoy yendo yo. Aún se deben los biles del hospital.
With my work, now I'm paying my doctor. I'm still owing the hospital bills.
Has your life changed because of this accident?
¿Ha cambiado su vida debido a este accidente?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
How so?
¿Cómo?
Pues me da miedo manejar. Siento, si un carro está muy cerca, me viene el recuerdo de volver a chocar. Algunas veces busco quien maneje.
Well, I am afraid to drive. I feel if a car is very close to me, it reminds me, and I'm afraid, and I look for someone to give me a ride.
Your Honor, permission to publish the State Exhibit 28 and 30?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked the State's Exhibit 28.
Le voy a mostrar lo que tenemos como documento de prueba número 28.
Can you tell us in what car you were driving or you were a passenger of?
¿Me puede decir usted a qué vehículo estaba usted conduciendo o en qué vehículo era usted la pasajera?
Era la Escape gris.
It's the gray Escape.
So this one.
Esta.
And where were you riding?
¿Y dónde venía usted?
Del lado del pasajero.
On the passenger side.
So right here.
Aquí? Yes.
And it would be right here, correct?
¿Sería aquí mismo?
And that morning, did you foresee what was going to happen to you?
¿Y esa mañana sabía usted lo que iba a suceder ahí?
No, yo esa mañana venía con la intención de venir a comprar un piso para renovar mi traila. Traía $500, que fue lo que usé para la reca, para mover el mueble de ahí para la salida de Zapata, que vive una hermana ahí.
No, that morning I had the intentions to go buy some flooring because I was going to renew the floor from my mobile home. I had $500 that later on I had to use for the car to be towed to the outside of Zapata. A sister lives there.
And nowadays, are you getting any medical treatment? And if so, how are you paying for it?
Ahora que está recibiendo usted tratamiento médico, ¿cómo lo está pagando?
Pues con mi dinero, con lo de mi trabajo.
With my own money from work.
And is that enough?
¿Y eso es suficiente?
¿Cómo suficiente?
What do you mean by enough?
Is that enough money to cover all the expenses?
¿Es suficiente dinero para cubrir todos sus gastos?
No.
No.
We pass the witness.
Ma'am, can you please give me your name again?
Señora, ¿me puede dar su nombre nuevamente?
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Navarro Naranjo.
Silvia Guerrero
Navarro.
Navarro. Navarro being your dad's last name?
Navarro es el apellido de su papá?
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, did you hire a lawyer for the accident?
¿Usted ocupó un abogado para el accidente?
Is he helping you get money?
¿Él le está ayudando a que usted obtenga dinero?
Nos dio, nomás dijo que la bolsa de una que nos había pegado eran $10,000. O él cobró no sé qué tanto, nos tocaron 6,000, como 6,200 para nosotros, para mí.
He only gave us, he told us that the insurance was only up to $10,000 and he billed us. We only got around 6,000, 6,200?
Algo así.
Something like that.
Okay, so you received money for some compensation for your injuries, right?
Entonces usted recibió compensación por sus lesiones.
Fue, pues no sé si fue por las lecciones o por el golpe de la troca. No supe. Él nomás nos dio ese dinero.
I don't know if it was for the injuries or if it was because of the damage to the car. He just gave us that money.
Okay, but you didn't elect to go to a jury and try to collect more damages. You chose to settle, and you settled for that amount, for $10,000, right?
Pero usted no ocupó a nadie para poder obtener más dinero. Usted estuvo de acuerdo en aceptar esos $10,000.
Sí, fue lo que nos dijo el abogado que tocaba del aseguro de la persona que nos había chocado, o sea, del accidente.
Yes.
Y que no había otra manera que la bolsa que ella tenía.
Yes, that's what the attorney said. That was our share from the person that hit us. That there was no other way. That was our portion.
Okay. Would you like for Mr. Delgado to reimburse you for your expenses?
¿Usted quiere que el señor Delgado le reembolse sus gastos?
¿Cómo?
What do you mean?
Well, you're here to testify because you're telling us of all the expenses you have. I'm asking, would it make you whole if we could repay you for those expenses that occurred because of the accident?
Usted está aquí para dar su declaración y está diciendo de todos sus gastos y estamos preguntando si usted quiere ser reembolsada por esos gastos.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Don't leave that lady to think he can. You're such a jerk. Even if he never went to jail, he could never repay that lady back. Okay?
In this entire year, has the defendant or his family reached out to try to pay you?
En todo este año, el acusado, los familiares del acusado han tratado de comunicarse con usted para tratar de pagarle.
No.
You had to pay for that lawyer, correct?
Usted tuvo que pagar a ese abogado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Es que el abogado ese se cobró de lo que tocaba de la bolsa de la persona del automóvil.
The thing is that he,
Serían 3,800, algo así.
the thing is that he took his share, I think maybe about 3,800.
There's Stansburg.
So you had to pay money to get money.
Entonces tuvo que pagar dinero para tener dinero.
Claro.
Of course.
For something that wasn't your fault,
Por
correct?
algo que no fue su culpa, ¿correcto?
No.
It wasn't. That's the word.
And did you ever reach out to the Delgado family and ask them for money?
Claro que no, no sé ni quiénes son. No soy de aquí de Laredo, vivo en Zapata, no conozco a nadie ni a la persona que provocó el accidente, no sé las razones.
Of course, I do not know the family. I'm not from Laredo. I am from Zapata. I don't know the person or the reasons.
Okay, just to clarify, you hired an attorney to see if you could get more funds for the accident, and if you obtain funds, you were going to pay him a percentage of the funds you received. Is that right?
Solamente para aclarar, usted contrató un abogado para ver si podía tener usted algunos fondos y cuando recibiera el dinero, él iba a un portal.
Es correcto.
That is correct.
That's all I have, Judge.
And on the day of the accident, who were you with?
El día del accidente, ¿con quién estaba usted?
Estaba con un acompañante, Guadalupe García, era el que iba manejando.
I was with a partner, Guadalupe García.
So there was two people in the car.
¿Entonces había personas en el automóvil?
Sí.
Yes.
Pass the-
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, she excused and subject to call.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. You're excused. You don't have to come back. Thank you very much.
Ok, gracias.
Your next witness, please.
It's going to be Joel Martinez, Judge.
I didn't feel mine at all. I am a medical oddity. Not only am I the most unlucky person in the world, according to two of my doctors, I had kidney stones so bad that it blocked my urine and it made my kidney swell up to a larger than normal because the urine was backed up. I didn't even feel them. I had zero pain. I had 2 lithotripsies where they use the sound waves to break them up, and I passed them and never felt them. They say kidney stones hurt worse than childbirth, and I didn't feel a thing. I am just a medical oddity.
I don't know if it's been sworn, Judge.
Would you raise your right
Yeah,
hand for me, please?
they are that bad.
Send the testimony,
I've
giving the
heard.
cause to be the truth, so help you God.
Not for me,
Have a seat over here.
but I'm not gonna say, you know, I might have one another time later in my life and hurt like 8 feet of hospital.
Have a seat, Judge.
Please.
Mine didn't hurt at all.
Good afternoon.
But
Good
I know
afternoon.
they hurt.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Joe Martinez?
Mr. Martinez, how are you employed?
I'm a nurse practitioner in the trauma department in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I've been a nurse practitioner for 7 years, and I've been a nurse since 2012, also in the trauma unit.
And what do you mean by nurse? Is that your title? It used to be your title, nurse, or it was?
Yes, I graduated in 2012 and started practicing as a registered nurse in the trauma ICU of that same hospital.
Okay.
Then I went and obtained my master's in nurse practitioner studies, and I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner since.
And you said about 6 years ago, so it was more or less about 2018?
I started in January of 2019.
Okay, 2019. And are you licensed here in
Texas? Yes, sir.
Okay. What does your practice consist of?
So I take care of perioperative patients, mainly trauma patients. So anyone that's in the acute phase in the hospital that is not an ICU patient and part of the trauma team, I take care of them, as well as outpatient care. So after they get discharged and they do their follow-up appointments, they come and they see me.
Okay, and right now you testify acute patients. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Acute patients are any patients that are ill enough to still be admitted into the hospital, but they are not in an intensive care unit. So they're not ill enough to where they have to be in the ICU, but they are ill enough to where they have to stay in the hospital.
Okay, and you also testified about trauma. You've been dealing with trauma patients since, I believe, 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what that means, trauma?
So any trauma patients are patients that come in due to a traumatic injury. So majority of patients are usually car crashes, falls from certain heights, gunshot wounds, stab victims. Those are probably the majority of the patients that I see.
Okay, and before we continue, let me ask about your educational background. What is it?
So I obtained my bachelor's in nursing from Incarnate Word in San Antonio. I graduated in 2012. Same year I became a registered nurse. While I was a trauma intensive care unit nurse, I also went to school to obtain my master's at UT Health San Antonio. And after graduating, took my boards and started practicing as a nurse practitioner in 2019.
Okay, and during the course of your duties as a nurse practitioner, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries? Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
With injuries? You've treated patients with injuries?
Yes.
And those injuries mainly consist of what kind of injuries?
Mainly consists of traumatic injuries, usually gunshot wounds, stab wounds, car crashes, orthopedic injuries that they sustain from what we call polytrauma, meaning that you have multiple injuries from one traumatic episode.
Okay, so since you've been dealing with trauma victims and injuries, what are the injuries that you most typically see?
I would say gunshot wounds, stab wounds, and rib fractures.
Okay.
And orthopedic injuries from car crashes.
Okay. Do you know the victim in this case, Ms. Erica Edith Torres?
I do. I took care of her for all 3 of the hospitalizations that she had in the last year.
Okay, so when was the first time you actually met with the victim, Erica Torres?
I met Erica, I believe it was in the first or second week of July of 2024, after she had been in the intensive care unit for over a month. And my colleagues from the intensive care unit transferred her to me and gave me a report on what happened during her hospitalization in the ICU. And I took care of her from then moving forward.
And you testified that you work for University Hospital in San Antonio. Is that
Correct.
Okay. So once you met Erica for the first time in early July 2024, what was your opinion, your medical opinion?
That she was extremely sick.
And what do you mean by extremely sick?
She had a lot of different injuries for different systems. So for her lungs, mainly in her abdomen, but she also had ongoing infections that required antibiotics. At that point, she wasn't moving or getting out of bed yet.
Okay.
She still had a breathing tube in her trachea, and she was still pending further surgical interventions.
What is the trachea?
So the tracheostomy tube is a tube that we put in someone's trachea when they've been on the breathing machine or the ventilator for prolonged periods of time, where it's not safe enough to just take the tube out. So we make a breathing tube for them that goes into their trachea.
Okay, so when you started treating Ms. Torres in July 2020, how many times a week would you visit with her?
I saw her on rounds every day that I was at work, so at least 5 days a week.
5 days a week, and that continued for how long?
Every day that I was at work and that she was still in the hospital. So through her discharge May 30th, aside from the 2 times that she was discharged from the hospital, then I would see her in clinic.
Yeah, Ms. Torres testified that she was released from the hospital May 30th of 2025. So about, if you can tell the jury, you dealt with Erica, you visited with her, you treated her, you even prescribed medicine for how long in those until May 30th of 2025?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day that I was there, I would see her.
Okay, and so you know her progression pretty much from June or July 2024 all the way to May 30th, 2025.
I know it very well, yes.
And have you met with her after she was released on May 30th, 2025?
Yes, I've met with her at the hospital once or twice, I believe.
Okay, are you gonna still?
Yes, so she's supposed to follow up with us still to continue her care.
The jury already found the defendant guilty of ag assault. They already established that it was a serious bodily injury. What can you tell the jury about any long-term effects that Ms. Erica Torres might have from this point on to the future?
Since discharge from hospital, she's been referred to a gastroenterologist. Ms. Torres has about less than 150 centimeters of her small intestine. The average for an adult person is anywhere from 300 to 800. So she has a very limited amount of small bowel.
Okay, and how can that affect her? Only having 105 centimeters of her small intestine.
So your small intestine is where the majority of your nutrients and certain medications work on the small intestine. So she's at high risk for malnutrition, and certain medications that she takes will not be working for her the way that they would for a normal person.
Okay, you testify malnutrition. What does that mean?
That means that she's not getting the vitamins or minerals or calories from food that we eat in the same manner that people that have a full small bowel do.
Okay, and how can that affect her in the future?
She may have a hard time maintaining her weight, diet tolerance. She may not eat certain foods the way that we do. And she can also not be able to get the same medications that we get and get the same effect from them.
What exhibit is the picture we took on Sunday? Do you remember?
And guess what? You can't see that by looking at her.
Judge, my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you said exhibit. 49 to 51. And you testified earlier that you've seen her since July 2024, so you're familiar with her injuries.
Correct.
When she was in the hospital. Okay. I'm going to show you still exhibit 51, 50, and 49. These pictures were taken on Sunday, July 27th. Have you seen Erica like this?
Yes, I saw when that wound was actually completely open.
Are you talking about this one?
No, the one on her flank. Yes, so that was actually an open wound. That's a split thickness skin graft. That's a wound that we made by taking skin from her thigh and transplanting it to her flank so that it can actually cover. And that's what it looks like healed.
Healed?
Yes, that's a healed skin graft, correct.
Can this ever look better?
There's certain surgical procedures that patients may have after getting a skin graft to help it not look as scarred down, but these are not an option for her.
Why not?
Because she's too high risk of a patient because she's had multiple abdominal surgeries.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to show you stat exhibit number 50. You recognize this injury from Ms. Torres?
Yes, so that is her, I believe, right side. So she had wounds on both of her flanks, the right and the left. She had developed a flesh-eating bacteria when she was initially in the intensive care unit that required her to go to the operating room multiple times to help cut away all of that muscle that was necrotic.
Do you remember the timeline of that?
That was when she first came in. I believe that was in early June. She was still in the ICU, but when she was down in the acute care unit with me, we were still sending her back to the operating room for washouts of that.
Can Ms. Torres ever fix this?
No, it's not recommended that she have any other surgeries to her abdomen.
And for the same reason, because of her skin?
Correct, because she could get really sick. She's at high risk for any surgeon that goes in there can nick her bowel and cause the same injuries that she had before.
Finally, I'll show you slide 7 over 51. Again, this picture was taken on July 27th, Sunday before trial. You also recognize this?
Correct. That's her midline of her abdomen. She had, I believe, at least 3 exploratory laparotomies. And then her most recent time that we opened that wound was on April 15th for her takedown of her fistula that she developed.
And what is that, fistula?
So Ms. Torres developed what's called an enterocutaneous fistula, meaning that there was a portion of her bowel that was communicating to the outside of her skin. So anytime that she would eat or drink anything, her gastric contents would actually come out. So it wouldn't make its way down the entire intestine. So she wasn't able to absorb any of the food. And the only way that we were able to treat that is to keep her from eating anything by mouth. So she was not allowed to eat anything by mouth for at least 6 months.
Until April of 2025?
Correct.
And Ms. Torres also testified about this little thing that she has. Can you tell the jury what this is?
That's the remainder of the wound that she has from her surgery in April. That wound actually extended all the way down to the bottom of her abdomen. And we did what are called wound vac changes, where we would take a vacuum to help close it up. And that was getting changed 3 times a day at the bed, or 3 times a week at the bedside. This is the remainder of an opening that hasn't closed yet.
Do you think that opening is going to close soon, or it's going to be there for a while?
It's hard to tell. It should be closing, but as of right now, we're just having a difficult time getting it to close completely.
Okay, and again, another question. Can Ms. Torres get a plastic surgery so she can fix her abdomen?
We have recommended that she's not a good surgical candidate for that.
And Mr. Martinez, does this look normal to you?
It does. In comparison to a normal person, absolutely not.
Mr. Martinez, you also testified about the risk of malnutrition. Can you describe what you mean by that?
So she cannot eat the same types or amounts of food that a person without her injuries is able to. So she gets nauseous very easily. We've advised her from having big meals, so she usually takes very small meals. So the amount of food that she eats is very limited.
Okay.
Therefore, she won't have the kind of nutrition that a normal person would have. So if she continues to be nauseous, she'll have a difficult time eating those foods.
And can that change in the near future?
It's very unlikely because you cannot grow more small bowel and you cannot get a small bowel transplant.
Okay.
So this is an anatomical issue that she has that's not going to change.
What about disease processes? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
So if she were to develop, with her age advancement, if she were to develop diabetes or high blood pressure, she may be a little bit more difficult to manage than a normal person because a lot of these medications work on specific parts of your small bowel. So because she has...
And what do you mean by small bowel? What is that?
Her small intestine.
Okay.
So Erica has a very small amount of small intestine, And if she develops high blood pressure or diabetes, the medications that are used to treat those will not work on her the way that they would work on somebody that has the full extent of their small intestine, because they work specifically in that portion of the bowel.
Okay, so she'll be limited in taking all that.
She'll have
medicine?
more limited options, correct.
Okay.
And specifically for any medications that say extended release, those medications require their extended release, so they go through the entire bowel, small and large intestine, and they require a lot more time for absorption. So she's just not going to absorb what she needs out of those medications.
And that is important in case she does develop high blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes.
Correct.
It's not going to work the same as like a regular person.
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Erica Torres also testified about having PTSD. Did you treat her for PTSD?
We actually consulted our psychiatry team that's in the hospital for the PTSD.
Did you prescribe any medicine to her about?
Yes, they recommended medications. Unfortunately, during the initial portion of her hospitalization, when we weren't allowing her to have anything to eat or drink, the medications that were available to her were not an option for her because they were in pill form. So we had very limited options that were able to be given to her through her vein, because that's all we were using at the time.
And just for the record, please describe to the jury what PTSD is.
It's a post-traumatic stress disorder. After somebody has a traumatic event, they can develop signs and symptoms of reliving the situation, but also can be extremely anxious, paranoid. Some of these actually, which happened to Miss Torres, they can actually be seen physically. So she would become extremely nauseous whenever she would talk, whenever she was asked about why she was in the hospital or what happened prior to her being in the hospital.
Okay, so let's go back to when she was in the hospital. You testified that you treated her for about maybe 11 months, from July to May 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you saw Erica and the progression of her injuries and her, I guess, willingness or her will to live, can you comment on that? What you experienced, what you personally observed from Erica Torres?
She was definitely very determined. So she, whenever we asked her to, get out of bed, and she was, even if she was feeling weak or she was feeling tired, she would make it a point to get out of bed, and then she would try to even walk more. She never wore a gown. She always wanted to be in her own clothes.
Okay.
She had visitors. She would get her nails done at the hospital because she was there forever. So she would have a friend come and do them for her. She was trying to, in my opinion, was trying to be as normal as possible after being in the hospital for almost a year.
And let me ask you, I guess a follow-up question on that. Will she ever be normal again?
In comparison to a person that...
A normal person?
No.
She also testified that she can only lift about 10 pounds right now.
Correct.
Is that going to change in the future, or she's always going to be limited?
She's always going to be limited. She shouldn't be moving a couch or picking up anything super heavy.
And based on the injuries that Ms. Torres sustained, do you think she can get pregnant, on your medical opinion?
I would say no, but I would probably defer that question to a gyne expert.
I'll pass it with this judge.
Just a few questions. What's your last name again?
Martinez.
Mr. Martinez. Is there medication that she can use that can be absorbed through the skin, like some compounding medications?
It depends on what medications you're asking for. So there are some transdermal medications, but it just depends on which ones and what you want them for.
Okay. And as you see her today, is she malnourished?
She is not eating as much as she should, yes. So she actually has an appointment with a gastroenterologist next month.
So she should be gaining more weight at this time, is what you're saying?
Weight is not something that we use very much as far as malnourishment or not. She would need to get labs drawn to see what her nutrition labs are looking like.
And there's other ways she can get nutrition?
We treated her to have nutrition, which is not optimal, but it was the only option that we had at the time. She was having to get nutrition through her vein. but that's a very high risk because it can also cause liver damage, which in some cases for her, it actually did.
That's all I have, Judge.
No further questions, Judge.
See, excused, not subject to recall?
That's correct. Not from the defense.
Okay, I don't hear anybody asking for recall, so you're excused not to come back, sir. Thank you.
Flesh-eating bacteria is no joke either. I had a patient that scraped up his leg in a skateboarding accident, and he lost his leg due
Your
to
next witness.
flesh-eating bacteria.
Miss Erica Torres, Judge.
He was 16, 17, lost his leg skateboarding, just from road rash skateboarding, because he got flesh-eating bacteria. Why I haven't been to the beach this year either. Because for some reason, beaches in Florida, people are dying from flesh-eating bacteria this year. Debbie, going to I know. See, I know. That's why I don't like. There are very few medicines that are absorbed through the system. Very few.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Quit being.
Hello, Erica.
Stop it, StreamYard. Stop it. Aggravating me. Stop it.
Hey,
How are you doing today?
okay.
Erica, I want to start off by asking, how have the actions done by the defendant on June 1st, 2024 affected you?
I have lack of nutrition. I usually am always weak. I have a lot of scars, a lot of pain. Pain is usually internally, my stomach.
Oh, okay, well, I guess, so, seems like a lot. I guess let's start with the physical first, all right? And if you will, if we can start from the head down, okay? What type of injuries did you have to get treated because of what Mr. Delgado did?
Well, I have a hole left from the trach. It's just there. And then one of the bullets went through my dominant left hand.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I took it.
You took this photo?
I took the screenshot of my x-ray.
And it's a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I'll tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 53.
Judge, I don't think I received these medical records in discovery, so I'm gonna object. Unless they're in discovery, we can use them.
They are in discovery.
Okay, which ones are they?
They're tendered to you.
Judge, I don't remember seeing this in discovery. So I object.
Were they tendered?
Yes, Your Honor, they were tendered. We tendered him a hard drive with all the pieces of evidence we had. This was on that hard drive.
Okay, well, I guess if you're sure, as an officer of the court, I'll overrule the objection. You may proceed to admit.
Thank you.
Nobody takes pictures of their injuries, huh? Nobody. Nobody takes pictures. That's my surgery that I had a week ago Monday. Hang on, I'll show you guys my shoulder if I can find it. I know I took a picture of it. Okay, where'd it go? I had the x-ray of my shoulder. That her taking a screenshot of her x-ray just reminded me. Where'd it go? Anyway, I had my shoulder, my fake shoulder, my total shoulder replacement. I have the x-ray of that on this phone somewhere. I can't find it right now. Yes, people take pictures. Stupid. Whether it's in Discovery or not.
Provisional publisher?
Yes.
Erica, what are we looking at here?
That is my left hand. In between my middle finger and index finger, you will see small little dots in between the two knuckles. Those.
Now let me stop you there. Are they?
Well, there's bullet fragments right there, and as well in between the hand.
So
like,
is this right here?
yes.
There it is.
This goes out right here?
Yes, and then that one as well.
I found it. I knew I didn't delete it. There's my shoulder. And there's another view of my shoulder. I took pictures of my x-rays.
That as well, and then in between the two middle fingers, that little white line that's in between, those are bullet fragments as well.
Okay, and which hand is this?
This is my left hand, it's my dominant hand.
And where are those fragments today?
They're still in my hand. They cannot be removed. If removed, they would cause a lot more damage.
What kind of damage?
Probably not being able to function correctly. At the moment, I'm able to move my hands, but I have no sensation in these three fingers. I have multiple pain, always radiating up to my arm, down all the way to my neck.
It would help if you guys could see it. Sorry.
On my hand.
And do you have a hole here?
Yes, I have a hole and I have a scar.
Thank you.
Really? See, it's not so unusual. I don't know why.
Have you regained confidence in that hand?
No, I have not.
And you said that that was your dominant hand?
Yes.
So are you able to write today?
I'm able to write, not as legible, and I'm unable to hold a pen or pencil completely.
Okay. Now, where else were you injured?
I have a lot of injuries on my abdomen. There's just multiple injuries. I have multiple surgeries. I had a hole with my intestine out. With the intestine being out, it had a fistula, which is a hole.
Now, real quick, you said you had a hole. How long did you have that hole?
I still have it. It still hasn't completely healed.
Okay. Now, and you were talking about a fish. What was that?
A fistula. It's a hole. The fistula was located in my stomach. So all the acid that our stomach has to break down foods was spilling out through there. Anything that I would intake, as in water, anything to drink, food, medications, anything was coming out through that hole. Drainage was every day. I was stuck to a wall suction, and it suctioned out every day what I was spitting. For the first couple of months, I was usually stuck in bed. Due to being in bed for such a long time, I had to relearn how to walk as well.
Okay, but let's move. So you said you weren't able to. Were you able to eat food?
No, I wasn't able to eat food at all while I was there at the hospital, nor drink anything.
Okay, and how long were you not able to eat food for?
For almost a whole year.
And not being able to eat food, how did that affect you?
It emotionally and mentally, it's really, really hard. It's like as if somebody's depriving you from everything.
And did it affect you?
I had no muscle. My hair was falling out. My teeth were hurting constantly. I would eat to keep nutrition. It was through an IV in my arm. That was like that for like 11 months. And Monday, 3 times out of the week, I had wound care, which were dressings that they would come in and remove all the dressings, all the tape, everything that they had, wash, clean, everything they needed to do to keep this area from getting infected again. Doing that and being on the meds that they had me on, I felt everything. I felt every tug, every pull, my skin burning. I would always ask myself, like, why? Like, why am I having to go through this, and why is it that I'm surviving all of this?
You mentioned skin burning. What do you mean your skin was burning?
That hole that I had, the acid that would fall out, sometimes it was so much that it wasn't able to suction out. And because of that, so it would sit in the pocket, and around my skin around the hole would burn, like burn off.
Now, what injuries, if any, did you receive below your waistline?
A double compound fracture on my right foot.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you before. Do you recognize this phone?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
A screenshot that I took.
Okay, and is it a
It's
check picture portrait?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the record reflect I'm tendering to defense States Exhibit 54 for inspection and any objection.
This is part of the same thing. It's already there. No objection, Judge.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 54. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
That is my right foot. It's a complete break.
Is that where it's circled there?
Yes.
So that's the complete break you're speaking of?
Yes. And I have rods, screws, and I have a plate.
So you have and where is this plate and rods and screws currently today?
Still in my foot. I will be unable to remove them. I have to keep them on like forever.
Why is that?
Because that piece right there that is broken,
This piece?
yes, does not heal. So the screws and rods and metal keep my foot together.
Has that affected your mobility in any way?
Yes, I am able to walk. I cannot wear certain shoes. My foot always is swollen. It's always in pain. I do walk. Walking is only minimal. Can't walk for a long time. At the moment, I cannot run, and I cannot jump. I'm unable to lift anything more than 10 pounds.
Now, earlier you testified that you had to relearn to walk. How long did it take you to become mobile after this accident?
Without any assistance or using a walker or anything, would be around the time in January, maybe February. And it was very minimal.
And this is
2025.
Of 2025?
Mm-hmm.
And what would you think during your mobility recovery?
I did not see. I didn't see it ending. I didn't see an ending. There was always something new, always another complication. There was always another hurdle to have to go. It feels like it's a never ending hurdle with all these injuries.
At any point in time, did you ever want to give up or feel hopeless?
Yes. Yes, I did multiple times. I started losing sleep over it. I don't have sleeping like I have insomnia because it's constant. Like I said, always in pain. It's always just a reminder of everything that I have to go through the next day. And the next day is a hurdle to have up itself.
What would you say was the length of your recovery?
I'm still in recovery. I'm never gonna be done with recovery. I have short gut syndrome. I don't absorb foods, liquids correctly. I cannot, I don't have energy throughout my day. Just simply walking around, going upstairs or going downstairs, it's a struggle. It is.
And you mentioned that you will always be in your recovery. Are you still being treated for your injuries today?
Yes, I still am. I am seeing multiple doctors at the moment.
What medications are you currently on?
At the moment, I'm taking a Protonix. I'm taking Lyrica, Zoloft, Seroquel for sleep, and I take a Gatix. It's an injection that has to be taken every day, and that helps with some of the absorption in food that I can intake throughout my day.
Did you have to take a Gatix today?
Yes, every morning.
Did you ever have any complications while you were in the hospital?
No, I was a healthy 31-year-old with no
I'm
complications.
sorry. Did you ever have complications while you were in the hospital?
Yes, multiple complications.
What kind?
From what I've understood, it was always one thing after another at the beginning of the stay. After they were able to stable me and kind of figure out, it was always day to day. It wasn't, oh, we're gonna do this. This is a long period of time. No, we had to wait a day. Surgeries were not planned ahead of time. Surgeries were literally planned with just see how it was.
How was your emotionally? How this affected you?
I've never had anxiety. I never felt depression. And it's just an absolute horrible feeling. PTSD is even worse. You lose sometimes time. You're just sitting there and you're just thinking, and it's playing over and over in your head. And you're trying to get out of it and you can't. And you just sit there. It's kind of like if you feel numb, and you're trying to cover it and you can't. So mentally, I'm constantly struggling.
Prior to this, were you on any of these medications?
None. I was healthy, 31, no broken bones, no medications.
How have the actions of Mr. Delgado affected your family?
It's affected everybody very differently. My parents had to start preparing for choices that I really do not believe any parent should have to make. My daughters, they're so innocent. They have an innocent mind. And they are, they're so scared. I can't even leave a room sometimes. My oldest was not even present at the time. And she is terrified to leave me alone. She tracks my every move because she is terrified that I'm not gonna come home. How am I supposed to explain something like that? And then I have my baby. How is supposed to see her biological father do what he did, explain that to go to school and be around kids that might know what's going on. My daughter's innocence have been taken away, and they were taken away by her father. My children they should not be going through this. This is horrible.
Can you do any of the things that you used to enjoy prior to this accident?
At the moment, I'm not able to.
Like what? What can't you do?
We would always be either out at the ranch riding. I cannot ride horses right now, so my daughters have to do it on their own. Three of us, swimming. They love swimming. I cannot get into a pool at the moment. Simply driving. I mean, right now, my mom and I, we watch the girls together and stuff, but my mom sometimes does have to go to work. If they want to go somewhere, they have to wait because I am not able to drive.
I can't drive.
Because the doctors are not allowing me, my doctors are not allowing me to drive due to the PTSD that I have and the trauma that I have. It's not safe, and as well, my abdomen is still open, so they do not think it's safe for me to be conducting a vehicle.
Would you say that you're able to live your life normally?
No. I'm not able to. I used to be very carefree. I was never aware of my surroundings, you know. I really never believed anything. And now I'm constantly looking at the cameras in our house. I am terrified when people come to the door. I do not like any confrontation at all with anybody. I literally shut down and just don't say nothing. Like, it's a horror. It's just horrible. Like, my sense of feeling safe and secure is already taken away.
Are you able to carry your daughters?
No. Like I said, I'm not able to lift 10 pounds or more. So I haven't been able to carry my baby at all for the past year.
Erica, how do you feel here today?
I'm nervous. I'm just really, really nervous. I want justice. I've had to pay for my wrongdoings. I've had to appear in court. I've had to deal with all the wrongdoings that I've done. I want justice for myself too. I may not have outcried many other times that I could have, but this isn't supposed to happen. My life was not supposed to be in his hands. He's not God.
No matter what she did, she paid for it. She did what they told her to do. She did her probation. She did whatever. Now he has to pay for what he did to her.
Do you believe that Billy Delgado gave you a life sentence of pain and suffering?
Yeah, he did. He did. He gave me a life sentencing, and he didn't just give it to me, but like I said, he gave it to my daughters, gave it to my family and my friends.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Torres,
Mm-hmm.
the jury is here to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence, right? Which will probably include a prison sentence. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you have experience being in jail. Did you have experience while you were there?
No.
Back in 2012, you were booked into the Laredo Police Department for assaulting a family member. How many days in jail did you do for that?
I was not in jail. I was in there for 6 hours.
Okay, so you paid for that one by 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In 2016, you were assaulted for an assault causing bodily injury. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No.
None?
In 2016. In 2012 and 2016?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. In 2012, I did not get arrested in 2012.
Isn't that the one with your brother?
No.
Which one was that one?
That has to be in either 2013. 2016 has to be the one with my brother. I never got arrested in 2012.
What about the accident involving damage, driving while intoxicated, and resisting arrest? Is that you?
Yes, I did get arrested for that.
That was 2023?
Yes.
And what happened in that case?
I'm sorry?
What happened in that case?
It's still pending.
Okay. How many days in jail did you do for that one?
6 hours.
And the one for your brother was 6 hours?
I was in the holding cells.
What about the 2023 assault causing bodily injury?
Yes, I did hours as well.
And the Department of Public Safety arrest for assault causing bodily injury in November 14, 2023. How many days for that one?
I'm sorry. No, the assault for Diddy, they did not arrest me. They started the investigation and then they set out a warrant out for my arrest.
Okay.
And when the warrant was set out, that was the one at DPS that they had arrested me for. And again, that one was 6 hours.
And the Laredo Police Department for manufacturing, delivering controlled substance?
That is
less
still
than
under
a gram?
investigation.
Okay, did you get arrested for that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how many hours for that one?
I was, due to when I was released from the hospital, I went in and turned myself in. And due to all the damages, I still had tubes. I had the hole in my stomach, tubes everywhere. I was medically released.
That was in June 11, 2025. You were just out of the hospital for a week?
Exactly.
Okay. And was that, you were actually detained for that case earlier and then
Nope.
arrested? It was the same time?
Sorry?
I mean, were you like arrested for the?
No, I was not arrested. They did an investigation, presented a warrant. The warrant was set, turned myself in, and it's pending right now.
And when were you supposed to have possessed the cocaine?
Objection, Your Honor. As to relevance, Judge, and she's already answered the question, Judge. He's going to accept the facts. This is under investigation. It's not a case that's been indicted or anything, Your Honor. She's not been convicted of this, Judge.
Because we're at sentencing. Characters at issue.
Well, no, I disagree with that, but if she's got a pending case, then that is fodder for potential bias of it. So, I have a lot of pending cases.
So we have a total, you're saying, and there's other incidents where you weren't arrested, the police were called, right?
Yes, with Mr. Billy Delgado, yes.
Okay. So at least we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We won't count the one in June because you shouldn't have, they couldn't detain you very long because of your medical condition, right? But 1, 2, 3, 4, and the cocaine must have been prior to June 1st, right?
From I believe so, yes. I was not aware about these charges until April of 2025.
Okay.
None of that gives him the right to shoot her.
So how could you have picked up a cocaine charge if you're June 1st, 2024?
Again, I was not arrested by an officer. I am still pending those charges. My lawyer, I still need to sit down and talk to him about charges.
Okay, so you're just that prison is not a fun place to be, a jail.
No, it's not.
And that's basically your experience.
Yes,
And you paid for whatever you did, right?
yes.
Now, you only have a protective order. Right? So Billy can't see you without being arrested, being close to you without being arrested.
That is what the paper says.
Okay. He can't even see his daughter, Esmeralda, as well. He can't be within a certain amount of yards or he gets arrested.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's another form of punishment, or punishment.
Yes.
Just like you were punished 6 hours at the city jail for what you've done, Billy's also being punished, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you have a brother named Louis?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and has he been to prison?
Yes.
For what?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you discuss his experiences in prison?
No, I
Objection to
don't.
relevance.
Judge, it's relevant. They're trying to send my client to prison. I want to know what she's heard.
Your Honor, he's talking about a completely different, an entirely different person, Judge.
I don't sustain an objection to this witness.
You have two brothers, right?
Yes, I do.
Has the other one been to prison?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do.
How many?
I have 3 brothers in total, and I have 2 younger sisters.
And you share the same mom and dad?
We share the same dad.
Same dad. Your mom's been married how many times?
She's 3
Objection as to
times.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And those are the only, Louis is the only one that's been to prison?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor, and he's already been instructed that that question wasn't relevant by the court, Judge.
Well, it's repetitious. You already got an answer to that, so I'll sustain the objection. What else?
This guy's just a jerk. Straight up jerk.
Ma'am, do you ever remember sending a text to Miss Delgado, Billy's mom, basically apologizing for what your daughter through?
I don't recall. I used to talk to Miss Delgado a lot. She was the only person that I had in San Antonio, and granted, I had gone to her house multiple times because I was getting away from Billy, and I would tell her, like, I don't understand why is this happening, but I don't want to give up. They are my daughters, that was their dad, and I wanted to keep my family together. This was my second marriage, and I wanted to keep what was a family together.
Oh, Jill. You should have been here yesterday. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I mean, basically you say you're sorry for putting your hands on him, on Billy, and I apologize to Billy every day when I do. Is that right?
Yes, I do. I do apologize to him.
Okay, there's no excuse for me to put my hands on him, but I'm sorry for putting my girls in this situation. I put them through. I love my daughters and I hate what I have put. Is that?
Well, if you can tell me the date that text was sent and the conversation prior to that, then I would understand why I was sending that text message.
July 17, 2023?
July 17, 2023?
I think you were on your way to, were you on your way to SA?
July 17, 2023?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not.
Okay. But do you remember texting things like that to Connie?
I probably have.
Okay. How many assault cases do you have, Eric? I'm sorry, I think I lost track.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Dude, just shut up and sit down.
Let me see. 11:14. 11:14, okay. Eric, I think I missed one. The assault that you had in Bexar County, that was, what month was that? Do you remember?
No, I'm not aware what month.
Remember the year?
22?
Hmm?
22?
22? You testified that you were on deferred adjudication for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do you think all those assaults say anything about this case?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have this week.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then you don't see the program, I'll say the free call.
Are you trying to say she deserved?
Stand over and next witness.
State rest, Your Honor.
Mr. Vega.
Yes, Judge. Let me see. Start off with Miss Vanessa. Okay, Megan back.
Long story, evidence and testimony, you're giving us files.
Ms. Bagwell, can you give us your complete name, please?
Megan Lee Bagwell,
Okay, and where do you reside, ma'am?
Burleson, Texas.
Okay, and how do you know Mr. Delgado here sitting next to me?
I'm the mother of his firstborn child.
Okay, so you had a relationship for some time?
Yes, for 5 years.
Okay. Do you know him to be a dangerous person?
Not at all.
Okay. You have one child together, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you manage the visitation periods with Mr. Delgado?
Because he does lived in Laredo, he would get him for holidays for 1 month during the summer, the senior custody agreement.
Okay, and is his son visiting with him?
Absolutely.
Do you encourage the visitation?
I do.
Okay, do you consider yourself to be a good mother?
I do.
Okay. if Mr. Delgado was a dangerous person, you wouldn't allow him to see your son, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but you've never seen any tendency like that? You've never had any interaction?
Sorry, guys. Every mother considers themselves a good mother. That was an absurd question to ask.
My son adores him.
Now, we're here because the jury sitting over there is going to determine Mr. Delgado's sentence. Okay? We don't know what they're going to do. They have a wide range of punishment. You heard you've heard some of the conversations with the you, Mr. Delgado was alone with you, that he would shoot you or something like this?
No, he would never do that to me.
If he has a prolonged absence from seeing your son, you think it's going to affect his the relationship?
Yes.
It's going to affect your son's life?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the jury sentences him to 5 years, he won't see him until he's 16, right?
Correct.
Sends him to 10 years, you won't see him until he's 21.
Correct.
And by that time, he's all the important information that he should be receiving from his father. When he's a growing young man, he's going to miss out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories that you spent together with Mr. Delgado and your son? Any good memories?
A million.
You want to share one with us?
There's too many. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but my son enjoys talking to his dad, spending time with him. And when we were together, we were a family. We had our regular fights that normal people have, and the fights that they would have were not normal. They were extremely unhealthy, extremely toxic. And I would tell both of them that it wasn't right.
Okay, but when you had argument, when you were in a relationship with Billy, you argued, right?
Yeah, we had discussions, and we would sit down and talk about what and why and how we could fix it.
Okay. You didn't throw a weight at him, did you?
No.
Would you like Mr. Delgado be able to try to live a productive life and repay whatever he owes and restitution to Ms. Torres?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Objection, ask the question, Your Honor. You can't ask for a specific punishment as to the witness judge.
Okay, would you like him to continue to support his son and be a good father to him?
Yes, I would like for him to be in my son's life.
Is that what you're telling the jury here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's all I have for Ms. Bank.
Yes, Your Honor. You said that you had a child with Billy Delgado?
Correct.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Mr. Delgado?
Correct.
How long were you all in a relationship for?
5 years.
5 years?
Yes.
When was that?
It began in 2012 and ended in 2018.
Okay. In 2018?
Yes.
That's when he started dating Erica, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he left you for Erica?
No.
Why did y'all separate?
We were just young and weren't a good fit for each other, and we would rather co-parent and be cordial with each other than continue to try to have a relationship that we knew wasn't going to work.
Does Mr. Delgado pay you child support?
He does.
Has he paid you child support in the last year?
No, he's been incarcerated.
And you said that y'all were not a good fit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the actions of Mr. Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times dangerous?
Yes.
You would consider him a dangerous person?
No, I consider what he did dangerous. I don't think he's a dangerous person.
But you'd agree that what he did that day was wrong?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that what he did that day was a poor example for his son?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Any questions, Judge? Fine.
Okay, Ben, you step down, you're not subject to recall, you can stay in the courtroom, or you're free to leave. Thank you. Next one.
Next one, Judge, is
Please don't call his mom.
Jeanette Coronado? Jeanette Coronado?
Good afternoon, Ms. Coronado. Would you raise your right hand, please? Can you solemnly swear the evidence and testimony given in the cause, speak the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You have a seat. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Coronado, can you please give us your full name?
Señora Coronado, diga su nombre completo.
Janet Alvarado.
You can speak a little English, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you feel more comfortable in Spanish?
¿Se siente más a gusto usted en español?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, how long have you known Billy?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted conociendo a Billy?
Llevo de conocerlo aproximadamente 23 años.
I've been known him for approximately 23 years.
And what would be the reason that you know him?
¿Cuál es la razón por la cual lo conoce?
La mamá de él es mi amiga.
His mom is my friend.
And so you've known him for 23 years. So I guess he's 30 something. You saw him actually grow up and to be a man, right?
Sí.
Entonces, si tiene 23 años de conocerla, él hace como 30, ya tiene como más de 30, entonces usted prácticamente lo vio crecer.
Sí.
Yes.
Did she ever exhibit behavior like he's been accused of here?
¿Alguna vez él mostró algún comportamiento como el que se está escuchando aquí hoy?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Do you trust him around your children?
Claro que sí.
¿Usted se siente a gusto con él en presente de sus hijos?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Okay. Do you work for Ms. Delgado?
¿Usted trabaja para el señor Delgado?
Sí.
Yes.
And how long have you worked for?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva trabajando con ella?
Ya 9 años.
Almost 9 years.
Antes de eso trabajé con ella en el 2003.
Before I worked with her in 2003.
Donde ella era mi gerente. Ella era la branch manager.
Where she was the branch manager.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet Erica Torres?
¿Usted tuvo la oportunidad de conocer a Erika Torres?
Sí.
Yes.
And how was that you met her?
¿Cómo fue que la conoció?
Por Billy. Porque era la novia de Billy.
Through Billy, because she was Billy's girlfriend.
Okay. Did she ever work same place you were working at?
¿Trabajó ella en el mismo lugar donde usted trabajaba?
Aplicó para trabajar conmigo, pero no trabajó. No.
She applied to work with us, but she didn't work.
Have you ever had any conversations with her?
¿Ha tenido usted conversaciones con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when was this?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Aproximadamente tuve una conversación en la cual me gustaría empezarla. Fue el año pasado, antes de que pasara todo esto. Él fue a coger un cheque y durante la plática yo le comenté, Billy se había ido fuera de la ciudad y yo le comenté que sí estaba triste porque él se había ido. Y ella me...
I did have a conversation with her. This was about last year, She went to the office to pick up a check, and I had a conversation with her. And because Billy had left, I asked her if she was sad because he had left.
Objection to hearsay.
So you had a conversation where you discussed Mr. Delgado leaving?
Tuvieron una conversación donde el señor Delgado se había ido.
Objection to hearsay.
Did Eric ever go and talk to you in person?
Objection to hearsay.
So yes or no? Overall.
Erika fue a hablar con usted en persona.
Sí, ese día donde como me comentó de
Objection to
que
hearsay, Your Honor.
Judge, she hasn't responded yet. How can it be
She's saying
hearsay?
yes, and she's saying that she's going to say it in Spanish, Judge. I can understand it. She's saying that she's
So it's a
calling.
yes or no, did she talk to her? Just, she said yes, so let's move on.
Ms. Coronado, exhibit any type of aggressive behavior around you?
Señora Coronado, la señora Erika en un momento demostró algún comportamiento agresivo.
una vez me comentó de que
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Behavior, or just she told you about it?
¿Usted vio comportamiento agresivo o ella le dijo de este?
ella me dijo.
Objection to hearsay.
Lord!
What I'd like for you to do
Lo que quiero que
is
usted haga
not repeat anything
es que no repita
that someone else said
nada
to
que
you,
alguien más haya dicho.
Okay,
unless
claro.
I tell you it's okay. Understood?
A menos
Yes.
que yo diga que está bien, ¿entendido?
Let's proceed.
During the 23 years that you've known Billy, have you spent a lot of time around him?
Cuando en los 23 años que usted conoció a Billy, ¿usted pasaba tiempo cerca de ella?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know him to be a very respectful man?
¿Usted conoce que él es un hombre muy respetable?
sí,
You
Yes.
know him to be a very peaceful man?
¿Que es
Sí.
un hombre muy pacífico?
sí.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had any issue where he becomes aggressive toward somebody that you know or yourself?
¿Alguna vez él ha sido muy agresivo con alguien que usted conoce o con usted?
No, para nada.
No, nothing.
Have you ever seen him? Have you seen him interact with his children?
¿Alguna vez lo ha visto interactuar con sus niños?
Sí.
Yes.
And what's your opinion on how he interacts with his children?
¿Cuál es su opinión? ¿Cómo interactúa con ellos?
Es muy cariñoso, responsable, cuidadoso. Excelente padre.
He takes care of them. He's very responsible.
Have you seen Erica interact with her child, Esmeralda?
¿Ha visto usted a Erika interactuar con su hija Esmeralda?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay. Does she act in a normal fashion around the times that you've seen her?
Las
as
veces
a
que usted
mother?
la ha visto, ella se comporta de una manera normal.
descuidada como madre.
Careless as a mom.
Okay. Ma'am, if Billy's sentenced to prison and once he's released, are you going to help him get back, try to help him reintegrate into society?
Si a Billy entra a la cárcel y a él lo dejan en libertad, ¿usted lo va a ayudar, tratar de que él se reintegre en la sociedad?
Tiene todo mi apoyo.
He has all my support.
Okay. So it's not going to bother you, or you won't be scared if he becomes your neighbor. He's a convicted felon now, right? He's going to lose a lot of his rights. And he lives next to you. Are you going to be scared that a convicted felon coming out of prison is living next to you? It's Billy Delgado.
¿No le va a molestar que el señor Billy Delgado va a ser una persona que haya estado o como hombre condenado y vaya a estar viviendo enseguida de usted, que va a perder todos sus derechos?
No, incluso está mi casa para que viva.
No, in fact, he has my house to live.
That's all I have of this witness, Judge.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act?
Señora Alvarado, ¿usted cree que el hecho de que el señor Billy Delgado haya disparado a Erika 10 veces el día 1 de junio de 2024 fue un acto bueno?
Como mamá no sé qué acción, cómo yo respondería al decirme que uno de mis hijos fue dañado así. Y no fue la primera vez, o sea, no era la primera vez.
As a mom, I would not know how to answer if this was not the first time.
So this is not the first time he's fired a weapon at somebody?
No era la primera vez que escuchábamos que la niña había sido dañada.
It was not the first time that we heard that the child had been hurt.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. That wasn't the question I asked. But I ask you again, Ms. Alvarado, do you believe that the actions of Billy Delgado shooting Erica Torres 10 times on the date of June 1st, 2024 was a dangerous act? Do you believe that it was dangerous?
Le voy a hacer la pregunta nuevamente. ¿Usted cree que la Billy del 1 de junio es una acción peligrosa? ¿Sí o no?
Peligrosa no es. Peligrosa lo es.
It's a yes or no.
Sí fue.
No,
Sí
all
fue.
right, no.
Sí fue.
Objection, Your Honor, to non-responsive.
¿Cuál es la
There's-
pregunta?
What is the question?
¿Sí fue peligrosa?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I'm not asking a question. She's testifying. She's already answered that it wasn't dangerous.
Hold on for another question, please, ma'am.
Espera que se le haga otra
Do you have
pregunta.
another question?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the prosecutor didn't let you answer the question. Can I ask it again for you, please? Okay, he wants to know if shooting Erica was a dangerous
It was.
act.
Yes. it
Yes or
was.
no? It is? Okay. They seem to be concentrating on trying to either have people say it's not dangerous, but you understand shooting someone is dangerous, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is not in conformity to Billy's character. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Cross.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you can step down and you're not subject to recall. You're free to leave or
Puede
stand.
bajarse, se puede retirar o puede quedarse.
Benicia Flores.
He's a friend of his mother. Is she really gonna be there to hold his hand and support him when he gets out of prison?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes, ma'am, you were previously sworn in the case. You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
United States.
Oh, this is
Ms. Torres, can you please give us your full name again? Yeah. You are Billy's aunt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you've known him all his life?
Yes,
You saw him grow up?
I did. I
turn
grew
into a
up with
man?
him.
Okay. You've helped out in
Yes.
raising him, I guess?
Yes, I was 8 when he was born, so I remember meeting him for the first time. We grew up together, and then, I became an adult and understood the role of an aunt and took it on from there and, helped whenever I could to guide him, love him, protect him, be by his side.
So that, actually, it could have been like your little brother.
Yes.
And, you know about this case, and you've already testified, you've seen I don't know if you've seen the photos or not. It's a serious case. You know Mr. Delgado for a long time. Is this what Billy's about?
No,
Does he act conformity to what, like this, shooting people?
no.
Uh, You helped out also whenever his children needed daycare or stuff, you took care of them?
I did go out. The girls would come over to my house.
Okay. And there was multiple times where you arrived at the scene after they had an altercation, correct?
Yes. I would be called to kind of help
calm the situation, talk to either Erica or Billy, depending on what was going on, kind of, just see what the situation was and how I could help either Billy, Erica, or the girls.
Okay. And at times you have to take care of the kids and bring them home? Or-
Yes.
Or Billy?
Yes.
The jury sitting over there, they're gonna determine, how many years Billy goes to prison, okay? What are you going to try to help him get back integrated to society?
Absolutely. I will always be there for my nephew.
Okay, but he's, you saw, he's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The state's trying to make him out to be a very dangerous person. Are you gonna be okay if he lives with you or he lives with you, next to you?
I would, absolutely. Actually, he was out on bond and he stayed at my house for, part of the time that he was out. My doors will always be open. Billy, to me, is not a dangerous individual. If anything, he's the opposite. He's always been a loving kid, a loving man, a family man. Loves hanging out with the family. Of course, things changed when he got with Erica, and I feel like they removed themselves a little from coming around family. But prior to that, he was all about hanging out and just having a good time and always wanting to be around us and just loving. I've never known Billy to hurt someone. I've never seen him harm anyone. I mean, you can ask anyone who's never been around him. You can ask my best friends who have known him for as long as, they've been around my life, which has been a long time, and they consider him their own nephews too, and I know that they would help him into society as well. I've always seen him with a heart of gold. I'm not just saying this today, I've said it many times to people. Billy's always checked in on family. When he comes over to my house, Thea, how can I help you? What do you need fixing? Do you want me to mow your yard for you? You need a loving kid and man, and I love him to death, and I would do anything for him, and I would help him get back into society, and I do plan to help him, and I'm sure he will look for me when it's time, and I will be there alongside his mom and my other family members to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. I know that he loved Erica, and I know that he would never want to harm Erica. She is the mother of his children, whom my family loves very much. And we took Erica in. We loved her, and we were all good to her. We helped her, even when.
Okay, go ahead and describe about taking care of Erica.
If they ever had a disagreement and Erica called me, I answered the phone and I was there for her. If she just needed to vent. I mean, I never thought that their relationship was healthy, and I was honest with both of them about it. I told him many times, you guys need to leave each other. This is healthy, and my nieces are growing up in that house and they're watching this. I don't ever want them to think that it is okay for someone to lay their hands on someone that they say that they love.
Okay.
That is not right. I don't want those little girls to think that that's normal, because it's not.
Do you take care of both Mr. Little's son and his daughter, right?
And Emmy.
And Emmy. Since this incident happened, have you seen Emmy?
It's going to be about a year. I have seen her since. The last time I saw her was on her birthday weekend. She was able to go to San Antonio, and we celebrated her, and that's the last time that we saw her.
When was that?
So, probably the second weekend of September.
Okay, so in July.
It's going on a year.
Almost a year. Okay. Have you seen his son?
Izzy, yes.
help him? I know he's gonna, if he comes out, he's not gonna have a whole lot of money. You'll probably have some, opportunity to get an education in prison and stuff, but will you help him find a job?
Absolutely, he has my house till he can get on his feet. He has a welding certificate, so, I know he can go look for a job. He will obviously have a record, so it'd be a little difficult, but we'll be there to see him get on his feet, because I know he's not a harm to society, and I know that he can contribute to society.
I think the state may have some questions.
They may have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Is Ms. Flores?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, do you believe that Billy's acts against Erica Torres, on that, you testified earlier that he's not a dangerous individual, but you would agree with me that on the date of June 1st, 2024, he was an individual?
Yes.
You testified that he's not a harm to society, right?
Right.
You would agree with me that on June 1st, 2024, shooting a live firearm in a residential area in a neighborhood poses a danger to society, correct?
Yes, sir, but I also believe that...
It's a yes or no question.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
I don't believe that this defines Billy. No, he had a lapse in judgment and exists of her family and my nieces, but I don't believe that this defines him. I believe that he deserves a second chance to come out into society and contribute and be there for his and his son.
Okay.
And with time, I hope gets forgiveness at some point. I know it's not easy.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked in chat, and that was from Court TV. They are going for a walk.
Ma'am, can you please give us your full name?
Vanessa Flores.
Vanessa, and how are you related to Mr. Delgado?
Right now in San Antonio?
Okay, you lived in...
Yes, my practical life.
You watched Billy grow up?
I was 9
So again, just like your sister, you basically were like, he could have been your brother.
Correct.
Do you ever exhibit behavior like this?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any good times with him and his children?
Yes.
Okay. Did he work? Did he play with his children?
Always try to keep them entertained.
Okay. Did he do what a normal father does? He protects them, provides for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you always saw them enjoy their company?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Billy now is looking at potentially, could be a long prison sentence, and the jury's sitting right there, they're the ones that determine. When he comes out, he'll be a convicted felon, won't be able to legally possess a firearm, he won't be able to hold certain jobs. He'll always carry that mark on it, that he'll be a felon for the rest of his life. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Knowing all that, will that keep you, prevent you from helping Billy in any way?
No.
Okay. Will you help him get a job, get a place to live? Will you help him do that?
Yes.
Okay. Even if he lives with us better than you, right?
Correct.
In the meantime, will you help his children if they become available? And right now, there's been no, they haven't attempted have you attempted to see Amy?
We always wanted to see Amy, but it's going to be a year that we haven't been able to have the rights to see her.
Okay. There's a lot of ways to help Mr. Delgado, man. You can help him find a job when he gets out. You can help. Billy will need a lot of help when he gets out. You agree with me?
Correct.
Okay. And during this time that you saw him grow up, did you ever think something like this would ever happen?
Never.
Okay. I mean, this is a dangerous event, right?
Correct.
Okay. Has Billy ever held a grudge where he hates somebody and always doesn't forgive them for things they've done against him?
Never.
Did he change when he started dating Erica?
Yes.
He wasn't the same person?
No, sir.
Okay, so whatever happened in that relationship, it changed him.
Correct.
And what kind of unusual behavior did you notice in him, if you could tell us?
Separating himself from the family.
That was one of them?
Yes.
Anything else?
I wouldn't get those phone calls or those texts with the heart emoji saying, "I love you, punk. How you been, Tia? Do you need anything? Are my cousins okay?" Basic family things that he would call and text.
And you miss all that?
I miss him. I miss it every.
Okay. You're not going to be able to do that for quite some time. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you hope to be reunited and do that all again.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have with this witness, Judge.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, then you can step down and you can see the courtroom. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to call Ms. Connie Delgado.
Go ahead and have a seat, ma'am. She was previously sworn, still under oath.
Ms. Delgado, can you please give us your name?
My name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And you are Billy's mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know a lot about this relationship between Erica and your son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were present after some of these assaults occurred, correct?
Every single one.
Okay. You would have to show up and kind of keep the peace and divide them or whatever you had to do, right?
We did. Her family wasn't around.
Okay. And it was, how many times do you think it was?
Of her putting her hands on my son?
Yes.
I can't count them.
Okay. How many times do you think the police showed up?
More than 2 handfuls, more than 10 times.
A lot of times your son didn't want to go through with pressing charges, right?
Correct.
Okay. And your son, before this relationship and during the relationship, did his character change or his personality?
Yes, sir, it did.
Can you tell us what exactly?
I couldn't understand why my son distanced himself from his family. We are a very close family. And Miss Erica's a narcissist. She can make you believe what she wants you to believe, what she wants you to the mother. I have 3 boys, and I'd be damned if my boys lay a hand on their girl.
So
They were raised very, very well-mannered.
So this is very upsetting for you because your son did actually a little bit worse than laying hands. He shot a woman, right?
My son that is a parent now, and when a parent hears that the child has been injured or hurt, in the sense of my granddaughter, their response could be driven by instinct, love, or protection.
Right. And the child's actually made an outcry to more than one person, right?
Correct.
But there may never be, there's going to be justice for Erica, but there never may be justice for Emmy, right?
There's never been justice for my son. We have gotten law enforcement involved, and things just lay on people's desk around here, Laredo. And she's told me, with her own words, her family will get her out of anything.
Okay. Well, she's already done, I think, 6 hours, 6 times, 36 hours already in the holding tank. She's felt she's already paid for her errors. Your son's going to be asked to do more than 36 hours. Okay? And that's going to be a difficult situation for you and your family, ma'am. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to encourage him to get counseling, to get an education while he's in prison?
My son's thoughts in there have been discussed, and he will continue his education and come out to be the voice of domestic violence for men.
Okay. Will you help him once he's released?
I definitely will. He's got all my support.
Okay. You'll help him find a job, get a place to live?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I know you want to express your rage, but the jury's already made a decision.
Correct.
Okay. Now they're just contemplating how many years they want to send him to prison. Okay. If they send him to prison for a very long time, he will lose his ability to be a parent to his daughter and his son. Will you agree to help his daughter and son?
Most definitely.
Okay.
My granddaughter has been taken from me. Miss Erica did not raise her daughter for the first 3 months of that little girl's life.
Who did?
I did, and my father and my husband. She lived with us for the first 4 months of her life because she is not a good mom.
Where was there?
In Dallas, lean promotions.
Well, she showed a lot of emotions here in trial. They're gonna be asking for the jury to sentence your son to prison. Would you like for your son to come out and be able to try to get back into society and get whatever normal life he can?
Yes, sir.
You still want him to have an opportunity to be able to raise his son and daughter?
His son and daughter. I don't think that anybody deserves the right to be taking their daughter away from them when they've caused no harm to their child.
Well, he's already been.
That man loves his little girl. She is his life, just like her son. They are his life. He is a great man.
Objection to narrative, Your Honor, no question was asked.
Sustain if you'll wait for another question.
Ms. Coronado, I mean, your son's already been punished. They were able to obtain a divorce without Erica being present.
Correct.
They were able to obtain protective order lifetime from Emmy.
Protective order against Emmy.
Okay.
Without any
So-
presence.
And right now, as a grandparent, you don't have a visitation with your granddaughter, right?
I don't. His grandma asked me to please not come around or she would charge me with harassment.
Okay. So that means you'd have to file your own lawsuit, try to get grandparent access. You
And I will.
understand? I mean, that's your intention, is try to get some access to your grandchild.
Correct.
Why?
I will go to any extreme to get access to my granddaughter.
Because they already felt it necessary to make sure that he never sees. or
How
gets
can you
close.
hurt a little
Object is to
girl?
relevance, Your Honor.
How can you hurt a little girl's
Objection,
heart
Hold up.
and take her away?
Stop, ma'am. When an objection's made, if you'll.
Oh,
stop,
sorry.
so I can rule on it. Thank you. I'll sustain the objection if you'll ask another question, please.
Yes. Ma'am, how do you intend to overcome this? Your son's already prohibited from ever seeing his daughter.
Objection as to relevance.
None of this is appropriate.
We cry every day for my little girl, and they know how much she means to us. And forget about us and our feelings. How can you do that to my granddaughter, knowing that we are her life and she loves us dearly? How, if you don't care for a toddler's heart and feelings, how human can you be? Just as unhuman as my son was that day.
Well, they're using that child as a tool.
They always have.
This isn't about your granddaughter.
And you compare it to what Billy did that day. Is it that bad?
No, but
Objection
we
as
knew
to
it was
relevance, Your
coming.
Honor.
This has nothing to do with the sentencing phase.
The family fights with each other. The family has a lot of quarrels with each other. The family has a lot of issues with each other. And obviously, they don't care to give my granddaughter at least some peace and let her be involved with Billy's family. My husband cries for that little girl every day.
Objection as to narrative.
Sustain.
Does your husband cry for his daughter every day?
Every day, he gets ill, every day. And when they hear me say this in this stand today, they know what I mean. That man and that little girl were inseparable. Erica's family never helped her to take care of that little girl. That little girl lived in Laredo.
Object as his narrative, Your Honor.
Where did the little girl live, man?
When she lived here in Laredo, that Erica moved over here and brought her over here. That little girl would be sent to Laredo almost every 10 days so that we can care for her. Over 15 days she'd stay with us because her mother couldn't help her care for her. But now all of a sudden she's got a whole family that can help her care for her.
So you and your husband were the one taking care of this child.
Correct.
Objection
Financially
as to relevance, Your Honor.
and taking care of her. The little girl lived in San Antonio 5 years of her life, practically all the time with or without her mom and dad.
All right, ma'am. That's all we have, Judge.
Cross.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, you sit down, ma'am. You are welcome to the courtroom. Please.
That's all we have, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, both sides have rested and closed their evidence on the punishment phase. We're going to take a short recess for the afternoon, and we'll bring you back in. Should have the charge ready at that point. So take 15 minutes. Remember my instructions. We'll see you in 15. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Good Lord. Good Lord. I feel bad for the grandma because my parents were put in that situation. My youngest brother and his wife went through a very bad divorce, and we didn't get to see the grandkids. And so I know what that's like. I feel sorry for the grandmother. But this is the way I see this situation. I think the defense attorney was able to get some things in that were not supposed to be let in. He talked about a lot of the mom's legal things, the drugs, the assaults. He also, the day that he cross-examined her about not being able to work, and he asked her where she had worked previously, and he said, she said that she worked for a home health agency doing data entry or something like that, or bookkeeping or something. I don't remember what it was. And then he said, well, where else did you work? And she said she was a waitress. And he said, at what bar? Didn't you perform? So, and then the prosecution objected, and then something was said about motions in limine, and it wasn't supposed to be brought up. So I don't know if she was a stripper or what, but apparently she has a past that they did not want the jury to know about. And then with all of his family saying that after he got with Erica, that he was isolated from the family, and that is what abusers do. And the cops have been called when they fought more than once. So, yeah, I'm thinking that he was abused. But you know what? None of that gives him the right to shoot her. None of it. Absolutely none of it. And if his child had been SA'd, you call the cops. You don't shoot the child's mother. I mean, none of what she did or none of what might have happened to the daughter, none of that justifies what he did. None of it. So the defense attorney's just a jerk. He's just a flat out jerk. What do you want, Spike? Are you just being extra again, barking at nothing? Huh? Thought you were taking a nap. Yeah. Yeah. I thought about that, Ken, when she was like, I taught all my boys not to put their hands on women. Yeah, you should have taught them not to shoot women either. He definitely didn't put his hands on her, but he shot her. Dick, is that what you said was going to sound misogynistic? I don't know why StreamYard is messing with me. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, all of the women were there. All of the women in there. I didn't even notice that. I don't think that's misogynistic. All of the women in the family were there for him. Where were the men? Absolutely. You are absolutely right. Just because that's not misogynistic. Maybe that's part of the problem. Oh, you think that was strategy? Maybe. Maybe. All these women are backing him up, so you should backing him up. They StreamYard, what are you doing when I click? StreamYard. Yes, I know. StreamYard muted me again. No, Spike was barking at his food. He barks at his food. I don't know why. I thought he wanted to go out, but he didn't. He was just barking. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's a saint for sure. And I'm just putting two and two together by the things that have been said, the things that weren't supposed to be said but were said, a- and the defense lawyer knows he said things he wasn't supposed to say. I don't think he cares, but it doesn't matter because it's not. And like Ken said, he should have picked better. And what does Biggin always say? Don't stick your D in crazy. And boys need a good male example. You good role model Ugh, StreamYard. That's why he barks at his food. But you have to have a role model. Like you have to have I feel like you have to if you want to have a healthy relationship, you have to experience a healthy relationship to know what that's like. So if your parents have a healthy relationship or you have a friend that you hang out with that their parents have a healthy relationship, you have to see that, know what that's like. Because if all your parents do is fight all the time, you're gonna think that's normal. I mean, I don't know. That's just what I take from my experience. Because my parents were married. If my mom hadn't died, they would have been married. Well, if she hadn't died, they would have been married, until they both died. But they'd been married 24 years. They were married. I was almost 25 years. I was a nurse. I was going to have a big anniversary party for them, fly my brothers home and everything. And she died a year before. But they had a good marriage. And likewise, my marriage is very, very similar to theirs. We play and interact the same way my parents did. We goof around. It's very similar in the way that we argue and his parents had a horrible relationship. In fact, his mom killed his dad. But I go by the way my parents interacted. And if we ever have a disagreement or something, I sit him down and I talk to him and we work things out because that's what I learned from my parents. So he didn't have an example, but I did. He had a stepmom, which I don't want to talk about her. Like her. But I think at least one person in the relationship should have a good example to follow. But I think that's a lot of the problem in our society is that people are just like, um, you know, I'll get a divorce and take off, and then you leave your spouse and your kids, and then it's one sided, and they have nobody. They don't have an example of how they should be raised in a loving family, and then they don't know how to do it when they're grown, and then they try to have a family and kids, and they're like, I don't know how to do this, and then they screw up and do something stupid like this guy did. I don't know. I'm probably not making sense. I'm tired. Oh, yeah, that's possible too, I guess. Oh, am I make? Oh, good. I'm glad. Sometimes I over explain and then I get myself all like not tongue tied, but like I start to wonder if I'm making sense or not. I'm like, okay, I know what I mean, but did it come out of my mouth where it made sense?
Okay, be seated in the courtroom, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, both sides have rested and closed.
And then it sounds like, well, I don't know, but like you said, his dad's not there. There's also I have a friend who actually divorced her husband, but then ended up getting back with him and divorced him again. I'm like, why did you go back to him? Because he's just not involved. Like their child, I helped her raise her child till she was 6. That's when she left her husband and then went off with another guy. But anyway, um, her child had cat scratch fever. She had her lymph nodes were swollen so huge. She had 105 fever. We were waiting for her. Her husband was out somewhere with his friends doing God knows what. We were at this child's bedside, worried to death about her, waiting for him to come home so they could take her to the urgent care or whatever, or hospital, whichever. And finally, it was like, we can't wait for him anymore. We've got to take this baby to urgent care. So she was like 3, 4, somewhere around in there. Temperature of 105, neck, huge swollen neck. Had no idea what was wrong with her. He gets home, and so my friend's like, oh, okay, Debbie, I guess you can go home now. We'll take her. And he looks and he goes, oh, you guys got it. And I was like, you're kidding me. No, you guys got it. You guys can take her. And he just goes in the bedroom. I was like, what? So you don't have to be divorced to not set a good example. Just put it that way.
Evidence on the punishment phase of the trial. We have the final charge. I'm going to read it to you. Once again, you'll have it in the jury room to consult, and you'll have any evidence that was introduced in the punishment phase, as well as all of the evidence that was introduced in the first phase of the trial. Cause number 2025 CRG 0007117D2, the state of Texas, versus Billy Delgado, charge of the court on punishment. Members of the jury, the defendant Billy guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member. Necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for committing the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family is confinement in Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for life or for any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant at life or any term of not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. In addition to imprisonment, an individual found guilty of this offense may be punished by a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you so choose to assess such a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it will not be paid to the victim or victims, if any, but it is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating, among other things, that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a member of the defendant's family, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify on his own behalf if he chooses to do so, but if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this, the punishment phase of the trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law that applies in this case, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant because the application of that law will depend upon decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law, but you are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. A suitable form is attached for your verdict. If
StreamYard, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, because you have several choices, you have the choice of assessing a term in the penitentiary, no fine, you can add a fine, you can determine if the sentence is less than 10 years, all of the provisions, including probation. So read carefully the verdict form and make sure it is signed correctly, reflecting the unanimous verdict of the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, both sides have requested 40 minutes if they wish to use the same to argue the case. State once again has the opportunity to open and close. You may proceed.
May I please the court? Counsel?
I think it's stupid to let a jury decide this. I always have. I don't think lay people are equipped for this.
Who's at trial here? Is it that man right there? Right here, sitting on this stool? Or is it that woman right there, Erica Torres? Literally, who do we sentence? Because according to the defense, it sounds like Erica Torres is a defendant and Billy Delgado is a victim. What do we hear through these witnesses? And not just these witnesses, but the witnesses, the evidence that came through guilt or innocence, that she's a bad mother. We heard it from his own mother, Connie Delgado, that she has criminal history. All I saw was mud being thrown one way, their side to Erica. Did Erica do that? No. She took the stand. She owned up to everything she did. She took her responsibility. So really, who's at trial here? The state of Texas versus Erica Torres? Or is it the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado? Now, I want to talk about a timeline, because I think it's very important. The timeline, it pertains to the guilt or innocence phase, but I think it's very important that I talk about it, because it goes to show that what he did, what was the reason why he did what he did. And I think it's something that's aggravating, that you can consider as evidence for punishment. As my colleague, Mr. Flores, said, you can consider evidence that was presented to you in this phase and in the last phase. Let's go through that time. On May 19, Erica tells Billy that Billy tells Erica that it's going to be her last birthday. Kayla de la Cruz confirms this. On May 31st, at night, Emmy tells Billy Delgado about an alleged sexual abuse which was found to have no merit. Billy doesn't call Erica to confront her. Billy doesn't call the cops. Billy doesn't even tell his roommate Sharon. He doesn't even go to look for Uncle Louie. By this point, on June 1st, we know that Erica is out socializing, having fun. There's testimony where she was having fun, socializing, having brunch. Erica testified that whenever she leaves Billy, Billy turns violent. He doesn't like that. Sharon Estrada, her roommate, testifies that he is happy baking pancakes when he's home. Erica testified that she was at brunch, socializing, moving on with her life. By this point, she had already asked for divorce. While in brunch, she gets a call from Billy. Hey, come pick up daughter, Emmy. She takes off. And that's when she's mowed down by a 9mm. Now, I ask, why is this important? Defense made it seem that it was because of this rape, this sexual assault, that there was no merit to it. No, the truth is it was because of power and control. He didn't like it. Billy didn't like it when Erica would leave him. That's what that was. That's what this timeline is. It shows power and control that Billy has over Erica. Again, she was socializing. He could have waited until Sunday to pick up, for Erica to pick up Emmy. Could have just waited one day and talk with her. No. He didn't like that he was having brunch with her. He was out with friends. She was out with friends. No. Let me call her on a Saturday. Let me bring her over. Which goes with the trap, the ambush that was set. I think that's very important and something that should be considered as an aggravating factor when it comes to sentencing, ladies and gentlemen. Now you saw it for yourself, power control. You saw it for yourself. When he took the stand and Mr. Torres was questioning him, look how he was acting. When he was in that interview room with Investigator Vela, look how he was acting. Power, control. Now imagine the times that we haven't seen them or when we don't see them. Now, Connie Delgado, that's mommy, that's his mom. She's willing to do anything for her son. But ladies and gentlemen, she's an enabler. She condones it. Remember the jail call? A mother can't defend against certain things. Yet, here at trial, she's justifying her son's actions. And mind you, this is when she took the stand and she said, oh, she's a bad mother. She didn't even have her kids for the first 4 months. Would a bad mother still allow access to her grandma to have access to her grandchild for 10 days out of the month? She's also inconsistent. On June 1st, she testified that Uncle Louis wouldn't do something like that. Yet at trial, for the first time, it came out, for her son's defense, it came out about this underwear, that there was mucus on her underwear. This story came out. Okay, well, what did you do? Did you follow it up? Did you go to the cops? Did you do anything? No, she didn't. No, she came up with this story for the first time right here to defend her baby boy, Billy Delgado. And again, she takes the stand. What does she talk about? She made about Emmy, how Erica and her family treated her, how Erica's family did worse things, how Erica's a bad mother, how Erica wasn't in his life for the first 4 months. She's held accountable for his actions. And if we recall the jail call, ladies and gentlemen, you need to help so that we can help you, Billy. The way she's condoning and enabling him, she goes on, yes, I'm going to be over if he gets out. I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to focus. The defense, again, they're trying to shift the focus from what we have been saying. Billy made a choice. There are consequences to those choices. You must sentence him in accordance for that choice he made, for the consequences that he had on that woman right there and on the community that he put in danger. I heard that the state is making him look like a dangerous person. No, I think he did that pretty well himself, firing 10 shots at an individual who did not see it coming in an ambush. The state is not making him look like a dangerous person. He just wants to show that a choice was made, but now you need to sentence him. One, as Mr. Flores said, that keeps in mind the safety of the victim, of Erica Torres, of the community, of people like Mr. Delgado. And the deterrent happening.
I am sorry. I don't know what StreamYard is up to today, but it is not. I'm watching it freeze and unfreeze, freeze and unfreeze, freeze and unfreeze.
Police court, opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard some wild, ridiculous acts today. And yelling and screaming, trying to make it like the harder they yell, the stronger that is more correct, right, than anybody else. Attacking a client's mother, okay? She didn't do anything. All right, she's here to tell you about her son, how much she loves her son. These are the ones that are the citizens. You get to deprive her of ever seeing her son again. Okay? So it's serious. And that's what she was trying to tell you up there. This young here just totally disregard the love of the mother for her son. Okay? They did their best, whatever the kind of relationship that Erica had with her son. They did the best to help them. They tried to help them. They took care of the kids. Okay, what do you want to do? All right? They said that Billy's dangerous. One day out of his life, okay, 1 5-minute section, and you're going to ask him to condemn for the rest of his life, for his life. Okay? I'm trying to put up witnesses to show you that's not him. That's not him. How to get there? You want to go out there? Okay, I read off 6 instances where when she was arrested, and she said, I already paid my price. Okay, by the 6 hours she didn't hold herself released. Did you ever find out what happened? Everything's pending. Can't talk about it because it's pending. That would say pending. Everything is pending for her. For Billy Delgado, the only thing that's pending is you. You said it. Choices and consequences, right? She made choices. What are the consequences? Nothing. See the disparity? See how he becomes upset and how everything just got to that pinnacle? She made choices. There's no consequences. He makes choices, there's consequences. That's how we got it. Okay, that level of frustration. That somebody else gets to do something, nothing happens to them. He sees his child getting injured, and then he just blows up. That's not him. Okay, he was trying to protect his daughter in a way that maybe he shouldn't have done it. Right? And he injured somebody, he regrets it, he tells you he's remorseful, and he wouldn't do that. You have children. You have children. If somebody's injured your child and you feel helpless, you probably do something out of the ordinary. Okay? That's what you do. And these gentlemen here are trying to condemn him. Okay? Found him guilty of the aggravated assault. He will carry that for the rest of his life as a felony conviction. Okay? Certain jobs are not available to him. Well, they're all done. The range of punishments, probation, for life in prison. I'm here to tell you, probation is very hard. You can't judge the citizen to be citizen, but probation is going to be 10 years or less. But it's very hard. You can come out dirty one time for marijuana, cigarette, you got sent to prison. DWI, nobody gets hurt, just you, cop pulls you over. For him, he gets prison. Okay? anything he violates the law, he goes to prison. It's very hard to judge in order to counseling, in order to classes, drug classes. And we're also, okay, we're not, in this case, you know, I asked questions about the severity of the offense. Would that drive the sentence higher, lower? And a lot of you said no, it just depends on the whole entire set of facts. I asked about second chances. Okay, most of you raise your hand, you're ready to serve second chance. I asked if you were for punishment or rehab. I think that was, we have a majority said rehabilitation. Okay, there was a few extremists that said no, I want to punish. Right? I think in this case, you guys have nothing to do. That wide range. I wish you'd be back there to listen what's important to you. What drives the sin? Okay. Is it lack of criminal history? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the abuse that you took? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? Is it the injury to Erica? Is that going to drive the sentence up or down? I don't know. Okay? But I'm here to tell you that in order to appease the Torres family, I would suggest that you sentence Delgado to at least 5 years per minimum. Okay? We'll be able to get back out to society. We'll be able to see his kids. He'll be able to get his education, get training, come back out and try and get more alive. Okay? You got all the evidence before you. Heard the witnesses, saw how Mr. Delgado is around his family, how his life changed, how he takes care of his kids. He was a good person. Okay? That was just some time and completely change what they want you to believe is. Okay? So the more pushing, urging punishment for that one incident and the severity of this incident, right? But it doesn't match up to Billy's life. It doesn't. Okay? Normal life, takes care of his kids, his family, loves his family. He said he always was really unfaithful. He became involved with it. I suggest the majority of us said, just give him a second chance. Right? Erica's been arrested 6 times. She's got a second chance, more than 2 times. She's got 6 chances. All right? We're just asking for one more for them. All right. Yeah, but the Delgado family, we thank you for listening to the case.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We heard a lot of testimony. We heard from the witnesses. A lot of Mr. Delgado's family, right? A lot of friends. And I understand it's hard. It's difficult to take the stand and testify. And they testified as to that he's a good person, that he's a great dad, you know, he's been there for his family. And I'm sure at one point Mr. Delgado was. I'm sure he was. In fact, you even had someone come here and testify and say that they believe shooting a person 10 times wasn't dangerous. That's how much they like Billy Delgado. As preposterous as that sounds. But somewhere along the way, Mr. Delgado changed. Billy changed, and he is not that person that they're talking about. Mr. Delgado changed, and you saw the real person he was. And like like Erica told you, he puts up a front, he puts up a character. Well, on the date of June 1st, 2024, he pulled back the curtain and he showed the public, he showed the real world who the real Billy Delgado is. Now, defense came up here and they told you they're asking for a 5-year minimum. 5-year minimum. And we talked about this in Ward Dyer. I asked if you all could consider the full range of punishment. He's asking for 5 years. Now I'm going to ask you to consider the idea of 5 years. I ask that you consider it, think about it, and then get rid of it. This is not a 5-year case, ladies and gentlemen. By no means. This is not a 5-year case based on the evidence and everything we showed you here today. Punishment factors. What are you going to consider? What must you consider for a proper sentence? We look at the severity of the crime. How serious was the crime that we're looking at? Harm to the victim. What did she suffer? Remorse of the defendant and acceptance of responsibility. Is the defendant sorry for what he did? And deterrence. A sentence should deter the offender from committing future crimes and also deter others from committing similar crimes. Severity of the crime. He put the entire community at risk for his own selfish motive. Ladies and gentlemen, he shot a gun in public. Not only was he trying to shoot and kill Ms. Erica Torres, but he was also shooting with no disregard for where those bullets were going. You heard Mr. Pina take the stand. He was worried that bullets were going to fly into his house. You heard Officer Castillo. He was off duty, and he heard the gunshots. This was not a little isolated incident. This is something that affected our entire community. This was something that was out in the public. And you have someone playing cowboy like this, but shooting guns. He left Erica with no choice but to drive away, injured and fighting for her life. What was she supposed to do? Sit there? You heard her scream, "Kayla, call 911, he shot me." Was she supposed to sit there? And if you look at that video, State's Exhibit 5, I know we talked about this previously. He's walking, and he's walking with a purpose. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because he was going to finish the job. He was going to finish the job that day. Because for him, his objective was to kill Erica. Because don't believe for 1 second he was going to go up and open the door and say, "Are you okay? Are you all right? How can I help you, Erica?" No. He greeted her with gunshots raining down on her. That's how he greeted her. "Hello, how are you doing?" Bang, 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 bang. He wasn't going to go in to check on her. He was going to finish the job, what he intended to do. Sylvia Navarro, the accident victim, she came here to testify today. Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what we showed you on State's demonstrative. When Erica got shot, she got shot right here. She drove down 2 blocks with no recollection, and she told you, "I was trying to get to the hospital. I was trying to make it to the hospital." So she turns right onto Clark Boulevard, drives down, no recollection, bleeding out, in and out of consciousness. The entire community is going about its day. The community doesn't stop because a crime occurred, putting women, children, other drivers at risk, people walking on the sidewalk, and she's driving this entire way until boom, right there, the crash that you see. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this was not something that was just between a couple. This was something that affected a lot of different people. She told you that her life was shaken by what Mr. Delgado did. She still has injuries for that. She had medical bills. She's still in pain. She has to get medication for this. That was her family vehicle. That's what she used to get to work. She had to get rides after that. You're talking about, that's just one person. There was still another person in that car, and there's still another person in the van that was smashed in the middle. So this isn't just about Erica as well. He affected so many lives. This is about the damage, all the damage that one man caused. All because he wanted to kill Erica Torres. She told you she's afraid of getting in cars because of what happened that day. Harm to the victim. What harm did the victim suffer? What harm did Erica Torres suffer? You heard Billy's mom tell him, this is not a slap in the face. No, it's not. Because she laid there in that bed with her stomach open for days, for weeks, for months, getting suction out of her stomach. She's essentially lost a year of her life in a hospital. And Mr. Vega, he was there and he's like, well, is sitting in jail bad? Sitting in jail is pretty bad, right? He asked her. What about sitting in a hospital, fighting for your life, not being able to eat food, not being able to eat solids, not being able to drink liquids for a year? That's pretty bad. And who's responsible for that? That man right there, Billy Delgado. All this damage to everyone that suffered, everyone in the community, and to Erica is because of him. She told you, I'm going to have lifelong injuries. Over 30 life-saving surgeries. She has assisted living. She has to live with her parents. She's filed for disability. She has to get rides from her mom. She can't drive. She is completely dependent. She has lost her ability to be a normal person because Mr. Delgado stole that from her. He took that away from her. She told you she has PTSD. She lives her life in fear every day. And you all saw the picture. In case she ever tries to forget, she'll always remember because there's still little pieces of the bullet sitting inside of her. Little fragments that they can't take out because they'll cause more nerve damage to the hand that she writes with, her dominant hand. But how dominant is it, right? She can only lift 10 pounds. She can't pick up her daughter to give her a hug. She told you she can't ride horses. And she obviously can't walk very far because of the malnutrition she could suffer and because she can't eat large portions. She in fact fought here to testify today. She told you, I have no energy. She testified, I'm always in pain. As she sits here, she's in pain. Her normal will never be normal because Billy Delgado took that away. And Billy Delgado made that happen. She will never live her life according to her terms. And we don't know how this has affected her life expectancy. Because anything can happen, but she can't take medications the same as you and me. She can't get medical care the same as you and me. He left her in a fragile state. And not only in a fragile state, he gave her a life sentence. She's going to have a life sentence. Whichever way you spin it, she will have a life sentence of living with the injuries, the pain, and the suffering for the rest of her life. We heard Joe Martinez, who treated her with all 3 of her hospitalizations. He saw her every day. He told you she only has 105 centimeters of her intestines. She's at high risk of malnutrition. She can't eat like a regular person, and it won't change in the future. She won't get better from this. She is permanently damaged. Like he said, she can't have surgery to fix this. This display, he even said it's not normal. The way it is today, that's the way it'll always be. And she can't have anything done to her because he told you, she can't reproduce skin. She can't heal like you and I can. So God forbid that something happens to her. She cannot fix her abdomen. If they accidentally cut her bowel, it'll cause the same injury as before. And he told you, he saw her suffering, that she couldn't eat or drink for that year, or for that time, while she was not able to eat. She testified, my hair was falling out, my teeth hurt. That's because she wasn't getting the proper nutrients. She wasn't getting what you and I get, what us normal people get from eating food.
Don't say normal, say affected or unaffected.
So then we look at remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. We consider remorse and acceptance of the responsibility. Till this moment, Mr. Billy Delgado is still hiding behind his excuses. Remember, was I blacked out or I did it for my daughter? But not once has he taken responsibility for the actions of that day. And even then, people are trying to justify his actions. But that's just not the case, ladies and gentlemen. Because that was a dangerous act, and no one deserves to suffer that pain. No one deserves to suffer the pain that Erica is living through, day in and day out. You saw the way he was with officers. You saw the way he was with Mark Vela, and you saw the way he testified. And if that's not enough, you saw the way he was with his mother on the phone, the way he spoke to her. He's a different person in front of people. He puts on a character. Ladies and gentlemen, I would hate to see what he's like behind closed doors. But you know who does know? Erica. Those are the glimpses of the real Billy Delgado. June 1st, 2024, that's the real Billy Delgado that we're dealing with. And you heard Mr. Delgado. You heard him tell you. Because I asked him, did you regret this? And you heard what he said. And I asked him, did you regret it right away? And he said, I regret it as soon as I did it. Right after I did it, I regretted it. That's not the case. He doesn't regret it. And he still doesn't regret it. Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. Not very remorseful there. The only thing he could accept that day was trying to kill Erica. Because he afterwards tried to stalk her. He tried to get to her, like stalking prey. Walking up to her. Erica's lucky to be alive. Why is she lucky? States Exhibit 6. Like I said, Erica is lucky to be alive, right? I apologize. They've taken the magazines into custody. She's lucky to be alive because she had 2 magazines in Mr. Delgado's pocket that were waiting for her. She had 2 magazines. If you see him reach into his pocket, you see him, he's there, he's digging into his pocket. He's there reaching to his pocket because that's what he was reaching for. That's what he was reaching for. A fully loaded magazine ready to unload these on Erica. That's the real Billy Delgado. not to mention the one he used entirely. Remorse and acceptance of the responsibility.
But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we tell our children as growing up to not do things that we cannot protect you from. That you're going to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and there's only so much.
How about that?
Remorse and acceptance of responsibility. This was days after Billy Delgado had shot Erica. While she's laying in a hospital unconscious, fighting for her life. He didn't regret a single thing. That's the real Billy Delgado. That phone call, that's the real Billy Delgado. Deterrence. How do you deter someone like Billy Delgado from committing future crimes and also deter other people, others from committing similar crimes? And Mr. Vega's right. He brought up a very good point. In Vordar, he asked you, who here believes in second chances? Who here believes in second chances? And everyone, a lot of people raise their hand, and understandably so. Ladies and gentlemen, this is chance number 1. That's chance number 2. Chance number 3. Chance number 4. Chance number 5. Chance number 6. Chance number 7. Chance number 8. Chance number 9. And chance number 10.
That was awesome.
And let's not forget, the biggest chance of all, when Mr. Delgado grabbed this firearm, placed his finger on the trigger, wrapped it around the trigger, pulled it out, and pointed it at Eric. That's the biggest chance he got.
That's McCoy crap right there.
He had all these chances. He had all these chances. So this is not about second chances. Thank you. So sentence. You heard Dr. Madero say Erica had less than a 50% chance of living after the medical treatment she received. You saw the defendant fire 10 shots at Erica with no mercy, no hesitation. We're going to ask you for 75 years. 75 years to serve. We're going to ask you for 5 years for each and every single casing he fired at her. 5 years for each shot he laid against her. And we're also going to ask you for 25 years in addition to that, for the pain and suffering that Erica will live through for the rest of her life, or whatever life expectancy she has. 75 years, ladies and gentlemen. We're not asking for life in this case. We are not asking for life in this case. What we're asking for is justice. And I'm going to leave you with one last final thought, because every single time that you try straying away from 50, I want you to think of every single time you try thinking about going below 50, I want you to think of, because the date of June 1st, 2024, all Erica heard raining down on her was multiple gunshots. And now we're here today. It is time to make a decision, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to ask you that when you go, you grab this punishment range form. And you will sign 75 years to serve. That is justice. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you'll have the charge of the court in the back to guide you. You will have the evidence, and we will await your unanimous verdict. Please carefully read the verdict form to make sure the final signature complies with your unanimous verdict. Would everyone please rise for the jury?
All right, for the jury.
That was awesome. I wonder how long this is gonna take. Didn't take that long. They usually come back pretty quick on penalty. I don't think I've never thought that it was a good idea to let the jury do this, just because I feel like this is more of a legal thing. I've always felt like this is more of a legal thing than, like too legal for just a lay person to do it. I mean, most states have they have minimums and maximums, and the judge is the one that figures. Yes, it was way better than the closing argument. That was excellent. That was excellent. It reminded me, there's an episode of Law and Order where it's been so long since I've seen it that I don't remember the specifics. All I remember is Jack McCoy pouring out bullets onto the prosecution table. And he poured and poured and poured and poured and poured. I think there was shots into Central Park somewhere. There was a bunch of people, and they were just shooting into Central Park and shooting people. And that's how many shots were fired. And they do. They absolutely do. That's a licensing thing. Because Peacock, who they're owned by NBC, but they've got all of the Law and Orders except for the older original Law and Order episodes. And that's a licensing thing because it costs too much money. There's too many episodes for them to be able to afford all of them. Oh, that's right. Trial by jury's not on there either. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so he's just pouring out the bullets, pouring them, and then they're coming and coming and coming. And that's how many shots were shot into the crowd. So that's why I said that was some Jack McCoy crap there, man. That was good. That was so good. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. That was amazing. Man, that was amazing. That was so good. I loved that. I loved it. 75 years. They're not asking for a lot. 75 years. But what's 50% of 75? I don't even know. It's less than 50. But do you think he's gonna get parole? Oh, thank you. 37 and a half. But do you think like he's got to get parole? You have to have good behavior and you have to take responsibility for your crime. So if you've got somebody that's going to get up there and say, "Oh no, I did it for this reason and I do it again." I'm sorry, excuse me. They're not going to get parole. So I don't see him getting parole. Verdict clock is at 10 hours and 46 minutes. What are they deciding? What are they hung up on? Oh, wait. No, it's not. Why does my laptop do that? It's 11 hours and 23 minutes. I don't understand why my laptop does that. When I minimize a window, it doesn't pause it, but I guess it does pause it, but it doesn't pause it. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, absolutely. And he might, who knows? You never know. Never know. But just think about, well, I mean, I'm a nurse, so I can think about all the things that could happen to her that could have very, very bad consequences. I mean, um, they found him guilty. They haven't sentenced him yet. I mean, something as simple as appendicitis could kill her. I mean, routine I still have my appendix, but nobody dies from appendicitis. I mean, unless it goes untreated and it ruptures or something. But, that's like a routine thing. Like, she can never have kids again. She has no muscle tone in her abdomen at all. She can't eat normally. She won't ever defecate normally again, ever. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they could have taken it out just to be proactive. Huh? Oh, you're talking about sympathy votes. I was like, what? Oh, you're talking about sympathy votes, yeah. I th- I think just because means like from the parole board, maybe. 30 years from now? I don't know. Their culture's different. I was going to say, I blame her just as much, if not more, because she's the mom. And I would not put my daughter through that. I would leave with my daughter before I allowed my husband to do that to my daughter. But that's a different culture. She's just as much property of her husband as her daughter is. So maybe that is why they're hung up. Maybe they feel sorry for Zara. Maybe they think she's a victim too. But that's facts, not in evidence, though. They can't do that. They can't. Because that's defense didn't put any witnesses on. Which goes back to what I was saying the other day that I got griped at about. They could have put a witness on that said, well, Zara's his property. No, see, that would have been more prejudicial than probative. Right. You leave. You don't shoot. You leave. And if you think your child is being abused, you go through the right channels. Unless you're Aaron Spencer, and then you go through the right channels and nothing gets done, so you shoot the bastard. I'm sorry. That case upsets me. If that man goes to prison for the rest of his life, oh. What? What's that called? They call that something. I forgot what it's called, though. Compassionate release or something like that? Compassionate relief? Yes. Yes, she does. She does. The only problem with that is that they're in America now. If she wanted to leave, she could. There's people that would help her do that. I'm not victim blaming. I'm just saying there are people that would help her leave if she wanted to. Well, while we wait for this, when I was a brand new nurse, I was 23, 24. We had a man in the nursing home where I worked that he used to walk with a cane when he could walk. By the time he was in the nursing home, he was in a wheelchair. And this man, oh, he was so mean. And he would get in the middle of the hallway in his wheelchair and swing at us. And his arm span was the whole hallway. And they said that when he was up walking around, he walked with a cane and he would hit you with his cane if he was mad at you. And so he got anti-anxiety medication to calm him down. And he wouldn't take it by mouth, so we had to inject it. And I had to get the CNAs, the nursing assistants, to distract him so I could give him the shot. It was not fun at the time. But afterwards, we would always laugh because the things we would do and the things he would say to try to distract the man. Looking back on it, it was very comical. This man just giant of a man. This giant of a man in this wheelchair, and he took up the whole hall. The whole entire hall, and was just swinging. And you got these little girls just like hanging off his arms as he swings, and me sneaking up behind him with a needle. Oh, I miss those days. Yeah. Yeah. That's See, that's what I don't understand with the cultures that are so opposed to the way we do things in America. Why do you come to America if you're so opposed to the way we do things? Like, I don't get it. Like, if we do things so wrong or so different than you do it and you don't approve of it, then why are you coming here? I don't understand. I don't understand. I want to finish watching The Drunk Girl. The drunk girl that the cops were taking to the hotel.
Lean up. Come on. If you got dead weight, I'll drop you. Come on. Scoot your booty this way, girl. Come on.
If I'm older than you, I'm gonna be pissed.
She said 23. Get out of the damn car. Lighter, lighter, lighter. You want smoke? 8? Girl. Yeah.
Super 8.
You better, they're right out here. Don't.
Do you want the Hamilton County District?
Look at me, Kelsey. You
want the jail?
You cannot act a fool here, okay? I know. You cannot act a fool. You go in your room to yourself. If anybody tries to come talk to you and you're weirded out, you call. We'll come to you and try to help you, okay?
You have pretty eyes.
Well, thank you. So do you. But you have to be on your best behavior, okay? I'm serious. We don't want to take you to jail, okay? You're drunk. It's just a rough morning. That's all it is. Go sleep it off, okay?
My sister died.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Don't laugh.
So right now, are you laughing so you don't cry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Was it recent?
Do you want some mental health help?
Yes!
Do you want us to take you down to a hospital and give you some mental health? No.
I mean, they will help you. Just because they go to a psych hospital for a wide array of things doesn't mean that, like, you shouldn't go just to talk to somebody, you know? You deserve to get help.
Yeah, that's my mom at 15.
I'm sorry to hear that. Nobody deserves to experience that.
You got my drink out? I sure did. Because you're already drunk. I'm not. Kelsey.
With this situation, normally we'd be like, girl, get drunk. But you don't have a room anywhere right now. So, well, you don't have it yet, girl, and you don't have an ID.
If they
That was quick.
Some victim impact statement. Okay, please be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I received indication you have a verdict. Is that verdict unanimous, sir?
Yes, sir.
Could you hand it to the bailiff for me? Thank you. Mr. Delgado, counsel, would you please rise for me? Cause number 2025 CRG 0000717D2, the state of Texas versus Billy Delgado. We assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 50 years. No fine assessed. Do you wish to have him polled?
Yes, sir.
Jury list one more time. Thank you. Okay, Sam, do you agree with the verdict? Say yes. If you don't, for some reason, say no. Nieta? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to accept and receive your verdict. At this time, Mr. Delgado, would you and counsel please approach the bench for me? The jury, having returned a verdict of 50 years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, is there any legal reason why we should not proceed to sentencing at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Delgado, I will accept the verdict, assess a 50-year term in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will receive credit for any time you've been incarcerated pursuant to the law, and you have 30 days in which to file a motion for new trial and notice of appeal, which your lawyer can further advise you on. If you'll have a seat over there, I believe we may have some victim impact statements.
Your Honor, one question.
Any victim impact?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Or will we be going off the record?
Just to go off the record pursuant to the.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the rule. You don't have to ask me. I follow the rules. Okay, my understanding, y'all can have a seat there if you don't mind. And I believe they come up to the bench for security purposes and we do the victim impact from right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is an opportunity now that the sentence has been heard and imposed for individuals affected by the case to address the court or to address the jury or to address the defendant directly. And for security reasons, we ask them to come right up here, please. And as I indicated, you can face me, you can face the jury, or you can face the defendant. You may proceed.
There are no words that can truly capture what I felt like that day you shot me. My life changed forever. In that moment, I faced with unimaginable pain and fear and overwhelming questions of whether I would survive and see our daughters again. And yet, by the grace of God, I'm still here to see the day of light. I am a living miracle, and I thank Him every day for giving me the strength, not just to survive, but to keep moving forward for our children. What happened that day will never be forgotten. The physical scars are constant reminders of the violence I endured. The emotional wounds are deeper, and the trauma, the fear, and the loss sense of safety and the road of healing is still continues. You didn't just try to take away, you changed everything. You changed our daughters' lives forever as well. They are victims too. They carry trauma of what you did. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they feel the pain in ways You may never understand. You didn't just hurt me. You hurt them, you hurt my family and your family, the people who trusted you, who believed in you, and who carried a different kind of wound. And yet, despite everything, I forgive you, Billy. That forgiveness does not mean I forgot. It does not excuse what you did or erase the pain you caused. It means I chose peace over hate. I choose not to let that moment define who I am or to change me to anger. My faith has carried me through the darkest hours, and that's the faith that gave me the strength to forgive you, not for your sake, but for my own and for the sake of our daughters. Whatever you did forever altered my life, but it has not destroyed me. You took so much, but you did not take my will to live, my faith, or my dignity. I hope you one day truly understand the gravity of your actions. I hope you find the accountability and maybe one day redemption, but that is between you and God. I speak the words not from bitterness, but from the truth. And I share them because I believe that the truth deserves to be heard, just as I deserve to heal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you. You can be seated.
There are no words that can fully capture the depths of pain and horror I felt the day you shot my daughter. As a mother, my worst nightmare became reality. I will never forget the moment I received the call. My heart stopped and my world shattered. That day changed all of our lives forever. You didn't just try to take her life. You took her sense of safety, and you took the light from her eyes, and you inflicted wounds that go far beyond her physical. As her mother, I say, I saw her fight through pain no one should ever have to endure. I watched her struggle to heal, to stand back up, and to keep going, not just for herself, but for her children, our grandchildren. And let me be clear, your daughters are victims too. They may not have witnessed what you did, but they live with the effects of it every day. The fear, the confusion, the emotional scars. You didn't just hurt their mother, you hurt them. The family who once welcomed you in, trusted you, believed you were someone who would love and protect, not destroy. The pain you caused is deep and the betrayal is devastating, and yet we still choose not to live in hate. Like my daughter, I hold on to faith and hope, onto the belief that love, courage, and truth are stronger than violence. Forgiveness is not it is not forgetfulness. It does not erase the pain, but it is a choice that we make to reclaim our power, not to excuse what was done, but to refuse to change, to let it change us. I forgive because I refuse to let your actions define the rest of our lives. You need to understand what you did, not just in words, but in your soul. You didn't just break the law, you broke hearts. You shattered trust, and you left behind wounds that may never fully heal. I hope you carry the truth with you, and I hope in time you seek true accountability, not for our approval, but for your own soul. My daughter is still here by the grace of God, and she is rising every day. That's a miracle. That's strength. That's something you could never take from her. And as her mother, I will always be by her side, reminding her and your daughters that light still shines even after the darkness of night. We speak not from vengeance, but from truth, and the truth must be heard.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. You can have a seat. Members of the jury, your duties are now concluded. I want to thank each and every one of you for your efforts during this case and your consideration and your close attention to the evidence. I know nobody volunteered for this duty. Everybody was drafted, but I do hope it was educational for you and you learned a little something about your criminal justice system. You are excused with our thanks. We're going to let you go from the jury room one more time. All of the instructions I gave you previously are now lifted. Sometimes the lawyers like to talk to you after the case is over with, but that's entirely up to you. You're free to go. Would everyone rise for the jury? All right, we recess. Thank you very much. I want to commend counsel for their professionalism in this case. It was a pleasure meeting you and working with every one of you. Take care. Mr. Delgado, you're remanded to custody of the Webb County Sheriff's Office for transportation to the Texas Department of Corrections. Good luck.
Judge, will we get a chance to speak to the jurors?
That's why I sent them back there. You have a
Okay. So we are done with the, what was it called? Shot 5 times assault trial. We are still on jury watch for Washington versus Ali and Ali. And they are on break, so I don't have the verdict clock up, but it's close to 12 hours now, I think. I think they're hung up on Zara. And I want to finish watching The Drunk Girl.
Not going to show.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Get yourself together for a second.
Yeah.
And act like you're not drunk and go in there and get a room.
But when you go in there,
Get together.
you've got to be on your best behavior. You can't act drunk. Okay?
Listen.
I'm just saying.
Oh, no, let me say something. Hi, ma'am. How are you? Okay, so you go in there. I would like to get a room today. Of one bed. For today, it might turn into extended stay.
Just say for one day. Just leave it at that. Just say one day. And then pay for the one day. Tomorrow you can renew it, or if you don't like this hotel, you can go somewhere else. Okay? Alright, let's go try to get you a room, girl.
Alright, cool. I've been here before. Okay.
No. Kelsey.
Hi, it's me again. Remember me? No.
So she came from Days Inn. She's kind of in a situation where it's been a little rocky where she was at, so she came here to try to get away from the situation. She went to Days Inn. Yeah, they don't want her there anymore just because of an issue that happened this morning. She spilled coffee all over and stuff like that. So I wanted to ask.
You can try extended stay. Huh? You can try extended stay. I would love to.
This isn't. Yeah, we'll go try extended stay. Okay, they can't do it without your ID. Okay.
I have a picture of my ID.
They can't do it without it. Okay. Well, let's try. Yeah, we'll go over there. I'll go with you. We'll go with you. Come on.
See my ID?
Not of your ID, but we'll try to. Yeah, we'll try to see if they'll do it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Bye. Have a good day. No one's gonna accept her regular, so I'm trying to explain that it was really bad. Yeah. So what do you want to do?
I don't know. We get her a freaking taxi.
But also, I'm kind of worried.
Huh?
Kind of worried about that, though.
What are you worried about?
We gotta get you somewhere, girl.
Where do you want to go? Go get my $50 from them bitches. And
so you only paid for yesterday.
Villa.
You didn't pay until today yet. You didn't pay today yet.
Yes, I did.
They're telling me you didn't. Okay. So
Okay,
if
yeah,
they
that's
did,
because his
listen,
trick ass son
Hey.
told me to give him
If we plug in-
$40.
If we plug in your phone, can you call someone to come pick you up? If we plug your phone in and charge, will you be able to call someone to come get you? You don't have anyone that can come get you. Not a single person. Then you're gonna have to go to the jail. Unless you can think of a single person.
we don't want to, but like, honey, we can't let you just be out on the street.
I'm not.
You are.
I want you guys to take me to where my stuff is and get my ID. I can call him and he will let you guys get my ID. We can't go to
No,
Avenue.
we're not allowed. We cannot do that. We are
It's
not a
too far
taxi
away.
service.
We're Springdale. We can't go over to Avenue.
How did you get that room? How did you get that room?
Because
At
my
Days Inn?
best friend stayed there.
That guy?
No.
Okay.
Who's your best friend?
I'm not telling you.
You might know who it is. We can call them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we know, we can
Rob?
have.
Rob? We don't know Rob.
That's not going to help. Well, do you have Rob's number? That way you can call Rob and see if he can get you a hotel at another place other than here, because they're not going to let you stay here. But, oh, for sake, she's locked out of that phone for 51 minutes.
And
Here are your options. You can either call, we can charge your phone at the police department, and you can call someone to come get you, or you can call a taxi, or we can take you to the Justice Center. Those are your options.
I'm not going to jail.
Okay, then we'll take you to the PD, we'll charge your phone, and you can figure out a ride from
I'm
there.
not going there either. Just take it.
You would sit out in our lobby while we're charging your phone, Kelsey. We've got to figure something out, okay?
You have a charger? Box. Do you have a charger box?
We're trying.
We'll get her out of here in a second. Sorry.
Huh?
What kind of phone you got? What kind of phone is the?
See, it's the iPhone. That's the C.
You have the cord, right? You just need the box?
Yeah.
Girl, pull your shirt up.
We can charge your phone in our cruiser.
I am cold, ma'am. I love you.
You're running out. My patients are wearing real thin.
Let me see that phone. So this phone is not going to be used for an hour because you locked yourself out of it. This one, I'm going to go plug it up in the car. Okay?
Yeah, I'm with.
That's fine, but you can't act a fool in the back seat.
11 hours and 54 minutes. So almost 12 hours.
You just got to sit there, okay? Because if you start acting a fool in the back seat, you're going to go to jail. And we don't want that, but we're trying to do you a favor, okay? All right, so let's get off Super 8's property. We'll go and sit in the car, okay? While we try to figure something out.
I can sit there and think for a second.
Come on.
What about the other one?
She can have it? Are you sure?
Let's go.
You won't see it again.
I know, it's fine.
I think we're good on that. Let me double check. Thank you. That man gave you this jacket if you want it.
What man?
The one that you were talking to. Right there on the bench, they gave you the square.
Thank you.
He said you can have that. That was nice of him.
Hey, thank you!
How far is the address she's wanting to go?
She's wanting to go back to her guy that's beating her. So we're
Yeah,
not
no, we're not doing that, okay. I didn't know that was the same place.
11755
We can't we can barely take you there, let alone come in with you.
You're lucky you're not going to jail. That's what's
I won't go to jail either way. What am I charged?
Disorderly conduct. Intoxicated. You're being very Kelsey, I don't think you realize what we're trying to do. I think every other officer here would have had you in handcuffs on the way down to the jail by now. We're trying to do you a favor.
I asked you if I could smoke a cigarette. You said yes.
Okay, yeah, but that was before they denied you, and they want you off their property too. So we can't just loiter on their property, okay?
Okay, go to hometown.
No.
No, ma'am.
Why?
Because you don't have your ID, so this is what we're going to do. Can you call someone to come pick you up, yes or no?
Yeah.
Hey, who can you call?
My sister.
Oh, you're at headquarters. If you can
We're gonna walk inside until you can make a phone call, okay?
I want to smoke a cigarette.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go inside and call your sister, okay? Oh, your money, honey. Come here. You want this $10 you left? Come here. Okay. Quit. Get off my car, or you're gonna go to f***ing jail.
I want everything.
Here's this. Call your sister, or you're going to jail. That's enough.
You know I adapt very well.
Call your sister. We're trying to help you, Kelsey.
Very well.
I'm sure you do. Call your sister, please.
Very well.
We don't want to go to jail. So please.
I like you more than I like her.
Okay.
But you're being weird.
Well, you're being a goon. Let's use your phone and call your sister.
I've been through a lot.
And that's why we're not taking you to jail right now, honey. All right. Call your sister, please. I got your thing unlocked for you.
Where's all that?
Call your sister, please. Or a phone number for anybody to come pick you up. We just need, I don't even care if it's your sister. We need somebody to come pick you up, okay?
Will you guys take me to them?
They need to come pick you up. We can meet them somewhere in Springdale, okay?
Y'all are a joke.
Call anybody. Call Rob, call whoever your friends are, but somebody needs to come here and pick you up that can watch
Yeah,
it.
let me call Rob.
You care to grab me a size medium gloves? Thank you.
Yeah. Smoothie?
Bro, call.
I got this.
All right, we believe in you. Yes, yeah, you go. I'll trade you. And then we'll go in a minute.
Thank you.
Call. You should be
Bye.
ringing. You should be ringing right now, okay? Just call anyone, okay? Please. Don't yell. Be careful. No, ma'am. Foot down. Foot down. Foot down.
Man, please stop.
Do not. Okay.
Please. Please stop.
Kelsey, call.
I'm trying. My phone's going again.
Get your foot down. This is not a house.
And you're
All
not.
right, we're done. Stand up. Let's go.
You're not gonna.
Stand up.
You're not gonna do what?
Okay, stand
All
up.
right, no, I'm not. Ow!
Kelsey, you're not listening and you're fighting with me.
No, I'm not fighting. I'm not resisting.
Kelsey, why?
I'm not resisting.
I tried so hard with you, man. Come on now. Okay, lean up. Lean up. We're not even on you, Kelsey. Lean up. Sit up, Kelsey. You didn't need to do this. Come on, just go ahead.
Stop! Ow! Stop!
Do you want to?
I can get up myself.
No, you
God
can't.
damn it! Yes, I let go of me.
Let her go. Yeah, let her go. All right, you're gonna have to sit up, honey.
No!
Okay. All right.
No, I'm about to get up. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
The suspect was charged with disorderly conduct and obstructing official business. The suspect had an active warrant for a theft case from 2024 at the time of her arrest.
Hey. Dang, I wanted to actually watch her go to jail. Okay, guys. Let me see if I can redirect us to Biggin. If he's got his stream up and ready to go. Okay, guys. This will redirect you to Biggins. And I am tired. I need to go lay down. I am going to keep everything up. So if there is a verdict on Washington v. Ali and Ali, I will be back with the verdict. But other than that, I'm going to call it a night, and I will be back at 8 o'clock in the morning with more Phil Spector. And maybe tomorrow and Friday we can get done with Spector, and then next week start something else. I don't know what yet, but we'll figure it out together. We always do. So be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great evening, and I will see you in the morning.